When her voice trailed off, Noah prodded. "What kind of plans?" She said, thinking. Jason had this really good job in construction. He poured cement. He made a good living for a 19-year-old. He lived at home with his folks, so he had money to burn. But he saved and saved. For us. We were going to get married after I graduated, live in something small and work hard. And then, after a few years, we were going to buy a house. 2 stories, big yard, nice neighborhood. Not fancy, but real nice. To me, it would have been like a castle. Then the first baby, a couple of years later, that would have brought me to about today. "Those sound like nice plans," Noah said. He drove the motorcycle most of the time because it was cheap. The only reason I wasn't on the back when that car hit him was because he wouldn't let me ride anymore. Because I was pregnant. She looked down. "You would have liked him." "He looked out for you the best he could," Noah said. "You must have been real proud of him." The give and take went on through dinner. It didn't surprise Noah at all that Ellie told him anything he wanted to know. She'd been that way since the minute they met. She was unflinchingly honest. What surprised him was that he was so open. He rarely spoke about his father, and he only talked about Mary with their close mutual friends. "She was the sexiest, funniest girl in Seattle. I was 27, she was 25, and she was not interested in some goody two-shoes who studied religion." "She told you that?" Ellie asked, laughing. "She did. She said it was her opinion religion got in the way of faith, and she thought most religions did more harm than good. So I promised her that I'd teach and counsel. Maybe just get a PhD. That way she'd never have to be stuck with a goody-goody minister. And she said I would still be a man, and that would be burden enough." "I like her." I couldn't resist her. She was maddening, exciting, beautiful. So funny, she almost made me forget I was nurturing a private rage against my father. "When do you suppose you'll get tired of that?" "I was hoping to be done with it by now. I think I was moving away from that when I found Mary. And when I lost her, I got mad all over again." "Well, duh," Ellie said. "Noah, losing someone you love is supposed to make you mad. First you don't believe it, then you get pissed. Aren't you the one with the big education?" After more talking, they picked up the dishes and washed and dried them companionably. And as Ellie dried the last pie plate, the towel slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. "Got it," he said, bending to pick it up, just as she bent to pick it up. Both of them were bent at the waist, reaching for the towel. Their faces came so close together. His cheek was nearly touching her cheek, his chin hooked over her shoulder. And when she could have moved away, he grabbed her upper arms in a firm but gentle grasp and said very softly, Don't move for a second." And then slowly, carefully, he straightened with her until they stood facing each other, his cheek against her cheek. "Be still. For just 1 minute," he whispered. "Please." He let his cheek press gently against hers. Noah held her arms, but not tightly. If she wanted to pull back, pull away, she wouldn't have a problem. But she didn't. So he let his eyes gently close and inhaled deeply. She wasn't wearing perfume. She smelled of soap and shampoo and dust and woman. The first woman he'd been this close to in quite a while. Her body was soft against his, though he resisted the temptation to pull her hard against him. Yet he stood there, unable to break away. He breathed her in. Her arms remained at her sides, passive, and he just inhaled her. He enjoyed the velvety softness against his cheek. He thought maybe she was far softer and silkier than the average woman. He enjoyed the feeling of the smooth skin of a woman against his rougher skin. Why didn't she pull away? He lifted a hand from her upper arm to her face and placed his palm against her other cheek, just absorbing the sweet, delicate warmth, the texture, the scent that was only her. At least a minute had passed. Maybe 2 minutes. It's just an affectionate hug, he told himself. Not a big deal. But when he stepped back, he looked into her large brown eyes and said, "I apologize. That was probably inappropriate." "Probably," she said. "You being my boss and all." "I won't do that again," he promised. "It's just that..." Words seemed to fail him. "Just that you wanted to be close to someone?" she supplied. "To you," he thought. "I did," he said, relieved that she had an explanation. "But I let you, Noah. Don't you go thinking you can get away with things." He shook his head. "Don't start thinking I'm easy." He couldn't help but smile at her. She looked about 1 inch away from Biker Chick, and she'd been through the school of hard knocks, but there was something just plain pure about her. "You haven't been the least bit easy since the minute I met you." "I think it was all that talk about your wife, Mary," she said. "I know you miss her. And miss being close to a woman in general." "I doubt that's it," he said. "Mary's been gone 5 years. I've been close to a woman or two since then." "Just the same, you should think about it," Ellie said. "You don't want to get your feelings all mixed up. You don't want to start thinking you like me in a certain way when all you're really feeling is lonesome. Which is natural, easy to understand." "Maybe you should be the counselor." "I mean, if we're going to work together..." Noah's good sense took a hike. He put his hands on her narrow waist, pulled her close, and covered her mouth with his. A little squeak of surprise escaped her, but it only took her a second to settle against his lips. Her hands slid up onto his shoulders, and his tightened around her waist. He tilted his head to a new angle and rocked against her mouth, gently parting her lips. And he groaned in pure pleasure. Ellie was lost in his kiss. His lips were so strong and soft, his mouth so deep and wet, his arms firm and confident. And oh, she hadn't been kissed like this in her life. He left her lips for just a split second, long enough to look down into her startled eyes, and then he was on her mouth again, pulling her tight against him, bending her back with his hunger. She welcomed his tongue, joined him with hers, and her arms rose to circle his neck. And they rocked together, body to body, mouths together, tongues entwined, breathing coming harder and deeper. She liked this kiss, she thought. But this isn't a good thing. At long last, he broke from their kiss, gazing into her eyes, and she asked, "Can you fire me for letting you kiss me? Because, I need this job." "No," he said softly. "You can probably sue me. But you'll end up with an old RV and a dog. An expensive dog." "I don't know what I was thinking. I should never have let you..." "How can you taste like strawberries when you had brisket, beer, and apple pie?" he asked her. "It's not me, Noah. You've just been lonely." He lifted one expressive brow. "Is that so? And what's your excuse?" "I told you, you're kind of cute for a minister, and..." "Oh!" She was going to have to watch that sarcastic sense of humor. It obviously turned him on. He grabbed her against him again and devoured her once more. And he was delicious, powerful and starving and passionate. He licked her lips apart and invaded her with his tongue. Then he kissed his way down her neck and was back on her mouth, feeding her a wonderful kiss that wouldn't end. This isn't what one expected from a goody-goody preacher. Whoa, his chest and arms were so hard against her, his arms like vice grips. His kiss was hot, wet, and wonderful, lasting a minute, then 2. Noah tried reciting the Psalms backward, but it was useless. He began to feel a burning lust, the tightness of desire and arousal. And it felt at once shameful and fabulous. He'd been with a couple of women the past several years, looking for something solid and satisfying. But no one had stirred him like this in a long, long time. He welcomed the feeling of his natural sexual response. It was real and really great. And she knew. She pressed against him, he held her tight, and there was not one secret between them. Finally, reluctantly, he freed her lips. "Don't even think about it," she said. He grinned in spite of himself. "Come on, Ellie. You can't make me not think about it." "I'm not getting mixed up with someone like you. First of all, I'm all wrong for someone like you. Second, I'm clearing out the second I have my kids. Third," she paused, "I don't need a third. That's good enough. Don't ever do that again." "I haven't kissed a woman like that in quite a while," he said. "That was nice." "Are you angry?" he asked. "Did I taste angry?" He just smiled. "You tasted wonderful." "You're right. It's not such a good idea. Well, I mean, it is a good idea, but I see the potential for disaster." She pulled away and put a hand against her wild curls as if to smooth her hair into place. The hand trembled a bit. He'd never seen her rattled before. "You're just gonna get yourself in trouble with the big guy, and there's no point in making your life tougher." "Nah, God's not opposed to kissing. I think employers taking advantage of employees, however, could put a big black mark on the minus side of my chart." "But you liked it," he said. "You did. And I liked it. It felt pretty consensual to me." "I'm not the kind of woman a man like you gets interested in, and we both know that. Eventually, that could hurt me. And if you really are a nice guy, hurting me will hurt you." "Because of that dancing thing?" he asked. "That dancing thing, and I'm poor, undereducated, strapped with kids, and very, very temporary." "Wait now," he said. "I'm not trying to make an argument for interest, because you might be right. It might be a mistake that could get out of control. But you're smart, no matter how much or little formal education you have. And I don't believe you see your kids as a liability, and you know I don't. I like them. And you won't always be poor, not with your ambition and positive attitude." He smiled gently. "The dancing doesn't matter a damn. I understand about that. I don't want to be your bad girl, the one you take chances with for a little walk on the wild side, to break a few rules, have a little sinful fun. Ellie, there's not a bad bone in your body, and we both know it." "That isn't really the point, Your Holiness." "Okay, let's be rational. I apologize. I won't do it again. But really, it was just a kiss." "Not the way you do it," she said. Chapter 10. Ellie was wrong about one thing. For the first time in years, Noah wasn't lonely. He now had Ellie. He hadn't thought he was going to kiss her. He hadn't even seen it coming. It wasn't something he'd been aching to do, but in retrospect, it made sense. They'd grown closer, sharing personal things about their lives, and despite Ellie's wisecracking, they had fun together. They depended on each other. He liked her better and trusted her more by the day. She might look and talk like a diamond in the rough, but she had a simple wisdom about her that was addictive. Her honesty alone was alluring. She had a sharp, teasing tongue, but she was kind and genuine. She listened with compassion, with sympathy and not pity, as he ranted about his father. She didn't suffer fools gladly. Anyone who doesn't go to his daughter-in-law's funeral would be a bastard in my book, she had said. And there was that other thing that was overdue. Strong feelings for a woman. Feelings of desire. He was a 35-year-old man with a perfectly healthy libido, and throughout his adult life had enjoyed normal feelings of arousal. The past few years had been a bit lightweight in that department. He'd been out with women, even been in some very interesting clinches, but hadn't met anyone that made him crazy with longing. He missed that and needed that in his life. Noah wasn't a complicated man. He had to admire more than one thing about a woman to desire her. He had to like her to start with. He had to feel comfortable with her. All that teasing and arguing with Ellie, that was like friendship foreplay to him. Something that had been painfully absent from his life for the past several years. Playfulness. He'd let his life get a little too serious. Ellie brought the laughter back to him. The first time he laid eyes on her, her blatant sexuality had shocked him. She didn't shock him anymore. Either she was playing it down a bit, or he was getting used to her. True, she wasn't wearing as much makeup, but why would she for cleaning and painting? But things that normally put him off, he'd begun to find amusing, kind of cute. So completely Ellie. Like the long fingernails, painted a different shade almost every day, decorated with sparkles. In his opinion, she'd gone from a spectacle of womanhood to pop art. He hadn't felt this alive or happy in years. She not only made him feel again, but made him feel fun again. But after he walked her home, he went back to the church, stood in front of the now dark stained glass window, looked up and said to himself, "I promise, I won't let her down. I'll find a way to be there for her while she recovers the life she has every right to. Amen." "George?" Noah said into the phone. He was answered with a grunt, and then, "God, man, it's midnight." I kissed her. Not a little affectionate peck on the cheek. I tickled her tonsils with my tongue. "Well now," George said. He sat up in bed and felt around for his glasses. "I can't tell if you're bragging or apologizing." "This has disaster written all over it." "Ah, bragging. No one loves a good disaster like Noah." Then he chuckled. "And now? Now I can't wait to do it again." "Might want to put that off for a while, boy, till you get settled down a little." There were certain things about one another that didn't require further explanation. George didn't ask Noah if he cared for her because Noah didn't get involved with women who meant nothing to him. No need for Noah to explain that he was starting to care way too much, and it worried him. From the hour of the call alone, George knew that. "It's probably just some good old-fashioned lust," Noah said. Probably," George agreed. "Some of the best lust I can remember," Noah said. "Christ above. This is all wrong." "We both know what's wrong with it, son. Let's take a second to talk about what's right." "I can't think of anything at the moment. Besides the lust, that is. And that she's incredible. I never thought this would work. I thought it was a charity job. giving her the position to help her get her custody deal worked out. But I couldn't ask for more. And she makes me laugh. She's so sassy and soft. Did I mention she's soft? Did you coerce her? Harass her? Emotionally blackmail her? George asked. Of course not. I told her she could sue me. George chuckled. Well, Noah, what a sweet talker you are. No wonder the women are just falling at your feet. She depends on me and the job. Yes, you've explained. Is it likely she's afraid that if she doesn't yield, you or the job will vanish? Noah took a breath. She is afraid of nothing, even when she should be. Noah, are you courting her? Dead silence hung in the air. And finally, he said, I'm fighting my libido. And for a while tonight, it was winning. I don't even know if I'm courting. It's too new. I like her, of course. She intrigues me as much as she annoys me. I admire her. But I admit, she's strange to me. I've never known anyone like her. And of course, she's entirely the wrong kind of woman for me, in my circumstances. Oh, I don't know. Jesus hung out with Mary Magdalene. You don't get more provocative than that. Thanks a lot, Noah grumbled. I'd better come up there. I was gonna wait till you got rid of all the mouse shit, but I'd better come before you create some of your own. On Monday morning, a couple of work crews descended on the church and got right to it. A few men on ladders and scaffolds were scraping old paint off the outside of the church. The sander was running over the sanctuary floor at the same time a man was working on replacing broken windows. In the basement, the concrete walls were being textured, and flooring was due to be delivered along with ceiling panels. There was a plumbing truck outside, and Noah heard someone banging on the pipes, looking for leaks. Feeling as if he was just in the way, Noah left Ellie in charge of the phone and went to run errands. First, he went to the Goodwill and grabbed a few second or third or fourth-hand jackets and a handful of wool socks. Fall was upon them, and from what he'd heard, winter followed fall quickly. He wondered if his congregation, when he had one, would take on some of the needs in the town. Cast-offs to the poor, Thanksgiving and Christmas baskets, that sort of thing. Next, he went to the nursing home in Fortuna to watch TV with Sal. He hung around for about 15 minutes of I Love Lucy and a little conversation. Sal was grumpy as ever, but couldn't disguise the way his eyes lit up when Noah stood in the doorway. Then Noah made a run by the hospital, visiting some young parents who had a 7-year-old in surgery. He wasn't all that anxious to get back to Virgin River, to the church. He was giving Ellie a wide berth because of the memorable, unforgettable way her lips tasted. If he closed his eyes, he could recall it all in amazing detail. But he was very proud of his ability to act natural around her. Neither of them mentioned the kiss. Neither of them behaved oddly. They had spent Saturday with the kids together, and for all the world's eyes, they were merely casual friends who worked together. But he thought about her all the time. Later that afternoon, after the hospital visit, he dropped in on Vanessa. He hadn't called ahead or made an appointment. He just wanted to see how she was holding up. She came to the door with the sound of children yelling and crying at her back. There were dark rings under her eyes, and she looked a little unkempt. "How's it going?" he asked. "Great," she said, unenthusiastically. She ran a hand through her hair. "I'm trying to get dinner ready for Paul, and those two decided to skip naps. It gets a little wild sometimes." Noah stepped inside. Both kids were reaching out of the playpen with tear-stained faces. "Have they been crying long?" he asked. "Oh, on and off the past couple of hours. Both of them are really cranky and tired." She just shook her head. "Vanny, are you getting enough sleep?" he asked. She just shook her head. "They both sleep through the night. I go to bed with them. I seem to be sleeping a lot. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm oversleeping because I just stay so tired. What can I do? Hold a child? Stir a pot?" "Whatever," she said, backing away so he could come in. Noah went straight to the playpen. He was saying, "Hey now," to the little ones, but he was thinking, uh-oh, she's sinking. Whether under the strain of two small children or the emotional distress, it was hard to tell at first glance. But something had to be done here. He lifted Maddie out of the playpen first because he was the biggest. And then, when Hannah put her fat little arms around his neck, with his forearm under her bum, he pulled her up. Both children held on to him, one head on each shoulder. He jiggled and talked softly. They quieted at once. They had only needed to be held. They were as tired and frustrated as Vanny. Vanny had disappeared into the kitchen, and Noah just held a couple of armfuls of kids until the crying was under control. And then he said to them, "Well, first things first." And he went down the hall in search of a nursery. He kept talking in a soft voice while he put Maddie in one of the two cribs in the room and Hannah on the changing table. This was new territory for him. He'd changed a baby or two, but not in a long time. He kept talking while he studied the disposable diapers kept in a diaper caddy that hung on the side of the changing table. There were 2 stacks in there, and he took a smaller one for Hannah. He opened it, located the sticky tabs, and held it up. Then he gingerly removed her diaper and said, "Ew." She giggled at him. "Yeah, I bet you think that's funny. You should see it from my point of view. Hannah, that's disgusting." She giggled again while he looked around for wipes, finding them on a shelf underneath the changing platform. He was making a face that Hannah found hilarious as he gingerly wiped stinky poop off her rosy butt. It took a lot of wipes because he was reluctant to get too close. He got her clean, but her bottom was pink, like maybe she wasn't being changed often enough. And he had completely destroyed a new diaper in the process, tearing the sticky tabs clean off. But he was luckier with the second one, though it seemed to be listing to one side. Maddie was a simpler affair. He wasn't muddy. With a child on each hip and one terrible diaper and one non-toxic, he found Vanny in the kitchen. She turned from the sink and saw the diapers and wrinkled her nose. "Which one of you had the present for Pastor Kincaid?" she asked, taking the dirty ditties. "It was Madame," he said. He watched as Vanny folded the dirty diaper and deftly taped it closed in a nice, tight, odorless package. "Wow," Noah said. "That was slick." "Let's put them in the high chairs," she said, taking Maddie and leaving Noah to settle Hannah. "What brings you by, Noah? Checking on me?" "In a way," he said. "You've been on my mind, and I wondered how it was going. I hope I'm not imposing too much. Looks like you could use a hand." "I could use 9 hands," she said, but not much humor seeped through. Once the kids were settled in high chairs, she put some crackers on their trays and fixed up 2 sippy cups with juice. "Hannah's bottom is kind of pink," he said. "Kind of too pink." "I'll take care of that," she said. Noah pulled a chair out from the kitchen table and sat down. "You could use a little help around here," he said. "Just during the really busy times, huh? So you can catch up a little, maybe steal a nap? Any friends or family available for that?" She shrugged, and although dinner makings were spread across the island, she poured 2 cups and sat down with him. "Everyone is willing, but everyone is also far too busy. Shelby's starting school in a few days. She's waited forever for that. Plus, she's planning her wedding, and I'm supposed to be helping her." My dad and Muriel are pretty caught up in running 2 ranches and doing some traveling for Muriel's new movie. Believe me, I couldn't be more pleased about that. I haven't seen my dad this happy in years. Noah, I don't want to impose on anyone. This is our problem. We need to figure it out. Might be easier to figure out with a little help. Vanny just glanced into her coffee cup. And Noah thought, she wants it to be hard because she's thoroughly pissed off. She's having trouble caring about this infant because Paul brought her home and she's angry with him, with the baby, and mostly with herself. And anger turned inward is depression. And depression can be deadly. Did Paul mention that he has crews working on the church now? He asked her. She shrugged and said, I can't remember. He may have mentioned it. Well, it's loud, and it's going to stay that way for a couple of weeks, maybe a month. They're scraping the outside of the church, sanding the sanctuary floor, tearing windows out of the frames, that sort of thing. I have this girl working for me now. Nice young girl. Ellie Baldwin. I think I heard about her, Vanny said. Well, I have a million things to do every day that take me out of the church, and I leave her to clean, paint, answer the phone, and I think she's about ready to kill me. I'll send her out here to help tomorrow. She'll thank me for it. A young girl? Vanny asked. Are you sure that's gonna help me? She's 25 and has children of her own. They're with her ex-husband right now, and she really misses them. Why are they with her ex-husband? Vanny wanted to know. Reasonable question. Before you let her help out with your children. The details aren't really mine to share, but I can assure you she's a wonderful mother. I've spent a couple of days with her and the kids, and she's devoted to them. She's brash with me, he laughed, and nothing but sweet and gentle with the kids. The separation is real hard on her. Maybe this will serve 2 purposes. Give her some kids to cuddle, and you a little break. Plus, she cleans like a genie in a bottle. Are you sure she wouldn't mind? Vanny asked. Oh, I'm positive she'd welcome it, compared to the crappy work I've had her doing on that old church. And maybe Grandma Baldwin can counsel while she's at it. He smiled secretly. When Ellie came to the church the next morning, Noah said, I have a special assignment for you. Today, tomorrow, and for as long as you think it's necessary. Some friends of mine have a situation. You know Paul, the builder? Can't miss him, she said. She dug into her tight jeans and pulled out a couple of cotton balls she clearly intended to stuff in her ears. Well, a woman he barely knew, and whom his wife never met, died recently. And guess what? She named Paul as her baby's guardian in her will. Without any warning, with a son of their own only 18 months old, they inherited a baby girl who was under a year. Vanny's struggling to keep up, and they might be getting the best of her. Go out there and help, will ya? What should I do? She asked. You'll know what to do. I wrote down some directions for you. They're about 10 minutes out of town. And, Ellie, if you can make her laugh, that would be good. Sure, she said, grinning. I'll get right on it. I have a bunch of preacher jokes I haven't tried out yet. When Ellie rang the bell at Vanny's house, the door was a long time in opening. When Vanny finally answered, she had a little boy in her hip, the sound of a baby fussing behind her, and she was wearing her robe. Hi, I'm Ellie, Pastor Kincaid's assistant, she said. Want a hand? You'll be sorry, Vanessa said, turning away from the door. Nah, I'll be happy. Your husband is making my life miserable. Ellie walked in and went immediately in search of the fussy baby. She found her standing in the playpen, reaching out. The second Ellie came into the room, her face lit up in a beautiful smile. She reached for the baby. Well, my little cupcake, What's your name?" "That's Hannah, our newcomer," Vanny said. "And this is Matt." "Hello, Hannah. What a pretty name. Are you wet or hungry or just ornery?" She could be wet, but they've had breakfast. "Then let's try a change," Ellie said. "Where are the diapers?" "Right down the hall." "I could do it if you—" "Nah, let me. It's been years since I've changed a baby. I kind of miss those early days, difficult as they are." And off she went to carry through. When she returned a few minutes later, Vanny was sitting on the couch, holding Matt, looking pretty down in the dumps. "This one has diaper rash, but you probably knew that." "I've been putting stuff on her. There's a tube on the changing table." "Uh-huh. I found it. Gave her a good smear." "Listen, if you have other things to do, my mission, assigned by none other than His Holiness Kincaid, is to see what I can do to help you. I understand Miss Hannah here was a surprise." "To put it mildly," Vanny said. "Well, that's my specialty. Both of mine were surprises. But what luck! They're awesome. Danielle is 8 and Trevor is 4. "You don't seem old enough to have an 8-year-old, Vanny said. "Oh, I'm not," she laughed. "Like I said, I specialize in surprise children. But I've decided to give that up." Paul and I were just about to start on one of our own when Hannah showed up. Ellie frowned. "One of your own?" "Oh, I guess Noah didn't tell you. I was married to Paul's best friend before. I was pregnant when he was killed in Iraq. And Paul stepped in to be my husband and Matt's father. And, as it turned out, a woman he dated before we married died in a car accident and bequeathed that adorable little package to us." "Well, holy shit," Ellie said. "No wonder you're a little out of sorts. So you're the mother of that one, and Paul's the father of—" "No, Hannah's not his. Sometimes I think it might be easier if she were, but she's not. And even considering Hannah has a father out there somewhere, Paul brought her home." Ellie nuzzled the little girl. It was anyone's guess what Vanny struggled with most. The fact that she suddenly had 2 small children, or that one of them was Paul's previous girlfriend's. Did Vanny wonder just how important Hannah's mother was to him? That would be enough to put anyone in a mood. But she said, "Listen, I have an idea. Since everyone is dry and fed, why don't I take over while you enjoy your morning rituals? Take some time. Have a long soak or shower, a primp. Even a rest if you're tired. I can handle everything till lunchtime, or even longer. You might find it to be more than you bargained for." Ellie shrugged. "Or I could have more fun than I've had cleaning and painting an old church. If I have trouble, I'll come for you. Go on now. This is your big break. Unless, gee, maybe you want to observe me for a while to be sure I'm okay with the kids? Noah says you're wonderful with kids." "He did? Well, how about that? I should be. I've had plenty of practice. It's been just me and the kids for a long time." "I'll go take a shower," Vanny said, without responding to that last comment. She handed off Matt. "If you have problems, holler." "And take some time for yourself," Ellie said, bouncing a kid on each hip. "I'll juggle for a while." When Vanny disappeared, Ellie took the kids to the kitchen. Once there, she found the remnants of breakfast on their high chair trays, and the kitchen was a mess. Dishes in the sink, the floor sticky, dirty pots on the stove. The newspaper spread out on the table in front of a coffee cup with a ring around the inside. "Well," she said softly to the kids, "Mommy's got issues. But hey, we can deal, right?" Hannah said, "Ma," and Matt patted Ellie's head. "You too," Ellie cooed, kissing each cheek. "Could you be any more delicious? Come on, let's settle in. There's stuff to do here." Once she had them strapped in the high chairs, she cleaned off the trays. She found sippy cups in the sink, scrubbed them, and filled them with juice. Then she put a handful of dry Cheerios on each tray and, talking and singing little ditties the whole time, began cleaning the kitchen. There was a thin, sticky coat of kitty paste over everything, including the floor and high chairs. So when the dishes were loaded, she started the dishwasher, wiped down the stove, table, and countertops. In the laundry room off the kitchen, she found a bucket, mop, and sponge. Also, loads of dirty laundry. She said, thinking. Well, whoever said one thing at a time didn't know squat. She got a load of kids' clothes going. Back in the kitchen, singing the ABC song, People on the Bus, and Little Soap, she washed down the high chairs while the kids were in them, stopping occasionally to make faces and noises and tickle. And then, dishwasher and washing machine humming away, she mopped the floor, scooting the high chairs out of the way one at a time. She flipped the laundry and started another load. And then she took the kids to the great room where a playpen stood ready. She settled both of them, playing with them for just a moment before she left them to grab some Windex and Pledge and rags. If there was one thing a single mother of two had learned pretty well, it was how to make a small house presentable in record time. Well, this was no small house. It was like a castle to Ellie, and brand new. She knew she would never live in such a house, not unless she won the lottery, which she never played, or fell in love with some rich guy, which was now off the table. But still. She shined up the glass and wood furniture, found the vacuum in the front hall closet, and, talking to and singing to the kids, she ran it around the room. She glanced at her watch and saw that Vanny had been missing for well over an hour, but it had been time well spent. She was making great progress. Another hour passed, and she'd cleaned the kitchen and great room, folded some clothes on the couch while picking up toys that had been pitched out of the playpen. Since she'd had a couple of stacks of clean baby clothes, she put them in the nursery, rounded up towels, and ran a bath. Oh, they loved the bath. So she supervised while they played until the water was cooled. Little Hannah needed that soak on her rosy bottom. Next, clean clothes and a glance at her watch told her it was lunchtime. She took the little ones back to the kitchen. She found baby food in the pantry, but if memory served, there was one thing kids loved universally. Mac and cheese, she said, grinning at them. It took only minutes in the microwave, and then minutes to cool a bit. She managed to put away the clean dishes from the dishwasher, though if Vanny ever found them again, it would be a miracle. When the mac and cheese had cooled down enough, she gave each child a bowl on their tray. Now, this was where aggressive supervision was required if they were going to get more in their stomachs than on her clean floor. She sat on a chair with a handy rag and helped Matt guide his spoon while she fed Hannah. "I so knew you'd love this," she said to them. "It was a big treat at my house." There were bottles in the dishwasher. Since she didn't find any powdered formula anywhere, she was left to assume they were now in regular milk. So she filled a couple of bottles, and with Hannah in her arms and Matt lying on the couch, his legs draped over hers, they relaxed together. Hannah played with Ellie's ponytail that fell over her shoulder, and Matt held her finger. These children needed to be touched. They needed kisses and giggles and cooing and pleasant smiles. They needed to feel the love. But their mother was sad, overwhelmed, hurt, and exhausted. Both children passed out with their bottles. Ellie scooted out from under Matt's legs and hefted Hannah into her arms. Matt slept with his mouth open and arms limply splayed outward, totally gone. To his sleeping form, she whispered, "Do not roll off this couch or I'll be fired." Then she took Hannah to her crib and went quickly back for Matt. Both children were settled, and Ellie was folding another load of clothes when Vanny finally appeared. "Well," Ellie said, smiling, "you look like you had a little rest." "I apologize. I didn't help you at all. I left you high and dry with them." "Don't apologize, Angel Cakes. I was having a nice time. This is a magnificent house you have here. I enjoyed tidying up a bit. Are you hungry? Why don't I fix you some lunch?" "Oh, don't bother. Now that you've done so much and the kids are sleeping, you don't have to stay. I still have things to do, Vanny. After the kids wake up, I'm going to freshen their room. But while they sleep, I thought I could get you a fresh set of sheets, give your master bath a bit of a fluff and buff, maybe run the vacuum around in there." She smiled happily. "You should take advantage of me while you can." "Only if you'll have a little lunch with me," Vanny said. "I'll make us a couple of sandwiches," Ellie said. "How's that?" While Ellie made the sandwiches, Vanny snuck the clean clothes into the drawers in the nursery. Vanny stripped her own bed and got her sheets washing. Then they sat at the kitchen table together. "So your children came as surprises?" Vanny asked. "I think stunned and scared shitless would be more accurate," Ellie said, biting into her sandwich. Vanny laughed in spite of herself. "Believe me, it wasn't funny." "No, not that. I'm laughing at the way you swear. Must be quite a challenge for Noah." "Uh-huh. He's talking swear jar in the church. Quarter a curse. Mel and Jack have one of those. So I hear. I also heard Mel's taking the town on a cruise in the spring, just on the contents. Really, just so you don't think I'm completely terrible, I never swear in front of children. I don't even slip. I know that sounds far-fetched, but really, when I swear, I do it on purpose." "Well, at least you've got that going for you," Vanny laughed. "So, the kids?" "Oh, yeah. I got pregnant with Danielle in high school. My boyfriend was killed in an accident. Motorcycle versus Carr. Not his fault." Once again, she conveniently left out the fact that she had 2 children by 2 different guys, neither of whom married her. She chewed a little more and swallowed. "I was on my own. Well, with my Gram's help, but she died when Trevor was 2. "Oh, I'm sorry, Ellie. I'm sorry for the loss of both your boyfriend and your grandmother. Is that the extent of your family?" "I have a mother somewhere, but she hasn't been around since I was like 3 months old. She drops in once in a while, but she never spends the night. She's pretty much consumed with her own life, which is fine. My mother, she's a real load. She needs taken care of. If she ever got the idea I could do that for her, I'd never get rid of her, and she's very self-centered." Vanny was quiet a moment. "I lost my mother almost 6 years ago." Ellie's hand that held the sandwich slowly lowered to the table. "Oh, man. A mother and a husband? Oh, sugar, you've had such a rough time." "Same as you," Vanny said softly. Ellie shrugged. "I miss my Gram all the time, but sometimes it's like she's right on my shoulder," she said, patting the place. "I can hear her, feel her, like she never really left me. She was 70 when she died. She'd been reading in her chair and died with her book in her lap and her glasses on her nose. We slept on the pull-out sofa, Danielle on a small daybed and Trevor in the crib, all of us in one room. While I slept and she read, she passed. I found her in the morning. She must have been dead all night, but she went so softly no one knew she was gone." "Funny," she said. "But I dreamt about her that night. I dreamt I was lying on the couch with my head on her lap, on her favorite corduroy jumper, and she was rubbing my head. I was real little when she did that, but it's one of my favorite memories. She looked at Vanny and noticed she had glistening eyes. "Oh, God, I'm sorry. My marching orders were to make you laugh, not make you cry." "Who told you that?" Vanny asked, wiping her eyes. "To make me laugh." "Noah. I asked him what I was supposed to do, and he said, 'You'll know what to do,' and added that it would be good if I could make you laugh. Noah thinks I'm a real stitch, but he'd like to shove me under a pew and keep his future congregation from seeing me." "And why is that?" Vanny asked with a laugh. "Oh, he hasn't been real specific, but I believe it has to do with my potty mouth, my tattoo, my cleavage, and, when I'm not Mommy's helper or Pastor's painter, the way I like to do my hair and makeup. Kind of Dolly Parton." She grinned. "I know it annoys him, but I can't seem to stop." Vanny reached for her hand and smiled. Don't change for anyone, especially a man." "Ah, we are sisters." "I thought so." The spin cycle stopped. "I'm going to put those sheets in the dryer. Then we can make up the bed together. While they're drying, why don't I go see if your bedroom and bathroom could use a once-over? When I leave today, it's my goal to see that everyone is happy and can relax in a fresh house." "You're amazing, Ellie. Your grandmother trained you very well." "Yeah? Well, baby, it's such a great thing to have more than 2 rooms to clean. It's like you're doing me a favor." The girls talked while they worked on the master bedroom and bath. When Ellie wasn't running the vacuum, at least. They laughed like girlfriends, told sentimental stories about family members, and Ellie even tried on some old pants and tops that Vanny said she'd never fit into again. Vanny was only an inch shorter than Ellie and wore her pants long to compensate for boots, so the fit was perfect. "Take them," Vanny said. "If you like them, that is. My feelings won't be hurt at all if they're not your style. I mean, I doubt Dolly would like them. I was going to give them to Goodwill, so they're yours if you want them." "That's so nice, Vanny. I didn't expect anything like this." She tilted her head. "I think I hear something." That was a good long nap. With any luck, they'll be in good moods tonight. "What do you usually do when they wake up, after a change?" "Snack, playtime till dinner," she said with a shrug. "Nothing special." "How about a little cuddle time?" "Just waking up is awful sweet," Ellie said. "Let's do it." As Ellie was leaving the master bedroom, Vanny touched her arm. Would you take care of Hannah, please?" "Sure, I'd like that." They collected their assigned children, changed them, and cuddled them. As Ellie held Hannah close, she said, "So, not really connected to this one yet?" Vanny took a moment to answer. "That's terrible, I know. It took me a while to feel like Danielle was really my baby. To believe I could love her more than anything, which was what my Gram said would happen. Of course, I was just a kid myself. But if it took me a few days, even though I'd carried her inside my body and felt every movement, I guess it's natural for it to take you a little while when you didn't have any relationship with her at all before she was suddenly living with you." "You don't think I'm a terrible person?" Ellie smiled at her and held Hannah tighter. "Vanny, I barely know you, but I can tell already. There's not one terrible thing about you. Now, what do we have for snacks?" "Yogurt," Vanny said with a smile. "They love it." At 4 o'clock, with the beginnings of supper ready, the house clean, laundry done, children bathed and happy, and Vanny looking pretty good, Ellie was saying goodbye. She gave each child a loud smack, making them both laugh. She clutched Vanny's cast-off clothes close, very excited about them since they were a bit more conservative, though it killed her to think she had pleasure from the thought of pleasing Noah. "I'll see you in the morning about 8:30, she said to Vanny. "Let's do it the same way. You answer in your bathrobe, and I'll take over." You can have the morning all to yourself, and whatever needs doing, I'll do. You can have the afternoon, too, if you need it. Maybe you have shopping or errands or something. Whatever you need. Fanny's eyes were round with surprise. I get more than 1 day of this special treatment? Ellie grinned. Baby, you get the rest of your life if you need it. I think Paul gave Noah a deal on the redo, and Noah's so happy I'm not around the church to make his life difficult. See you in the AM. Ellie went to the church before going home. She found Noah in his office and Lucy on the floor behind the desk. She stood in front of the desk, her hands on her hips. How'd it go? He asked. She frowned at him. You might have mentioned everything had gone to hell out there. He stood up and cleared his throat. A picture's worth 1,000 words? Were you able to help? Of course, she said. But, buddy, that woman needs more than household help. She needs a miracle. Inspiration. Noah smiled at her. That's why I sent you, Ellie. No, you sent me because you can't clean and you don't have anyone else. And that, too, he said. Going back tomorrow? It'll be a lot of tomorrows before she's good to go, Ellie said. Do not screw up the painting while I'm busy at the Haggertys. After Ellie was back in her rented room, after a microwaved burrito and Diet Cola, she turned on the clock radio for a little music. And then she cried for her own children. Chapter 11. The rest of the week was a busy one for Ellie, as she reported for duty at Vanessa's house every morning. Given there were 2 of them to tend the children and keep the house and laundry up to speed, everything went smoothly. Having a full-time babysitter allowed Vanny to run errands, have regular horseback rides for exercise and fresh air, and, not least of all, have someone to talk to. It didn't take Vanny any time at all to start looking more rested. It wasn't long before Vanny asked Ellie, Now, where are your kids? Ellie took a deep breath. Up until she lost custody of her children and went to work for a church, it had never occurred to her to lie. She felt she had to protect everyone, her kids, her boss, even herself. But lying was complicated and painful. Well, I met Arnie when I was all alone with 2 little kids, 2 jobs, and very little means of holding it all together. My judgment must have sucked, because I married a real strange guy who was obsessed with controlling me. Talk about changing your appearance for a guy. Vanny, that one wanted me to dress like an old woman and never leave the house. It was so bizarre. Of course, I left him almost right away. We were married less than 3 months. But Arnie wanted me back. The only way he could figure out how to do that was to take a custody case to court. And she explained the same details she'd given Joe Fitch. Ellie, wasn't there help available to you? I don't know, like welfare, food stamps? Sure, she said. If there's anything worse than working 2 jobs with little kids, it's trying to figure out how to live on the help. Do you know what I qualified for? If I worked a job that paid $11 an hour, a real find, I could get an extra $220 from the state. You ever try to live on about $2,000 a month with 2 kids? My money was long gone before I even got to things like clothes for them and school supplies. Just keeping a roof over our heads, usually 2 rooms, gas in the car and insurance, the lights on and a babysitter for Trevor, as well as a sitter for after school and evenings for both of them. Well, I never did get that far. After my grandma died and I didn't have a place to live anymore or a babysitter, I just couldn't do it. Didn't your grandmother have a house to leave you when she died? Vanny asked. Ellie shrugged. My grandma had a little tiny house that she'd kept mortgaging over the years. Between the 2 of us, her retirement benefits and my income from 2 jobs, we could keep going. but when she was gone, I couldn't make those payments. I had to find something cheap to rent. Aw, Ellie, I'm so sorry. And that's how you ended up married to that jackass? That kind of sums it up. I thought Arnie would take care of us. He was so sweet to the kids before we got married. So hard on them the very first day we lived with him. It was just awful. He was only looking for some people to boss around. I didn't see that till it was too late. He's still looking for control. It's a nightmare for the kids. But we'll get through it, and then we'll move on, legally, and get out of the pastor's hair. No, Ellie. It's okay, Vanny. Noah took a real chance on me, just so I'd have a good job to take to court and get my kids back. Vanny didn't know the half of what Noah had taken on. Giving a job to a stripper who'd lost her kids? A woman with 2 kids with 2 different dads, both times out of wedlock? 1 dead and 1 in prison? I just need my kids. You're gonna get them back, honey. And if you need my help on that, you just tell me what to do. That's so sweet, Ellie said softly. What I want to know, Vanny said, is how you stay so positive after all you've been through. Ellie shrugged. I don't know. I don't take anything for granted. Good stuff doesn't come my way all the time, so when it does, like this job that will get me my kids back, this town, friendship, people like you who can accept me even though I'm a big mess, that means something. And my grandma used to always say, gratitude brings happiness. On Friday, after 4 full days of togetherness while Ellie played mommy's helper, they were talking about the weekend while the kids had their lunch. So, does Paul work on Saturdays? Ellie asked. That's my day with my kids, so I can't miss it. But if you're going to be up a creek, I can go pick them up and bring them with me. They're fantastic, and they'd love playing with the little ones. They're very careful, and I'd watch every second. Danielle is so grown up at 8. Trevor's a little clumsy, but I wouldn't let him do anything with the tots that would cause harm. And while everyone's sleeping, I could help with laundry and housework. Vanny smiled. You never stop lending a hand, do you? I intend to see my assignment through. I might need a letter of recommendation someday. She sobered. Seriously, Vanny, I don't want you to be stranded again. I can pick up the kids and... No, don't. Just have a nice Saturday with them. I'm all caught up, thanks to you. Maybe Paul will make it a short day. Then I'll see you Monday? Ellie asked, wiping little faces after lunch. If Noah says you're not needed at the church, Vanny agreed. Ellie lifted Hannah out of the high chair. She'd fixed 2 bottles, and the women took the kids into the great room, settling in. Ellie held Hannah, and Vanny held Matt. Ellie cuddled Hannah close. She was a precious little thing, her dark curls so silky and her cheeks so pink. Her eyes glittered with happiness. She held the bottle herself, but Ellie could tell she enjoyed being cuddled. My grandma used to say, hold them whenever you can, Ellie. Touch and the sound of your voice is everything. And even now, when my kids are so big, it still seems to matter to them. Another thing she used to say was, all you really need to tell them is that you love them no matter what and that you wanted them. Being wanted is very important in life. I don't think my mother wanted me, but my grandma did, and she told me all the time that I was her blessing, her dream come true. Ellie sat on the sofa and Vanny in the chair with Maddie. And suddenly, Hannah pulled the nipple of the bottle out of her mouth and turned her whole body away from Ellie. She held the bottle with one hand and stretched her other arm out toward Vanny. Mama, she said, and smiled. Mama! Mama, 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 mama. And then she turned back, put the bottle back in her mouth. Well, Ellie said. You might not be there quite yet, but she is. Vanny lifted her chin with a sniff, closing her eyes. The other thing my grandma used to say? You're not happy? Fine. Act happy and see if the right feeling catches up. And you know what? Sometimes that works. Vanny was quiet for a long moment. And then, very softly, she said, "Let's trade." "Good," Ellie said. She stood with Hannah in her arms, carrying her the short distance over to Vanny. She put the baby on Vanny's knees and lifted the much heavier Maddie in her arms and went back to the sofa. And Vanny held Hannah. Hannah snuggled close, putting her fingers into Vanny's mouth while she suckled. Then the suction broke with her smile, and without quite letting go of the nipple, she said, "Mama," in a very small, almost relieved voice. And Vanny began to cry. Noah was kneeling in the sanctuary on the sanded floor, inspecting some hardwood seams that might need repair. He'd have to ask Paul about replacing the boards before the floor was finished. Lucy was beside him as usual. It was that magic hour, about 5 o'clock, when the sun caught the stained glass window and lit it up. "Pastor?" He turned at the sound of Ellie's voice. She'd never addressed him so. "I thought you'd like to know about the progress out at the Haggerty house. Everything is spick and span, and I think Vanny is warming up to Hannah. I'll go back on Monday morning, but I feel like they're doing better than when I found them." Noah took several steps toward her. "Why do you look so tired? Was it real hard work?" Ellie shook her head. "It was hard on the heart. That baby girl is priceless. She's so wonderful. She needs a mother's love. I think it's getting closer, but it's been a tough adjustment. I guess you knew that, or you wouldn't have sent me out there." "What did you do?" he asked gently, his hand absently wandering to stroke the ponytail that hung over her shoulder. She shrugged. "Nothing amazing. I cleaned, held the kids, let her talk, talked to myself. You know, like girls do." But when I was leaving today, Vanny was holding Hannah, probably the first time she didn't absolutely have to. She was holding her close, kissing her little head, crying while that amazing child put little fingers in Vanny's mouth and called her Mama. I think it's coming together. But God, it's killing me. Noah smiled, unsurprised. "Did your grandmother contribute a lot to that evolution?" "My grandma?" "You know," he said. "My grandma said this, my grandma said that." "Do I do that a lot? I don't even know when I do that." "It's not a liability, Ellie," he said. "That's why I sent you." She put her hands on her hips. "Well, how sneaky is that? Really, I should be paid better if you're going to have me doing that, and especially if you're not even going to tell me." "You should be paid a lot more than I'm paying you," he said with a smile. "But it's what I can afford." She rolled her eyes. "Why the hell can't I ever run into a rich man who wants to take advantage of me?" He just laughed at her. "Well, this is a fine mess," a deep voice from behind them. "Much worse looking than I expected. You must be thrilled, Noah." Noah turned. There, standing at the other end of the empty church, was his best friend and mentor. "George!" He left Ellie and strode toward him. "You didn't say you were coming." "Sure I did. I just didn't say when." "It comes as no surprise to see you looking happy, surrounded by this disaster." Noah laughed and embraced the older man in a fierce hug. "God, it's good to see ya. How long will you stay?" "Long enough to get the lay of the land." "Now, who is your friend?" You shouldn't leave a beautiful woman standing behind like that. Noah grabbed George's arm and pulled him down what would eventually be an aisle in the church. George, meet Ellie Baldwin, pastor's assistant. Ellie, meet George Davenport, my best friend and mentor. A slow smile spread over George's face. He took Ellie's hand, raising the back of her fingers to his lips. He bent and brushed a kiss on them. Ellie, it's an honor. I retired too soon. I had no idea the assistants would be so beautiful down the road. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pastor Davenport, Noah corrected. Retired, but still a preacher. She smiled. A pleasure, Your Worship, she said. Noah laughed at George's look of surprise. She doesn't mean it, George. She's extremely disrespectful and unrepentant. Then you'll do penance by sitting through dinner with us, George said. I can't wait to try that little place next door, the one Noah's been bragging about. Come, Ellie, stay close to me. I want to know how you like working for this reprobate. It's hell, Your Reverence. George felt he'd met the entire town by the time dinner was over, but Jack Sheridan assured him he hadn't come close. These are pretty much the regulars, though, Jack admitted. That included Jack's wife and 2 small children, the neighbors who lived nearby, Hope McCrae, who sold Noah the old church. George was introduced to young Rick Sutter and his fiancée Liz. Rick was recently returned from a tour of duty with the Marines in Iraq. Somewhere along the line, George learned that Rick had a prosthetic leg, but he never did figure out which one. The lad had a carefree manner and not the slightest limp. And then there came a story that had half the bar in stitches. It seemed that when Rick was struggling to adjust, the man sitting beside him at the bar, Dan, challenged him to a fight out in the street. Dan, over 35 years old, took off the prosthetic leg no one knew he had. It was a circus, Jack said, but it seemed to turn Rick onto the idea that life could go on. There were more stories. Clearly, the folks in town enjoyed sharing their tales with newcomers and strangers. And while they partook of some of the finest stew George had ever tasted, along with the softest, sweetest bread, he was able to get to know Ellie a little bit. Of course, he'd heard all the details that brought her here from Noah. Details that Ellie would never know George knew. George was interested in her children and how she was settling into town. George was captivated by her. She was a pip, as George's father might have said. But what he saw quickly, what he was sure Noah was oblivious to, Ellie was very like Noah's late wife. She was unique, confident, funny, and impossibly positive. Noah and George enjoyed a brandy after dinner, while Ellie and Jack had coffee. Then both men walked her home to her rented room. And while Noah was walking George back to the RV for the night, he told him about some of the things he had found in the town and surrounding mountains that could use his attention. If you'll stay a few days, I'll take you out to the vagrants' camp, give you a car tour of some of the more isolated cabins dotting the landscape, take you to Valley Hospital and the nursing home, and to meet the pastor in Grace Valley. It's a gold mine for Noah, George found himself thinking. It has everything the young man has ever wanted or needed. A sense of family, strong community ties, not to mention the girl. But George said nothing about Ellie. What he did ask was, "Someone mentioned Ellie was helping some young mother with her children?" Noah explained the situation at length. "That's precisely what we were talking about when you arrived," Noah said. Ellie seemed drained, not from the work of helping with the kids, but from the ache it gave her to think of an unloved child. I never asked her to keep that confidential, not any part of it. It would be futile, as the whole town knows about Vanessa and Paul. She's a natural, George. A helper by nature. She's armed with all these old sayings her grandmother left her with, and they have roots in psychology, but they're all lore. The girl grew up in 2 rooms with her grandmother. They slept together on a pull-out couch her whole life. Then she added 2 small children to the family, and they all worked together to care for one another. He laughed. Talk about evidence that money can't make you happy. Correct, George agreed. It needn't make you miserable either. I may be an old fool, but Ellie strikes me as the kind of person who wouldn't be destroyed by a little money. I could be wrong, however. She's very inexperienced. Noah laughed. George, if there's one thing Ellie is not, it's inexperienced. Well, maybe with money, but in all other things, she's had way too much experience. George thought, he's fighting for his life. And he smiled at that. No one loved a battle more than Noah. He wasn't your mother's preacher, not a sweet and docile guy, but a warrior. He'd fought his father and his father's shallow television religion for so many years, then went on to fight the injustice and apathy of the world at large. He wanted to bring peace and love to his people, but inevitably, he brought courage and muscle. And that part of Noah, the part he constantly resisted, that was the part that made George proudest. I'm staying at least a few days, George said. I'm interested in this place. But what really interested George was Noah in this place. With these people. With that woman. The woman was perfect for him. She was one of the people, not some female bred to stand beside a man of the cloth. She would bring laughter, excitement, and passion to his life, his work. On Saturday, Noah took George with him to bring the jackets and some wool socks to the boys in the woods. At George's stubborn insistence, they took a couple of preacher's pies and 2 Bibles. The men in the camp sniffed appreciatively of the pies and wrinkled their noses at the Bibles. But they turned over a few buckets for stools, and Noah read to them for a little while. Of the whole camp, there were just a few who enjoyed that. But those few might as well have been a multitude for the way it made Noah feel. They made the rounds of the nursing home, Valley Hospital, and Sunday church in Grace Valley. George, being a fine figure of a 70-year-old man, garnered the attention of some of the more mature ladies, though even the younger ones were inclined to look his way more than once. Something he enjoyed perhaps a bit too much. He was a consummate flirt, and flatly admitted he liked women. By the time they left Grace Valley, he was armed with email addresses and promises to stay in touch, and of course, to return. Absolutely, he said. But by then the Virgin River Church will be open, and you'll have to attend services there. Noah will entertain you completely. Later that afternoon, they were prowling around the inside of the Virgin River Church, talking about the possibilities in renovation. Noah, tell me about that stained glass window, George asked. I researched it. This was a poor church when it was constructed and pretty much depleted the funds of the congregation. The population was smaller then, about 300. But one member went on a campaign to find something special for the church and wrote to every artist in the world until she found a man willing to donate the window, though he'd probably never attend the church. His name was Josiah Piedmont, and his only requirement in the deal was that it never be destroyed. It came to this church in the 60s, and Josiah lived in Connecticut at the time. He's since died and left behind amazingly beautiful Christian art in all mediums. When the church was forced to shut down because they couldn't support it anymore, the people in town boarded up that window to keep it safe. Now, times having changed, you can find a website for the artist and see where his works are displayed. When I get organized, I'll add this piece to his website, with the location. It boiled down to one woman on a mission. After dinner at Jack's, they indulged in an evening brandy at the bar. Did you enjoy your tour the past couple of days? Noah asked George. I think you're on to something here, Noah. I like this place. My only disappointment so far is that we didn't gather up Ellie to join us for dinner tonight. She deserves a day off, don't you think? I think you like her, and that it's about time, George said. Let's not start all that again. I've been around plenty of women, Noah said. His eyes twinkled. George, who are you seeing these days? Well, let's see. I've been dating around, you might call it. There's a visiting professor at the college I see when she's in town. She travels quite a lot. And a neighbor lady and I like to have dinner in the city. She writes an About Town column for the paper, and we enjoy some of the best restaurants, all on her tab. But that's not the best part about her. There's a waitress in Tacoma I like, a music teacher out in Bainbridge Island, and a professor of veterinary medicine. She's the most trouble, and I think I like her best. Noah's eyes were round. He swallowed. You're seeing 5 women? Well, on and off. Each one of them is completely irresistible in her own way. Don't any of them want more of you than an occasional date? Like a serious relationship? George sighed and looked upward. I'm not opposed to the idea of marrying again, Noah. But, as of this moment, the only woman I'm seeing I would consider is the vet, Sharon. But she's 44. I think that might be a tad risky, don't you? Then he grinned. Although we do jog together on Sunday mornings, she's keeping up very well. Noah burst out laughing. This was what he loved about George and always had. He was so unafraid to live life. He held nothing back. They used to call men like you rogues, Noah said. Not men like me, he protested. I care very much for these ladies. They are, each one, wonderful women. I treat them with genuine affection and respect. Noah suspected George was sleeping with at least one of them, but he'd never ask. In Noah's younger years, he'd been frivolous where women were concerned and had been intimate with quite a few. When he was about to be ordained, he'd struggled with the chastity issue. He wasn't big on chastity. He didn't think it was so much a sin as a recommendation. And in most cases, there was a strong argument for the recommendation. Youth, for example. And there was no argument to support sex with partners you weren't committed to. He could admit he'd been impetuous there, and he couldn't find anything to support adultery. You didn't need a commandment to see how bad that could turn. For that matter, the Bible was riddled with suggestions that, by modern standards, were ridiculous. Isolation for menstruating women, no eating of fish without scales or fins, no wearing of linen and wool in the same garment, and there was a lot of stoning. Some were ageless rules that made perfect moral sense even today. Others were cultural manifestos of the period. Still, he'd wanted George's take on it, especially if he was about to encourage members of a congregation to stand firm on something that bothered him hardly at all. George was blasé. No one knows the Bible better than you, Noah, and you have an impressive knowledge of related studies. There are obvious reasons why things like chastity are enforced even today. To keep women safe, for one thing. To keep men from acting like rutting beasts. To discourage promiscuity. To honor the sanctity of marriage. To keep the act of love holy and virtuous. And to keep children from coming into unblessed unions before the man and woman were prepared to parent them, to feed and protect them. Noah knew this too well. The reasons for most of the Bible's rules were practical as opposed to arbitrary proof of one's discipline. But I suggest making use of the 11th commandment. Moses ran out of stone, but its wisdom has survived the ages. Take responsibility for your actions. Noah had grinned largely and said, "Now that I get." Chapter 12. On Monday, George and Noah took a hint when they realized they were simply a bother to the workers who were trying to get some real work done in the church. They decided to drive over to Arcata to look at the bird sanctuaries. Then they had a nice dinner in Old Town. By the time they got back to Virgin River, it was getting late, so George took a book to bed while Noah sat up. He was on the couch with his laptop, trading late-night emails with a university friend who had moved to Los Angeles. It was after 10 when there was a knock at the RV door. A soft knock. Noah typed, "Gotta go. Company." Noah answered the door, and standing there, below him, was Ellie. She was upset. All color was drained from her face. I'm sorry. It's late, and you were probably asleep, and I'm sorry. But I'm so scared, and I don't know what to do." "I wasn't asleep. Come in," he said, putting out a hand. "What in the world happened?" "Someone visited Arnie from Child Welfare today, talked to him, interviewed the kids, and he's furious. He says he knows I'm behind it and he's going to make me pay. Oh, God, Noah, what if he does something terrible to the kids?" "Come here," Noah said calmly. He led her to the couch and closed the laptop, pushing it aside. "Just sit down and tell me about it." I told him I didn't ask for that, which is the truth, but he was snarling at me, threatening me, telling me that two can play at that game. If I bring trouble on him, he'll bring trouble on me. "Did you call Bree?" Noah asked. "I did. I have her business number and it went to voicemail, so I left a message. Then I called again and said I was coming here to talk to you in case she tried to call me back. I feel like I should drive over to Arnie's or something. I'm afraid." A tear suddenly emerged, and he wiped it off her cheek with a thumb. And just at that moment, the door to the bedroom opened, and George stood there in his bathrobe. "I'm sorry to intrude. Is there anything I can do?" "You heard?" Noah asked. "No, I just heard voices. But it's obvious there's a problem," George said. "Come in if you like. This isn't a secret," Noah said. "Ellie has a problem with her ex, and we're going to talk it through." George just smiled and said, "I think I'll leave you two to work it out." Noah barely heard him as he was concentrating on Ellie. "I have Bree's home number, if you'd like me to call her." "Should we?" she asked. "I don't want to be a problem, but I don't know what to do." "I think this is what Arnie wants, Ellie. He made you blink. He delivered his vengeance. He scared you. He doesn't know where that child welfare worker came from. For all he knows, the judge ordered it. Those social workers are very slick. They know what they're doing. They don't let things slip that might hurt the children. He said he doesn't believe the judge did this. What if he calls the judge?" "If this works the usual way, no one can have an ex-parte conversation with the judge. You would have to be present, as well. We'll talk to Bree before the judge is in chambers," Noah said. "It's going to be okay. The problem is proving he threatened you. That's more he said, she said." "Oh, well, I should tell you, I got one of those thingamajigs. I taped him. When he started giving me trouble about talking to the kids or picking them up, I went to the electronics store and, even though it pretty much wiped me out, I bought a phone answering machine that could record calls even while I was talking. All I have to do is push a button before I pick up. So I have a tape. But that won't help, will it?" Noah's face split in a huge grin, and he put his palms against her cheeks, gave a laugh, and kissed her, quick and hard. "Ha!" he said. He kissed her again. "Ellie, you got him." "But I've always heard that if you tape someone when they don't know it, it won't hold up in court. Bull. When attorneys and judges, not to mention law enforcement, are aware that there's a real threat, the tables turn. It makes him the bad guy and you the victim. Any chance he knew what you were doing? She shook her head. Arnie doesn't think I'm smart enough to do anything. Ha! He laughed, grinning. What are you doing tomorrow? Back to Vanny's, I guess. But first, you go to Bree's office, play her the tape, and ask for her help. Now we're done screwing around here. I don't care what she might charge you. We'll work that out. I have a couple of bucks saved. Whatever she can do, hang the cost. Get it done. Please? Do you think anything can be done? Oh, honey. You're so used to having the deck stacked against you. You stopped believing things can be worked out a long time ago, didn't you? Yes, we can get ahead of this. He pulled her back on the couch, his arm around her, her head on his shoulder. We'll get everything straightened out. This has gone on long enough. We have to bring it to a close. She was quiet for a long moment before she said, We? He gave her shoulders a squeeze. Come on. Don't you feel like we're in this together? I want to help, Ellie. You got screwed by Arnie, by the court, all around. You don't deserve this. She sighed heavily and rested against his shoulder. I don't understand people like Arnie, Noah. What's the matter with him? Why does he want to hurt me so much? He's a borderline personality, Noah said. Not exactly insane. He appears to be functional. But he's manipulative, angry, jealous, thinks he's omnipotent, and he's narcissistic. Wow, a lot of $10 words there. And you know what every one of them means, don't you? He asked with a smile. He probably didn't have a happy childhood. And so, making sure my kids don't have one, that'll make him feel better? Ironically, no. In fact, he'll probably feel worse and act worse. But he's a bucket of trouble, and he's not going to repent. They're the hardest ones to cure with therapy and counseling. Everything is justified in his mind. His perception is that he acts and feels the way he does because he has to, because other people drive him to it. It's a convoluted way of thinking to people like us who aren't that way. You can say that again. And he's missing out on everything good. It doesn't cost you anything to be nice. Noah chuckled. Grandma Baldwin. As a matter of fact. What I'd like to understand is you, not him. Him, I get. But you, Ellie. You've had one bad break after another, and it doesn't seem to sour you on life. I'm not sure I know how you do that. She shrugged. I think about what I have and what has gone right. My kids top the list. Coming here is another perfect example. I hate the circumstances, losing my kids and all, but the town has worked out for me. And if I can just get the kids back, this will have been one of the best times. She tipped her head and looked up at him. She smiled. I could use more money, however. You're a real cheapskate. How much more? He asked. Another $200 a month would make a difference, she said. Fine. Fine? She asked, lifting her arched brows. You've earned it. You were right. I didn't believe you could get so much done. I'm impressed. You should be compensated for that. And I realize it's still not enough, but when you work for a church, it's not easy. Wait till we have a congregation and a board of elders running the show. They'll come up with a budget and both our salaries will be hammered out based on what they can afford. In the beginning, it's going to be bleak. I won't be here then, she said. You might be, he answered. You're doing a great job. There's no reason to run off till you've thought it through and looked at all the options. At least if you're here, among friends, Arnie will not be able to harass you. He can't get anywhere. And you do have friends here now. Noah, I have one room and 2 kids. That's now. You said you'd be more comfortable in one room with them, and Joe Fitch likes having you around. Plus, you've somehow tamed Nick. And I'll be honest with you, Ellie, I never thought I'd have such a versatile, energetic, efficient assistant in my life. You should keep the job a while before you cut and run. Virgin River is a good place to raise your kids. It's a safe place. There are problems with this idea. Like what? He asked. Don't I have to be a Presbyterian to work full-time at the church? No, he said. Not necessary. I'm the one with the calling. You're working for a living. Is that what's worrying you? I can't work for someone who wants to kiss me. Oh, that. Well, I think we're doing okay with that. Don't you? No, she said, snuggling closer. You've been behaving, but it's right there, under the surface. I can feel it. You're dying to do it again. He laughed. I am. He put his thumb and finger on her chin and turned her face up toward his. But I'm not sure I even remember it right. He touched her lips briefly with his. Pah. Not that great. I can live without it. She laughed at him. Funny. That was a decoy, which is the same as a lie, your worship. His eyes grew hot, and he put his mouth over hers again, rocking against her lips, licking them open and penetrating with his tongue. She shifted slightly and put her arms around his neck, holding him close, her tongue joining his in play. And she heard him growl deep in his throat, pulling her across his lap, tight against him. And they kissed, and kissed, and kissed. His hands roughly massaged her back, her hip, her leg. Her fingers locked into his hair, and she made a soft moaning sound. Noah was lost. He could no more stop kissing her than move a mountain. He continued to devour her, groaning as she added her own sweet sounds, pulling at her mouth, drawing her closer, until finally, breathless, he broke away. He took a few breaths, his eyes pinched closed. Whew, Ellie. I don't know who taught you to kiss, but you don't need any further instruction. See? You like that too much, she whispered. We're headed for trouble. He chuckled. You don't hate it either. I could tell. I have some serious feelings happening here. That's another reason for me to leave, she said. I'm getting out of here before I totally fall for you and end up with a broken heart. You don't really like me that much. You call me names. I tease. Don't you know anything? Girls tease the boys they like. But before I run for my life, will you please help me get my kids back? Noah, I can't live without my kids. I just can't. It's the one thing that could really break me. Do you get it? You could hurt me, but that could break me. It was like a brick in the head. There was so much more to her than lips, than his desire, than wanting and caring. She had a family, and this situation with her kids was serious business. He would have to be careful here. He ran a knuckle along her cheek. Yes, I'm gonna help. Tomorrow, first thing, you go see Bree with your tape. And now, I'm gonna walk you home. This is Virgin River, Noah. You don't have to walk me home. Your ex-husband is threatening you, promising to get even. I'm gonna get you home, make sure you're in safely, and there's no discussion about it. You have to promise me something, she said. Anything. He said before he could stop himself. You can't be looking at me like you want to kiss me, and I won't look at you like I want you to. This is a little scary. I can't afford to have anything go wrong before I get the kids. Nothing will go wrong, I promise. We're going to get this worked out. Come on, he said, standing and pulling her up. Because if you stay, I'm going to want to make out all night, and I don't think we can take it." He tapped on the door to the bedroom, and George opened it altogether too quickly, as if he'd been pressed up against it. Noah smirked at him. "I'm walking Ellie home, and Lucy is staying with you." "Fine," George said. "She likes to sleep on the bed," Noah said, nodding at the dog. Noah held Ellie's hand as he walked her home in the dark. Even though their pace was leisurely and they didn't talk, his mind was racing. He cared about her so much that his chest ached. No matter how bad things got, she never gave in. So for her to cry signaled disaster and terror for her. He wanted to crush her to him and protect her and keep her safe like no one had been able to do in her life. Her grandmother had given her love and wisdom, but while she'd been devoted, she'd obviously barely kept the wolf from the door. By the time Ellie was a 17-year-old mother, it was she who was working to support the family. But nothing seemed to ruin her. Nothing embittered her. She was grateful for a horrible job because it allowed her to take care of her children. And she appreciated this job, though it didn't pay her enough to live, because it was a means to an end and would get her children back to her. She was so tough, yet so vulnerable. It wasn't pity that drove his desire to hold her close. It was admiration, respect, friendship, and loyalty. And, if he was honest, undeniable lust. "Can I ask you a personal question?" he said. She sighed. "Another one? What now? I told the truth about the lap dances." "Not that. Did you date much besides Jason and the other guy? I'm sorry, I just can't remember his name right now. Like in school? Like between relationships?" "Noah, I started going with Jason when I was 14. He was almost my first boyfriend ever. After Jason, I was a mother who worked 2 jobs. I didn't have time to date or see guys. That's probably what got me into trouble, a complete lack of experience. I loved Jason with my whole being. I didn't think I'd ever be able to care about anyone again. But then I met Chip at my night job at the convenience store, and he was fun. He teased Danielle and made her giggle, and he made me laugh and feel wanted. It was the first time I felt like life might turn out okay if I just went with it. After all, being with Chip was better than crying over Jason. But when I told him I was pregnant, he said, forget about it. He wasn't ready to be a father. He didn't want a baby. He told me to get rid of it, and we'd think about that again in a few years, if things worked out for us. And right after he said that, he went to jail. I guess you know my decision. I kept Trevor and let Chip go." "I see," Noah said quietly. "So, no boyfriends," he said. "That seems impossible. Surely men noticed you." "All the time," she said. "But I was too busy for men. And for the ones who didn't understand the word no, I developed a very fast left hook." He chuckled at her. "Passes," he said. "That would be the polite term. I swear, men can be so frickin' rude. Well, after Chip, I said I'd never be that stupid again. And, in my immature mind, I thought that being practical where Arnie was concerned made so much more sense than letting myself get emotionally stupid and make a big mistake. Shows you what I know." "3 men? In your life?" he asked. "Technically 2. Arnie wanted me, for whatever insane reason, but as it turned out, he didn't want to have sex with me." Noah stopped walking. "What?" She turned to look at him. "It took me a long time to accept the idea of sleeping with him, even if I didn't love him. It turned out that wasn't going to be a problem." She shrugged. "I asked him once what that was about. I didn't want him to change his mind, but I couldn't figure out him wanting a wife so much but not wanting to have sex. He said his blood pressure medicine interfered and that it wasn't the most important part of a relationship. Maybe he said that to be nice. Maybe I just turned him off. Whew, Noah said. That makes his possessive behavior even more twisted. I bet it wasn't his blood pressure medicine. I bet it's some other kind, some psychotropic medication. Some what? She asked. Something for a psychiatric condition. In addition to his personality disorder, like depression, bipolar disorder, or whatever, the upside to that would be that he's actually taking his meds. So, you see, there really have been just 2 men in my life. Are you surprised? Did you think maybe I slept around a lot? Did you think that if a girl ends up as a stripper, it's because she's just a slut? I'm sure that's what most people think. He shook his head. That's not why I asked. I just wondered if you've been mostly alone. Mostly. Except for friends. I had friends where I worked, sometimes great friends, but it's hard to keep up with friends when you have 2 kids and 2 jobs. So what about you? Until you told me you were married, I took you for a 35-year-old virgin. No, I dated a lot. Had some girlfriends who lasted a pretty long time, like 6 months. Had a lot more I dated for several weeks or a couple of months. He grinned at her and pulled her closer. There were a few I dated for one night. Before I was clergy, of course. Mary wasn't my first girlfriend, but she was the first woman I wanted to marry. Ellie smiled. That's very sweet. I guess you aren't exactly a late bloomer, huh, Preach? Nope. I bloomed right on schedule, he said with a smile. I got an early start, but I didn't get serious for a long time. And I got serious too young. It felt real, and I'd bet $1 million that Jason and I could have lived happily ever after. But there's no getting around it. It was kid love. If Danielle turns 15 and tells me she's dead in love and can't be away from some young buck, I'll ground her for life. Noah laughed. Don't be too surprised if that happens. Lots of wild hormones in youngsters. They reached the bottom of her steps. Thanks for the escort. Let me come up, he said. I want to be sure your room is totally safe. Noah, Arnie just called me a half hour ago. No way he could have driven over here and hidden under my bed. Okay, point taken. Let me come up anyway. I want to kiss you goodnight. Listen, I'm bad with men. I seem to make all the wrong choices, which is why I decided it would be best if I gave them up. At least until my kids grow up, move out, and own their own real estate. And I'm sure not getting involved with some guy who's just going to chuck me in a couple of weeks because, believe it or not, I'm just not casual about stuff like this. And you're too easy to like. So stop trying to trip me up. He laughed at her. Come on, Ellie. It's good you like me. We shouldn't be kissing if you don't like me. And I would never chuck you. I'm considerate, responsible. In order for me to even think of going off my man diet, I need more than considerate and responsible. I want someone who isn't going to die or stick up the night manager or treat me and my kids bad or leave or let me leave. I'm looking for soul-deep, lifetime, unbreakable, unbearable passion. Love to the nth degree. The real thing for once, not some poor excuse for it, and certainly not just consideration. I'm not looking for some polite version of love, but the real thing. Then she backed away. No, forget I said that. I don't even want that. It would just mess up my already messed up life. Don't make me want you. Now go home and don't press your luck. And with that, she stormed up the stairs, walked into her room, and slammed the door. She crossed her arms over her chest and leaned against the door. That had to be done. He had to be sent away. Life was complicated enough without thinking romance was possible, especially with someone as perfect as Noah. There was a soft knock at the door. Ellie rolled her eyes. This was pure hell. Being pursued by a good man, a sweet man. A sexy and adorable and very masculine man. Ugh. There was no reason she wouldn't fall right in love with him, and it wasn't going to work out. It wouldn't last. A minister couldn't make a commitment to an ex-stripper who had 2 kids by 2 different men. It had to be against some major Presbyterian rules. Had to be. She opened the door with a frown. "What are you doing?" "Pressing my luck," he said. He walked in, pushed her gently out of the way, and closed the door. He put his hands on her waist and pulled her to him, going after her lips at once. It took her exactly 2 seconds to melt to him, moan, reach her arms around his neck, and return the kiss. They kissed as if they'd been at it for years. They both knew when to open, tilt for a deeper fit, press harder, open wider, twine their tongues, breathe hard and deep. "Oh, God, stop," she whispered. "This is too good, and so not going anywhere." "What if it goes somewhere?" he asked breathlessly. "Don't build me up for some big letdown," she whispered. "Don't." He ran a hand along the hair at her temple and looked into her eyes. "I won't do that to you, Ellie. I'm not planning to hurt you. I'm not that kind of man." She fell into his lips again, kissing him deeply, holding him close, her body pressed up against his. When she broke away, she had tears in her eyes. "You know what my curse is? I can't help but always hope. That's what. I have so wanted someone who's not that kind of man. It's not so bad that I get let down, but it affects my kids, and they're everything to me." "I know," he said. "I know. I won't hurt you. I won't hurt them. These feelings just keep getting stronger. I feel it, and I can taste it in you." She hummed, letting her eyes fall closed. He carefully backed her up against the wall, pressing her there with his body. His aroused body. He placed the palms of his hands on either side of her head and expertly worked her lips, her mouth. Then he slipped to that place just below her ear on her neck. "I want you," he whispered. "I want you so bad, my hands shake. My eyes cross." She put her palms against his cheeks and pushed him back a little. "You've just been lonely," she said. "That's just it. I haven't been lonely since you came to town. I can't stop thinking about you, feeling you, tasting you, imagining you. I should be stronger than the craving you set up in me, but I'm not. And I'm not just thinking about making love to you once, but making love to you over and over. And I think about how much I want to hear you laugh, how fun it is when you're teasing me. Then I think about our bodies, skin to skin. It's powerful, Ellie, and very real." "God, Noah, you're confused. You just haven't been with a woman in a long—" "Ellie, I can be with women anytime I feel like it. But I want to be with you. I want to feel you under me. I dream about that." He shifted slightly, pressing himself against her right in that vulnerable place where her legs were joined. He ground against her convincingly and heard a slight whimper escape her even as she held him closer, tighter, and she moved her hips against him. "I want to undress you, touch you, kiss you, taste you. And then I want you to taste yourself on my mouth." He kissed her again, hot and strong and long. One hand crept to her clothed breast, kneading it. "I want you hard and hot and deep and fast. And then I want you slow and sweet. I want you to wrap those beautiful long legs around me. I want you under me and on top of me and sitting and standing. I want to see your eyes when pleasure makes you light up. I want to hold you when you come down and try to find your breath. I want everything with you, Ellie. I care about you more than I've cared about a woman in so long. I hardly recognize the feelings. I'm dying for you." "Oh, God," she whispered, moving against him. "Tell me," he demanded. "Tell me you feel something for me. I taste it. Tell me you're not just lonely." "Of course I feel something, you big dope. Why do you think this scares the holy hell out of me? But I thought you'd be the one with the great control. Besides, we're too different." He ran a hand down her bottom, down her thigh, and to the back of her knee, lifting her knee to his hip so he could press himself closer. "But the difference is what's so exciting, so beautiful. Sometimes I remember your last tease and laugh out loud when I'm all alone. I wake up in the middle of the night and I smell your skin, like you're next to me. And I want you. I can't stop how bad I want you. I don't want it to stop." "No," she whispered, her arms around his neck, her mouth open and wet under his. And to her core, she was wet and quivering. He couldn't know how turned on she was, but as he pressed and gyrated, she just fell headlong into pleasure. She was balanced on the brink of orgasm, and no one had removed a stitch of clothing. He pressed harder, moved his hips against her. "I want to love every piece of you. I want to be inside you. I want our bodies together to make the two of us into one. I want it all, and I want it hard, soft, anything that'll make you happy. I want to hold you, keep you safe, make you scream. I want to make you gasp and tremble and lose control like I'm losing control, and tip over the edge and fall." He kissed her again. "And fall," he whispered against her lips. "I want to make you fall in love with me, the way I'm in love with you." With those words, she tumbled right over that edge and without even getting undressed, experienced a shattering orgasm. She tipped her head back so that it hit the wall, pressed hard against him, put both hands on his butt cheeks to hold him tightly to her, and enjoyed a very beautiful orgasm. Fully clothed, right against the wall. She closed her eyes, bit her lower lip, and groaned as unbelievable pleasure washed over her, through her. Then she let out a long sigh and smiled. She moved her arms over his shoulders, dropped her leg from his hip, and laid her head on his chest. She went so limp he had to hold her up. "Ellie?" She hummed. "Be with you in a sec." He chuckled. "Well, now." "That was a first," she muttered. "Not a first orgasm, I hope," he said. "No. The first time I was talked into it. You sure have a way with words, Noah. I just got too turned on." She took a breath. "I guess you're in the right job. You can talk a person into anything." He laughed, a deep, gravelly, sexy laugh. He lifted her and carried her to her bed. He put her down carefully and kicked off his shoes to lie down beside her. Her eyes were closed. She was in afterglow. He could kiss her goodnight and leave her now, and he wouldn't have stirred up too much trouble. But no, he couldn't. No more than he could summon thunderstorms. He slowly began to undress her. He unsnapped her jeans, pulled her knit top up, and kissed the top of her breasts. He licked her ear, kissed the inside of her elbow, unsnapped her bra. "Ah," she whispered. "Now the foreplay." "Well, in your case, I think it's afterplay, but I bet you'll enjoy it." "Noah, you can talk to me any time, but don't you have an RV guest?" "George is asleep. And even if he's not, he wouldn't interfere in my private life. He's a grand proponent of private lives." Good old George. And she closed her eyes and let herself be stripped. Noah's hands were sweet on her body. His kisses were both tender, then not so tender. His touch was soft, then not so soft, causing her to rise off the bed to try to reach him. He was taking his time, though his breathing was becoming ragged, and she knew he was struggling to wait for her. He filled his hands and then his mouth with her breasts, drawing on her until she felt she was going to fall over the edge again. He parted her legs gently and found her slick inner parts. When he took his clothes off, she found one of his many secrets, a tattoo of his own on his upper left chest. A fish, of course. Not that religious symbol, but more like a trout leaping out of a river. She ran her fingers over it. She loved it. He was a talker. "I need you," he whispered. "You're beautiful, Ellie, and soft and sweet. I love the taste of your skin. I'm already addicted to your scent." She almost laughed out loud when she remembered swearing off men and realized that wasn't going to work for her, not with Noah around. She hadn't felt so much as a twinge of desire since long before Trevor was born. Life was too hard, and she couldn't even imagine a man making it easier. That had been until Noah kissed her, then touched her. "I can't say no to you," she whispered. "Noah, I didn't think you'd do something like this." "I didn't think I would either. At least, not yet." She put her hands against his bare chest and held him back. "Please," she said, "if you do this, when you leave me, don't be all guilty and sorry. Please." He touched her lips with his finger. "Ellie, I won't be sorry. Didn't you hear me? I'm in love with you." No, you're not. You're in lust, that's all." "That, too," he said. When he reached for his discarded pants and pulled a condom out of his pocket, her eyes widened. "You were planning this?" "I was fighting this. But I knew better than to be stupid. The last thing we need right now is to be in trouble." Her eyes drifted closed while he suited up, and she said, "I think we're already in trouble, but it's too late. Fill me." Noah paused above her for just a second, because this was it. This was the moment. There would be no going back. This would bond them. He had certain values that had been set in stone for a long time. He didn't take the act of love lightly. It wasn't recreation, as it had been in his youth. It was more than just a part of life to him. It was a commitment. From this moment, he would belong only to her. He would be hers for as long as she would have him. And he was far past the point of regrets. He just hoped she wouldn't be sorry. He pressed his lips against hers while he entered her slowly. She inhaled sharply, rising against him, bringing him deeper. As soon as he began to move, she surrendered again. Another powerful orgasm shook her, causing her to tremble in his arms. And in a breath, he said her name twice. Ellie. Ellie. He held her still and deep, and when she was beginning to relax, he pumped his hips and let go with a deep, sexy groan. He held himself above her so as not to crush her with his weight, and he couldn't even make himself leave her body. Sweet Ellie, he whispered, brushing her hair out of her face. I think you're saving my life. When he began to pull away from her, she tightened her arms around him. No, please, she whispered. Please don't leave me. I'm not going to leave you, he said. Stay inside me. A little longer. I don't think I've ever felt that way before. Sweetheart, he answered, lowering his lips to her neck, her shoulder. You're heaven. And here I thought ministers were probably boring in bed. Are you sure you're a minister? His answer was a mere chuckle and a little squeeze. And how about the whole waiting for marriage thing? I mean, I realize you don't want to marry me, but I thought ministers especially never mess that up. Isn't that a real special rule? He put a finger under her chin and lifted it so he could look into her eyes. I'm just a man, Ellie. I've had to learn to accept that, and so will you. Do you feel like you failed? She wanted to know. This wasn't a mistake. This was supposed to happen, he whispered. Ellie, I'm not going to let you down. You haven't so far, she laughed softly. I thought you'd make love in black socks, she said softly. Badly. I thought you'd do it badly. I guess you're okay with it so far. Ugh, she sighed. Oh, Noah. Listen, I have to tell you something. Her drowsy eyes opened. I don't want to push you into anything. Take your time about me. But you have to know, I feel pretty strongly about monogamy. Her eyes widened. You can't think I'd be with another man. I wasn't even going to be with you. But there is one thing you have to do for me, she said. Anything that makes you happy, he promised. I want this to be only between us. Sure, of course. It's personal. I agree. I don't want anyone around here to know it's like this between us. I just work for you, that's all. He frowned. We don't have to share our personal lives with anyone, but we don't have to hide the fact that we care about each other. Yeah, we do, Noah. No one can know about this. About us. Ellie, why? Are you embarrassed to find yourself attracted to a man who's a minister? She laughed a little bit. No, but no one would ever believe you seduced me. And you did, Noah. You did, and I loved it. Not only are you the sexiest minister alive, you might be the sexiest man alive. But people will think I trapped you. They'll think I ruined your purity and dirtied you up. And I don't need that right now. Come on. You're wrong. I'm right, she said. No matter how much I try to do the right thing, no matter how determined I am to do the right thing, everything that happens ends up being my fault. And when people around here find out you like me, they're going to think I cast an evil spell on you and made you break your vows. Honey, I didn't take a vow of chastity. I didn't promise not to love a woman. I never said I wouldn't have a perfectly normal sex drive. I'm not 15, Ellie. I'm 35, and I've missed passion. Passion and intimacy. Two things that are really healthy for a normal man. Don't argue with a man with 7 years of theological training. People don't get that about you like I do. They think of you as different. As a minister. Please, Noah. Let's just act like I work for you and that we're casual friends. We can do that if that's what you need. Or we can change the way things have been for you. We could be honest without being indiscreet. We could hold hands. You could let me put my arm around your shoulders, smile at you like you're special, treat you like the woman of my choice while I enjoy being the man of yours. You don't get it, do you, Noah? She asked, shaking her head. Don't you see how fragile this is? How much hangs in the balance for both of us? At some point, maybe sooner, maybe later, the people here are going to figure me out. They'll know I come from a dirt-poor background, that the men who gave me my children didn't marry me, that I was a stripper when you hired me. What if they hate me? What if they treat my kids like trash because of me? I won't let anyone. Don't you see? It's your future in this town, too. What if they ask themselves what kind of minister you could be if you choose a woman like me? Oh, Noah, she said, running her fingers through his thick, dark hair. We'd get along okay in a bigger town where no one knows us all that well, where I'm not hooked up with the local preacher. But here, you and me, it could ruin us all. No, he said, shaking his head. It's not going to be that way. She smiled at him. You're just a fool, she said. It usually is that way. He gazed into her eyes for a long moment. Then he covered her mouth with his for a long, deep, luxurious kiss. He began to grow firm, still inside her. You're wrong, he whispered. And it won't work. It will show in my eyes. Everyone will know, even if I never touch your hand. Promise me to try, Noah. Please, promise me. I'll try if that's what you want. But Ellie, one of the best parts of you is that you never have shame. You make your choices, you do your best, and guilt and shame, the two most useless negative emotions on the books, just aren't part of you. I'm not ashamed of loving you, Noah, she said. I'm afraid. For both of us. Afraid, yet one more thing in her life would go badly? Wouldn't turn out? Would punish her rather than bringing her joy? Loving him? Was she talking about her feelings or her actions? He wondered. Both, his inner voice told him. She was hard-headed and sure of herself. She wouldn't do anything she didn't want to do. She loved him, and they had come further than they had planned, but she still wouldn't say it. She wouldn't say, Noah, I love you. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you're not afraid, he said gently. He pressed his lips against her temple. But first, I'm going to make love to you again, before I have to start pretending I barely know you. He smiled at her. Excellent, she said with a heavy, yielding sigh. Chapter 13. It was after 4 a.m. when Noah kissed Ellie goodbye and made the walk back to his RV. He saw the lights were on inside and wondered if he'd forgotten to turn them off when he left. But once inside, he saw that George was up, sitting at the table with coffee and his laptop open. George looked up, lifted a brow, and gave a half smile. But he didn't say anything. Noah poured himself a cup of coffee and sat across the small table from George. Lucy rose slowly, wandered to Noah, and put her head in his lap, looking up at him with those big, sad brown eyes. She looked incredibly sympathetic. This is a little awkward, Noah said. Because an old man twice your age caught you coming in at almost 5 a.m? He chuckled. Relax, Noah. You know I approve of you getting on with your life. You're overdue. Noah took a sip, swallowed, and said, I'm not sure if you're going to approve of how I'm going about it.
You don't need my approval. I'm happy if you're happy." "It's not the spending the night part," Noah said. "I know you're not going to give me a hard time about that. It's that I'm not sure Ellie is ready for all I'm willing to commit to. And I pushed her anyway." "What a shame," George said. "Because it's up to you to make sure no one is hurt by your actions." "I'll do my very best," Noah said. "I haven't felt this way in such a long time. I barely recall how it's supposed to feel. Ellie has a lot of doubts. About me, about everyone I hope to welcome into a church losing all respect for me when they find out I'm in love with her. Obviously, not everything is in doubt," George said. "I know you, Noah. You're not careless or impulsive. You plot. You think too much, actually. If I'm right, you left here with her thinking you might spend the night, or at least that you'd try to. I was prepared, if it came to that. Thank God. Listen, son, I think Ellie surprised you. You weren't ready for a beautiful, bright, and sassy young woman to make your world light up. And poor Ellie, she wasn't ready to fall for you. I'd venture a guess that you're not her type at all. Now, while you two work through whatever issues you have, try giving thanks and being happy. Gifts don't come banging at the door every day. In a push-up bra yet." George peered at Noah. "It is a push-up bra, isn't it?" "Answering that would be indiscreet," Noah said. "I suppose," he muttered in disappointment. "She doesn't want anyone to know about us. Not just that we're intimate, but that we're interested in each other. She doesn't want a whiff of romance to be obvious between us. She said people will blame her, especially after they learn all about her past, which they inevitably will. She believes they'll think she threw her evil web around me and trapped me. But, George, nothing could be further from the truth. There's not a mean or insincere bone in her body. And I was on her like a duck on a June bug." Noah shook his head. "It puts an ache in my chest that she would feel undeserving. God, I'll have to work my whole life to deserve her." George looked down briefly. "I hate that she should have such self-esteem issues. With you, I'm used to that. But Ellie has too much joy despite her problems to do that to herself." "What do you mean, with me you're used to that?" Noah demanded. "You remind me of the man in the flood. The flood swamps his house and he stands on the roof. A boat comes along and he says, 'Don't worry about me. God will take care of me. Go save others.' Not long after, the water's rising, a second boat comes along and he says the same thing. Soon enough, he's perched on top of the chimney and a helicopter lowers a rope. 'Don't worry about me,' he shouts. 'God'll take care of me.' Well, of course the silly ass drowns. When he has his first meeting with God, he rails, 'I believed in you. I trusted you. Why didn't you save me?' And God says, 'I sent 2 boats and a helicopter. What more do you want?'" Noah just stared into his cup. He knew the joke. It came up regularly. Struggling is mandatory. Suffering is optional. Noah knew that too. If God rescued you, if God gave you a gift, do right by it. George got up and refilled his cup. "I talked to you only because you want me to, Noah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said a word, and I'm definitely not asking questions. I hope you don't mind that I'm an early riser, because I don't want to stay away. I'm leaving on Wednesday morning as planned, but I want to come back very soon. I want to see how this turns out. Stay out all night as often as you want. I don't care." "You're disturbed," Noah said. George laughed at him. "I remember being your age. I believe my wife was leaving me about that time, and everything in my life was chaotic. So melodramatic. You're gonna like being 70. Things change, especially where you choose to expend your energy. I probably have as many problems as I ever did, but I wake up every morning thinking, all is right with my world. I couldn't seem to do that at 35.
George sat down and opened his laptop again.
Get a shower. Have another cup of coffee. Get right with the world. You're a good man, Noah. You have a good and faithful heart. God isn't mad at you about anything.
When Noah got out of the shower, George had scrambled some eggs for the two of them. It was barely after 6 when he decided to head for his office in the church, only because it would give him a little quiet time before the work crews arrived and began pounding and whirring. He wasn't being deliberately quiet when he entered and climbed the stairs, but he'd left Lucy with George, and his entry must not have made a sound. He looked into the sanctuary and saw a most beautiful thing. Ellie knelt before the stained glass window and, hands folded and looking down, she appeared to be praying. It made him smile to himself. He had so many assumptions about her, so much he took for granted. He leaned in the archway to the sanctuary and just watched. He felt as if he was eavesdropping, though she didn't pray aloud. Her lips moved, however. A few minutes passed before she raised her eyes and got to her feet. When she turned and saw him, she jumped and grabbed her heart.
Sorry, he said. That was such a beautiful image. I couldn't look away. I didn't know you prayed. She took a breath to steady herself.
You never asked.
I never did,
he admitted.
Were you brought up in the church?
Now and then, she shrugged.
Any special denomination?
All, she said. My grandma used to think that passage when Jesus said, "In my Father's house are many rooms," didn't mean there was a big hotel in heaven. It meant there were lots of different ways to worship. We dropped into different churches for the occasional sermon.
Interesting. And you weren't confused?
We were never at one long enough for confusion to settle in, she said.
So this wasn't a special occasion?
He asked. Noah, I've spent so much time on my knees, they should be calloused. That's figurative. I usually pray in the shower. My grandma taught me that. If you pray naked, you don't try so hard to hide things from God. She said, the Old Testament aside, God is our friend. He had a real short fuse in the Old Testament. Oh, and she also taught me that more important religion happens over the back fence with a good friend than anywhere else. So poo on your 7 years of seminary training.
He laughed. I'd have to agree with that. What else? I live for her sayings.
I'm afraid Grandma didn't have one for the morning after you spent all night having wild monkey sex with a minister. She grinned. That I know of. He lifted her chin and looked into her beautiful brown eyes.
Why do you look so rested? I'm exhausted and I look like I worked on a term paper all night.
I feel fine. Finer than I felt in 100 years. I'm going to see Bree when I think she's got her office open. Then I'm off to Vanny's to help her out.
Were you praying for forgiveness? For trapping me in a secret affair?
She smiled at him. I was saying thank you for everything. For my grandma and her good years, for my kids, for this little town that's working out. And for you, but don't let it go to your head. Grandma didn't have 2 nickels to rub together, but she was always grateful and happy.
Ellie, I wasn't sure you even believed, much less practiced.
She shook her head. Noah, everyone prays in a foxhole. I've been in one foxhole or another for the past 9 years. I don't even count growing up poor. I just count since Jason died. Grandma always said to trust that things would be as they should be, I just can't figure out why they shouldn't be easier. He gave her a little kiss.
Did you ever hear the story about the man in the flood?
After a little private church-going and a little chaste kissing, Ellie's next stop was Bree's office. Bree was incensed by what she heard on Ellie's answering machine tape.
I know you did this, you bitch, and you're not going to get away with it.
What are you talking about, Arnie?
Child Welfare Services paid a visit while I was at work, asking a lot of questions, talking to the kids without me present. Got the staff all worked up and curious. I know you. You told those little bastards what to say. But it's not going to work.
I don't know anything about this. Maybe it was something the court wanted.
You're going to pay for this and pay big. I hate you, you skanky bitch, and I'm going to fix you good. You think losing the kids because you're just a low-life slut was hard? Wait. I'm just getting warmed up.
Bree had to take a couple of deep breaths before she could even respond. And then she said, I'm going to file a motion at once. We have to revisit the custody issue now, in light of his refusal to let you visit or talk to your children, and his threats, one of which is recorded. Be warned, this will require a court appearance. If the judge doesn't dismiss my motion, he'll schedule a hearing where all parties can be present. The scumball will have a chance to defend himself and level his own accusations. So tell me now, Ellie, is there anything he's going to bring against you that we should be prepared for? Ellie felt the heat rise to her cheeks. She'd told Bree the entire story, including her work as a stripper, all in confidence. I don't think so. Bree took a breath. Just lay it on me. Have you been dancing for extra money, writing bad checks, missing deadlines to return the kids, using drugs or getting drunk, anything you can think of? Ellie swallowed. Her voice was very small when she said, No, nothing. Somehow I think there's something. Listen, we have confidentiality. Just don't let me be surprised. It's critical that I be prepared for the absolute worst possibility. She gulped. The pastor, we have kind of a thing. I asked him to please not let it show in public. I don't want people thinking I tricked him. And I know some people would think that, but I didn't make the first move. Honest. A thing? A very, very new thing. Last night I was upset about the phone call and went to him. He walked me home. She looked away. He stayed.
Oh, well, that's interesting. One corner of Bree's lips turned up with the temptation to smile.
It's been heading there. I let Noah kiss me.
A slow smile grew on Bree's face.
Is that it? It was a very good kiss. A couple of them, in fact. Believe me, after all I've been through with men, I sure wasn't about to get involved with another one. But I admit it, I wasn't exactly put off. And then, well, I just couldn't help it. He's so wonderful.
Bree laughed.
Ellie, adult relationships are not against the law. They're not considered indecent. You've been divorced for almost a year, and unless you're rolling around in bed under the same roof with your children, where they could see things they're too young to see, you're within your rights to date. You're single, you're young and healthy, and it's not a factor in custody agreements. And if you had to pick someone, gee, a lily-white pastor isn't a bad choice. Just the same. Take no chances with that. Don't find yourself in a romantic situation with anyone while the children are present. We don't want any unnecessary trouble. Lawyers have said the judge should never have taken them away from me because of my dancing, since it was legal. I wasn't abusive, neglectful, or doing icky things in front of them. The judge should have at least warned me, had me investigated to see if I was a bad mother. Not made his decision like that, so fast. But that ship has sailed, Bree said. We could appeal his decision, and before it got to the Court of Appeals, not only would the period of your ex-husband's temporary custody be long past, your kids would be in junior high. No, the way to go is to do everything his way, and promptly. It often means kissing some unworthy butt, licking dirty shoes, but the goal is reversing the custody order based on this new information. Or, failing that, getting them out of his house. Even though the judge is wrong? Ellie asked. He's wrong, but he's safe. You're not. He could retire before you get an appeal. Trust me, Ellie. We just want this to go away. If the motion is denied, the best thing to do is serve the time, circle the wagons, load court up with solid citizens who can vouch for you, and get this over with. Believe me, I know this judge. He goes his own way. We just say, "Yes, sir, very happy to please you, sir." But you think it looks promising. The worst-case scenario is 90 days. You're about 2/3 done with it. It could take a couple of weeks to get a hearing, so we're not asking for much. We're only asking to shorten this temporary custody ruling by a little bit. Hope for the best. From my point of view, you're making a very reasonable request. You've carried out the judge's wishes to the letter. Nothing says proper job like a pastor's assistant. Or pastor's lover? She asked, looking down. Well, I'm not going to bring that up. It's not relevant. Okay? Now, is there anything else you should tell me? Ellie shrugged and said, no matter what names he calls them, the one that hurts the most is bastards. I don't want them called that. That's my fault, not theirs. Ellie, you have to be stronger than name-calling. You gave them life. You can rise above a dirty word. I know, she said. I managed to rise above a lot of things. That one's extra hard. I'm so happy to have them. So sorry there's anything missing from their lives. From Bree's office, Ellie headed over to Vanny's to play Mommy's helper. Her new friend looked much better than she had when Ellie began this special assistance. Vanny appeared rested and the house was holding up. In what seemed no time at all, it was a whole new scene. Rather than Mommy's helper, she was Mommy's friend. They worked together to tidy the house, caught up on the laundry, and got an early start on dinner. While they each sat at separate ends of the sofa with a load of clean baby clothes to fold between them, they talked. I haven't held Hannah enough since she first arrived here. I avoided holding her, and when I did, I don't think my heart was in it. Do you think that's gonna be a lasting harm to her? I don't really know much about that sort of thing, but my grandma used to always say, children will tell you what they need if you just pay attention. Hannah isn't even cranky. The only time she cries, she's tired or dirty or hungry or reaching for you. If you're a little better about things now, you can cuddle more, catch her up. I mean, think about it, Vanny. Sometimes mommies are too tired, don't feel good, even get sick and go to the hospital. Sometimes they have to work more than one job. I'm afraid she'll never forget, on some subconscious level, that I was cold to her. I'm still not sure I'm committed. I know what you mean. I always worried about that, too. About what? Being cold toward your kids? Vanny asked. I wasn't cold, but I was never able to give them enough. I was wrung out. I mean, I had my grandma to watch the kids, and I knew she was giving them tons of love. But they need their mother, right? And I worked day and night. By the time I could be with my kids, I was worn out, and I just didn't have anything left. I've always wondered if they suffered because of that. But if you knew them, she smiled wistfully, they're so amazing. I probably owe it all to my grandma. Vanny shook out a onesie and folded it. You're pretty amazing, Vanny said. and I don't think you give yourself enough credit. I'm just having one of those emotional days, she said. I don't have them too often, thank God. But she'd been threatened by her husband, loved by her man, encouraged by her lawyer, depended on by a good friend. And it wasn't even noon. By September in the mountains, the weather was beginning to cool. Fishing was good, hunting was around the corner, and the bar was pretty full at dinner time. Jack greeted a man he'd never seen before. He gave the bar a wipe and said, "Welcome. How you doing?" "Great, thanks. Nice place you got here." "We're proud of it," Jack said. "Passing through?" "More or less. How about a cola? That too much trouble?" "Not at all, my friend. I'm Jack." "And I'm Arnold. Pleased to meet you." While Jack served up a cola, he noticed that Arnold took a slow look around the bar, taking it in. There were a few couples in the place. 3 senior ladies occupied one spot near the window, and a couple of tables were pushed together to accommodate Mel, Bree, Paige, and the small children, with Mike Valenzuela, Bree's husband, the town cop, sitting at the end. Some fishermen played cribbage and shared a pitcher at one end of the bar, and at the other end, a solitary man nursed a drink. Arnold was almost turned around on his stool when Walt Booth and Muriel St. Clair came in. Walt, a powerful-looking man with silver hair and black eyebrows, came up to the bar next to Arnold while Muriel wandered over to the table of women. Patrons greeted them both. "Hey, Walt." "Hi, Muriel." Arnold turned his attention back to the front of the bar, and Jack saw him smile. Arnold picked up his cola. Jack looked at Walt. "Beer, General?" "Thanks. And a Chardonnay for Muriel. And a takeout from the kitchen, but no hurry on that. When you have a minute." "You got it," Jack said. And then he was busy at the other end of the bar, producing another pitcher. Jack noticed Hope McCrae as she came into the bar wearing her standard uniform of big clown glasses, muddy rubber boots, and what looked like a trench coat that had seen better days. She sat beside Walt and tapped the counter for her whiskey. Right behind her, Dan Brady arrived, wearing his shady Brady. "Haven't seen you in a while, Brady," Hope said. "I've been working on that old house night and day, trying to get it right so it can be sold." "Oh, yeah? And then what?" "I'll find another place," he said with a shrug. "General?" Dan greeted, leaning around Hope. "How are things?" "Never better, son. Thanks for asking." Jack made a quick trip to the kitchen to put in the General's order and was back at the bar quickly. "How you doing, Hope?" he said as he served up the old woman's whiskey. And, "Brady, you avoiding me?" the man said. "A little bit of you goes a long way." Jack laughed at him. Then Jack asked Arnold, "Can I interest you in some dinner? Some outstanding corned beef and cabbage tonight with boiled potatoes and apple pie. The apple crop has been great this year." "That might be nice, thanks. I'll think about it in a minute." "And what do you know about the church next door?" "Been boarded up for years," Jack told him. "But we got us a new pastor, and he's fixing up the church. Presbyterian. Should be open for business in another month or so. It's been a long time since we've had church in this town. Way before my time, that's for sure." "Ah. Pastor's name?" Arnold asked. "Noah Kincaid." "You from around here?" "Not so far away. Thing is, I'm sure that's the church where my wife took a job." Everyone at the bar seemed to go silent at once. Then finally, Jack asked, "Wife?" "Ellie. Have you seen her around?" Jack knew only 2 things about Ellie. She seemed like a nice, genuine girl. And he knew she had difficult custody issues that concerned Noah. But Jack didn't know the particulars. And there was one more thing. For no particular reason, he didn't like this man who said he was her husband.
Jack said, "Nice young woman, Ellie. I was under the impression she was unmarried." Arnold laughed. "Yeah, I suppose that would be her story, that she's not married. She has a long history of that kind of thing. Good at stories, my Ellie. She's married and a mother, and the judge gave me the kids. What does that tell you?" "That someone's not telling the whole truth," Jack said, and his jaw twitched. He was a bartender. He didn't very often read people wrong. "Well, there you go. I wondered if maybe someone should warn the minister about her. You know, before he gets in too deep. Gets in trouble with the town or his higher-ups because of her." The silence was deafening. Everyone was listening, except the fishermen at the end of the bar, and they were concentrating on their cribbage game. Jack probably knew Ellie the best of everyone present, but others apparently had their own strong opinions about her. Ellie had been helping Walt's daughter, Vanny, with the babies, and Walt appreciated that. Hope and Dan had met Ellie several times, and Ellie made them laugh. Mel turned in her seat to stare at the man. Jack knew Mel got a kick out of Ellie and liked her too. By now, Bree actually stood up to listen to the exchange. Jack thought Ellie and Bree had met at least once in the bar. Possibly Ellie had taken her issues to Bree for legal advice. The look on his little sister's face was venomous. The three little old ladies by the fire? They were all ears, and their legs almost twitched with the desire to bolt to their phones. And then Mike slowly got up from his table and went behind the bar to stand beside Jack. "And why would Noah have problems?" Jack asked evenly. Arnold laughed lightly and shook his head. "She's using him and the job to get out of trouble. Penance. Ellie worked in a strip joint. She was hooking. She's a whore. Selling her body and who knows what else. I kicked her out when I figured out what she was doing." He sipped his cola. "I'm divorcing her, of course, but for now I just have to keep the kids away from her. Who knows what all she's into?" The door to the bar opened with a ripple of friendly male laughter, and Noah and his friend George walked in. Without looking at his watch, Jack knew it was time for Lucy's dinner and knew she was leashed out on the porch. Noah and George said a few hellos and didn't seem to notice that it was morgue quiet in the bar as they grabbed a couple of stools. Noah said, "Hi, Jack." And George said, "My God, something from the kitchen smells incredible." Noah slowly became aware of the unusual silence that surrounded him, and after looking around a little, he spotted Arnold. And Jack noticed Arnold smiled and narrowed his eyes. "What a coincidence," Jack said. "This man here was just explaining, in great detail, why you should warn you off that nice girl Ellie who's been painting the church and helping Vanny with the babies. Noah, this is—" "I know who he is," Noah said with deadly calm. "What are you doing here?" "Checking out this town," he said with an air of innocence. "Seeing where Ellie got her job." And making sure everyone in the bar heard him accuse her of some very unsavory things, a female voice said from behind them. It was Bree, and she looked furious. Untrue things, by the way. "Is that so?" Arnold said with a laugh. "You married to her? You live with her? I'm telling you, the girl knows how to put on a real good show. You'll believe what she wants you to believe. I have personal knowledge." "You're not married to her, Mr. Gunterson," Bree said easily. "You should probably go now, before you dig your hole any deeper." And with a voice as smooth as silk, a half smile on his lips, he faced Bree down and said, "And just who do you think you are, ordering me out?" Jack's hand came down on the bar hard, clamping over Arnold's wrist,
and he glared into the man's eyes. Jack's eyes glittered. Jack hated this kind of cheap sissy maneuver, trashing the girl to the town behind her back. He might not know exactly what was going on, but he knew this guy was wrong and Ellie was an okay kid. All he was lacking were the facts. "That's my little sister, asshole, and your 15 minutes of fame are up. You're leaving." Arnold started to laugh meanly. "Jesus. Is she fucking all of you?" Noah's stool scraped back and fell. He stood so abruptly. As if choreographed, as slick as a football play, Dan stopped Noah from mixing it up with Arnold. Walt grabbed Arnold's upper arm and held it firmly, while Jack and Mike came around the bar to escort him out. Unfortunately, before they could remove him, the door opened and Ellie stood there. She saw Arnold and shock was etched on her features. "Arnie, what are you doing here? Where are the kids?" "I just thought I should pay a visit, make sure your minister here and your new friends knew that you were cozying up to a prostitute, a stripper, a druggie, a whore." "What?" she said, stunned. "What on earth?" Arnold just laughed. "Your stories are just getting worse and worse, Ellie. You shouldn't have lied to all these good people." "But that's not true. You know that's not true. Arnie, who's watching the kids?" "I have them handled," he said. "No thanks to you." "That's all," Jack said, gripping one arm while Mike grabbed the other. "You're all done here." They walked him out of the bar and down the porch steps. "Just in case you're wondering, you shouldn't show your face around here again," Jack said. "It could be bad for you." "Are you threatening me?" Arnold asked. "Nah," Mike said. "Promising." In the bar, Ellie looked around and found all eyes on her. Panic immediately set in. Would they believe what Arnie had told them? Bree said, "Ellie, come here, right now." Bree grabbed her hand and, with Ellie in tow, immediately bolted for the kitchen phone to call the police. "This is just a hunch, but from what you told me about Arnold's isolationism, the kids might have been left alone, unsupervised. What's the address?" Ellie gasped. She put her hand over her open mouth. "Ellie, the address," Bree asked. Ellie recited it, and Bree reported the children as abandoned. She requested that the police check the house. "They're 4 and 8, Bree told the dispatcher. "I'm Bree Valenzuela, a friend of their mother's." The second Bree hung up the phone, Ellie grabbed it and dialed Arnie's house. There was no answer, but that meant nothing. Arnie could have demanded they not answer the phone, as he had when they all lived together. But what if it was something far worse? After letting it ring too many times, she hung up and fell into Bree's arms, sobbing. "God, what has he done? What has he done?" "He's trying a little damage control, but it backfired on him. When we get a hearing, the judge will hear about that too. Before we get that far, he was lying, wasn't he, Ellie?" "Of course he was lying. I worked in a strip club, you know that. A clean club. The boss was always on the lookout for funny business. Most of the women who danced there were single mothers, doing it for the money. I swear to God." She ran a hand through her hair. "I have to get to my phone, in case they call me." And with that, she ran out the back door and down the street. Ellie didn't even notice Joe and Nick sitting on their front porch as she ran past until Joe called her name. Ellie stopped for just a second, made a sound of despair, and then hurried onto her apartment. She tried calling from her own phone, but she knew Arnie didn't have caller ID. At least he hadn't when Ellie lived with him. He didn't want the phone answered, period. There was no answer. Again. Ellie paced. But it wasn't very long before there was a tapping on the door, and Joe popped it open without being invited in. "Sweetheart?" Joe said. "What's the matter?" Ellie quickly ran down what had just happened in the bar. Then she added, "Joe, the bar I told you I worked in? It was a strip club, and yes, I danced, but I swear to God I never took drugs or worked as a prostitute. I promise you. And if I don't talk to my kids real soon, I'm going to go to Arnie's, and if I have to tear the doors and windows off the place, I am going to be sure my kids are—" She stopped as the phone rang, and she snatched it up. "Hello? Mama? Oh, baby, where are you?" Ellie asked Danielle. "I'm here," she said. "I'm at Arnie's house. Are you all right?" "I think so," she said. "He said we could have supper when he comes back." "Danny, are you alone? You and Trevor?" "Uh-huh. The phone's been ringing and ringing, but he said don't answer the phone, and if it was him playing a trick, maybe we wouldn't get supper." "All right, sweetheart. I want you to listen to me. You're not supposed to be left alone, so a police officer is coming to check on you. Ask who's at the door, and if he says it's the police, you can let him in, just so he can be sure everything is okay." "We can't, Mama," she said. "Of course you can, honey. It's okay." "No, Mama, the door is locked." "It's okay for you to unlock it for the police, honey. In fact, I'll stay on the phone with you until they get there." Over her shoulder, Ellie noticed that Joe had taken up the pacing. Nick came into the apartment, a look of concern on his face.
Thanks for staying with us. Before we continue, take a minute to enjoy some peaceful music. This audiobook is our gift to you. No cost, no ads. Let's keep the good vibes going.
There were pounding footfalls on the stairs, and Noah appeared in the doorway. "But, Mama, we can't reach the lock," Danielle said. Ellie sighed. "Pull a chair over, Danny. It's okay. But wait until the police—" "Mama, it's locked on the outside." Ellie was speechless. She had to shake herself. "Danielle, Mommy's coming right now. It'll take me a while, but I'm coming right now. I love you." "Mama," she said, "I'm being afraid." "And I'm coming right now. Jo Ellen is here, and she's going to talk to you while I'm on the way. You just stay on the phone with Jo, and everything is going to be okay." "Bye," she said. "Bye, Mommy." Ellie took a breath, and with her hand over the mouthpiece so Danielle wouldn't hear her, she looked at Jo, Nick, and Noah. Her voice was softer than usual, deadly soft. "He locked them in," she said. "The door is locked on the outside. They can't get out. They're trapped." Then she handed off the phone to Jo, grabbed her purse, lunged out of the upstairs apartment, and fled down the stairs. Noah was on her heels, moving fast to keep up with her. When she hit the bottom, Noah caught her. "Whoa," he said. "Want me to drive?" She wrenched free and literally dove for the car, throwing herself behind the wheel, digging frantically in her purse for keys. The passenger door opened, and Noah jumped inside as she started the ignition. "I grew up on these mountain roads. Buckle up and hang on." Deputy Stan Pierce pulled up to the address he'd been given, and as he walked to the front door, he scowled. He couldn't make it out from the curb, but as he got closer, he could see that right inside the screen door, bolting the door closed from the outside, was a padlock. A padlock. Like an ordinary lock a firefighter could just release wasn't enough? Like a deadbolt with a key they could turn on the inside wouldn't do the trick? He opened the screen, pulled on the lock, and felt a groan escape. He knocked on the door. A very small voice asked, "Who's there, please?"
"I'm a police officer. Are your parents at home?"
"No, just me and Trevor. Arnie went on an errand."
"All right. I'm gonna get this door open. It's gonna make a noise, but don't be worried. It'll just take a minute."
Pierce went back to his car, opened the trunk, and pulled out a crowbar. He radioed his dispatcher that he'd need a social worker from Child Welfare Services. But in the meantime, he was going to open the house and look around inside. Rather than trying to cut the lock, he pried the whole contraption off the door and frame. Screws fell to the ground. The padlock bounced on the walk and into the bushes. He pushed the door open gently. The house was dark inside because the blinds and curtains were drawn. In the light from the open doorway, he could see 2 young children sitting on the sofa in a sparsely furnished living room.
"Hi," he said. "I'm Deputy Pierce from the Sheriff's Department."
He got closer and crouched to get to their level, sitting on the heel of his boot.
"How long have you been by yourselves?"
The little girl shrugged. "Since right after school. Arnie's the principal of our school."
"Ah," Stan said. "You call your dad Arnie?"
"He's not our dad," the girl said, slipping an arm around her brother, pulling him close to her. "He was our stepdad for a little while."
"I see. Do you know where I can find him now?"
She shook her head.
"What's your name, honey?"
Pierce asked. "Danielle," she said, tightening her arm protectively around her brother. "This is Trevor."
"Nice to meet you. Do you mind if I look around a little bit?"
Again, she just shook her head. So Stan did a quick inventory. Most situations like this were real easy to figure out. If the house was filthy, the kids thin and hungry, and the food in short supply, it was a no-brainer. This was a little weird. The house was immaculate. Even the kids' beds were made up. It was dark, all the blinds were closed, very little food in the fridge. Absolutely no clutter. With 2 little kids? No clutter? He checked the back door. Another padlock. The locks? This was just plain scary. He went into the kitchen to call his sergeant and explain the situation.
"The kids seem to be okay, but I have a real bad feeling. The scene is too controlled. The blinds all closed, the doors locked from the outside, and it's creepy clean. No toys or anything lying around. The kids are weird, just sitting on the couch like they were told to stay put. They're clean, but scared. My kids? If we were out of the house for a couple of hours, they'd have the place torn apart. You know? I want to bring them in, get CWS involved. Something about this is too off. Well, the locks, right there, we're looking at some serious endangerment. Neglect and endanger."
He stopped and listened.
"Okay. I'm bringing them in."
He went back to the front room. He crouched again.
"Kids, I want you to go find a couple of things to take on a possible overnight. A toothbrush, pajamas, clean clothes to put on in the morning. Anything special like a teddy bear or blanket or pillow you can't be away from. Maybe a book or toy that's special. Can you do that? Do you need my help? I have kids. I could help."
Silent, Danielle shook her head. She got up from the couch very stoically and pulled her brother along behind her. They went to their bedroom, and Stan just stood up and sighed. They'd done this before, packed their own bags. While the kids were in their rooms, a car pulled up out front. Stan went to the doorway and was standing there when a big man got out of his dark SUV and came to the door.
What's going on? Where are my kids?" "They're packing up a bag, Mr. Arnold Gunterson." "Packing a bag for what?" "I'm taking them to the police department, sir. We have a big problem with the locks on the outside of the doors, trapping the children inside unsupervised." Stan shook his head. "You can meet us at the sheriff's department and talk to the social worker from Child Welfare Services. I'm not going to cite you right now, but this is my house, my kids. What business is this of yours?" he asked hotly. "It's neglect and endangerment, Mr. Gunterson. You can't leave minor children alone in a building, locked in and trapped." "They weren't trapped," he growled. "I had to make sure they didn't open the door for anyone dangerous." Deputy Pierce lifted an eyebrow and tilted his head. "Would that include firefighters and paramedics, Mr. Gunterson?" "Okay, fine. Not a good idea. That won't happen again. We're going to the sheriff's department substation. I'll have to write up a report," Pierce said. "You can meet us there. Give you time to make up your story." Pierce stepped aside so he could escort the kids to his patrol car. It was impossible to ignore. Both kids backed up when they spotted Gunterson. "Okay, look, Deputy," Arnie said. "I apologize. I can see where you're coming from here. That wasn't such a good idea. I give you my word I'll be much more careful. We've been through a lot, the kids and me, and I just wanted to be sure they were safe from their crazy mother. That's all. You can explain all this at the station, Mr. Gunterson," Stan said. "I'll take the kids in the squad car and you can meet us there." Stan put a big hand on Danielle's shoulder and urged the kids around their stepdad. "This is a mistake," Arnie said. "Let them be. You're scaring them. You want a report? I'll bring them." "I don't think so, sir," Pierce said, urging the kids toward his vehicle. A silver PT Cruiser rushed up to the house, screeched to a stop, and a woman jumped out of the driver's side. Both kids immediately shot across the lawn to her, yelling, "Mama!" She fell to her knees and caught them, holding them. A man got out of the same car and came around the front to approach Stan, his hand out. "Reverend Noah Kincaid, officer. Are the kids all right?" "They seem to be okay, but as I was explaining to the gentleman here, I'm taking them to the station. I'd like them to sit down with someone, talk about what went on here, and while they're doing that, I'll write up a report." "You call it in? Kids left unsupervised?" "I believe it was a friend of their mother's," he said. "Do they have to go with you?" Noah asked. "I'm afraid so," Stan said, knowing he had some kind of big-time domestic situation on his hands. The husband and wife calling the cops on each other, the reverend showing up for ballast. If it weren't for the weird house and the locks and the nervousness of the kids, he might assume the wife was playing out some vengeance on the husband. "That Mrs. Gunterson there?" Stan asked. "No, sir," Noah answered. "She's Ellie Baldwin. The kids are Danielle and Trevor Baldwin. Miss Baldwin hasn't been married to Mr. Gunterson for about a year. They were only married a couple of months. It's a long story." Stan snorted. It always was. "Well, there'll be plenty of time. Let's gather up these kids. You can all come to the station while we figure out what's next." Then, under his breath, he said, "My sergeant's gonna be thrilled." "I'll follow you, officer," Arnie said. "I'm sure we can straighten this out without too much confusion." And with that, the big man strode stoically and confidently to his SUV. Chapter 14. Thank God for Noah, Ellie thought. She was angry enough to kill, but on the way to the sheriff's substation, he talked her off the ledge. He emphasized that she had to stay calm and try her hardest not to act out. Arnold will be cool. He'll do what he can to appear to be the sane, stable one, to smooth things over. He's obviously good at it. Don't let yourself get sucked in. And of course, that was exactly what happened. While Ellie and Arnie were separated from the kids, Arnie finagled a moment alone with the sergeant in charge. After hearing what Arnie had to say to the locals at Jack's, Ellie could only imagine. And he'd been in there a long time. I guess that whole ex-party thing doesn't apply to sheriff's deputies, Ellie muttered. It's a little substation, but you can bet the sergeant has dealt with this before, Ellie, Noah said. Let him do his job. I'm worried about the kids, she said softly. They've been in that back office a while now. But it was the right thing to do, Noah said. Giving permission for them to talk to the social worker alone, that was smart. Arnie couldn't prevent that happening without bringing some suspicion on himself. Danielle will tell her how it is at that house. And that whole business with the lock? That's sick. The guy is seriously twisted. A giant tear ran down her cheek. Oh, Noah, this is all my fault. What was I thinking, getting mixed up with him? Look what I've done to my kids. Hang on, kiddo. This is a bad time for a meltdown. She looked at him with such remorse, such despair, her eyes all liquid, her voice so soft, so unlike Ellie. It wasn't too much of a sacrifice for me, you know? I get by any way I can. If Arnie could give them a good home, I could manage. I thought I was making a good decision for my family. I thought... Stop, baby, he said, pulling her against him, holding her. It's gonna be all right. Noah, what's wrong with me? I shouldn't have... Ellie, stop. You were doing the best you could. She was shaking her head. I should have put more energy into keeping us independent, on our own. At least we could trust each other. He lifted her chin and looked into her frightened, wet eyes. Nothing like this is ever going to happen to you again, Ellie. I'll make sure of it. I don't know how yet, but I'll find a way. But Noah, that's not what... Ellie? She was cut off by her name being called. She turned to see Joe Fitch rushing toward her, Nick close on her heels. What are you doing here? Ellie asked, giving the wet on her cheeks a nervous swipe. I knew you'd end up here. Honey, are they all right? She nodded. But I don't know what's going to happen next. Arnie's with the sergeant, and I'm out here, and the kids are... The sergeant's office door opened, and Arnie came out. He walked toward the front door, paused to glare at Ellie, then exited the building. Oh, God, Ellie said. Was that a good sign or bad? He left without the kids, Noah said, an arm around her shoulders. So far, I'd call that good. Noah, she said softly. This is killing me. The woman from Child Welfare Services came from the room where she'd been interviewing the kids. She held a couple of thin files in her arms and approached Ellie. Mrs. Baldwin, Miss, Ellie said. Miss Baldwin. Ellie would be even better. Are they doing all right? The kids? They seem to be holding up just fine. But after I make a couple of phone calls, I'll need your help to talk to them. They're not going back to Mr. Gunterson's house tonight. But because of the court order, I have to locate some emergency foster care for them. Hopefully we can keep them together, depending on what's available. But I can't make any promises about that. Please, she said pitifully. Can't I take them with me? At least until we can see the judge again? My lawyer filed something asking for another court date, soon. I'm a licensed foster parent, Joe Fitch said abruptly. I was a foster care provider and kept up my license. It's been a few years, but I know these children. And what's more important, they know me. And your relationship to the family? Ellie has been renting the furnished room over our garage since she's been working for Pastor Kincaid. It's on the same property as the house, but it's not attached. And we have 2 extra bedrooms. On some of Ellie's Saturdays with the kids, they spent the day with Nick and I. Baking, painting, reading. I think they'd feel safe there. And their mother's nearby. Listen, Joe said to the social worker. All custody orders aside, this is a fine young woman. A wonderful mother. Believe me, I've been around the block with parents whose kids were in the system, and I know what I'm talking about. We had a total of 19, Nick said, stepping forward, slipping an arm around Joe's shoulders. Oh, God, Ellie prayed. Please, I could tuck them in. I could have meals with them. And with Joe, I know they'd be safe. The social worker looked down while she considered this. She looked up and said, You understand, the foster parent is in charge. Even if they're right next door, even if you have access to them, the foster parent has the last word. That's not a problem, Ellie assured her. I won't interfere. As long as they're safe, I won't interfere. Well, let's go back to the office and check your credentials, she said to Joe. Just so we don't muck up the procedure and make it worse on these kids. I'll get a judge on the phone. It shouldn't take long. Then, if everything is in order, you can take them home. Since you haven't provided foster care in a while, expect a few unscheduled visits. By all means, Joe said, following behind the social worker. A half hour later, they were underway, herding the kids into the sheriff's substation parking lot. And there, leaning against his big black SUV, was Arnie. He was glowering at them. It brought Ellie up short with a gasp. Noah grabbed her upper arm and whispered in her ear, Say nothing. Absolute silence. Let's get these kids away from here with Joe and Nick. Right, she said. She quickly settled Trevor into his seatbelt while Joe made sure Danielle was fastened in. And as they pulled away, Ellie leaned against Noah and gave a huge sigh of relief. Ellie's relief was short-lived. Noah took the keys from her hand and drove, despite her protests that she was just fine. And they'd no sooner cleared the parking lot of the sheriff's substation when the headlights of that big black SUV beamed through the PT Cruiser's windows, nearly blinding Noah as they hit the rearview mirror. The roar of the engine was loud. Arnie was driving within inches of the back fender. What the hell is he doing? Ellie said, turning to look into the glare. Harassing. Don't turn around. Don't look at him. Noah, turn around. Go back to the sheriff's department. He said, pulling up to a stop sign. Not yet. I want him with us, not with Joe and Nick and the kids. He sat at the stop sign for far longer than necessary while Arnie revved his engine. Then he pulled away slowly. I thought maybe he'd get out, charge the car, pick a fight. I'm a little surprised. Happy, but surprised. I'm not. Noah, he's gonna get us going up the mountain. He'll rear-end us right off the road down the side. No, that's not gonna happen. He adjusted the mirror to get rid of the glare. Then he took a couple of turns, stopped a couple more times, and lingered, staying in town. Eyes front, Ellie. We're not gonna engage him. Does Arnie have guns? He said he did, but that they were locked up safe. I never saw them. He didn't take time to go in the house before following the deputy to the station. Unless he has one in the car. She slid down in the seat as Noah drove through a motel parking lot, back out onto the main street, the SUV close on his tail. Are you sure he never hit you or the kids while you were with him? She shook her head. Sometimes he looked like he was going to either explode or cold cock me, but he didn't. He brooded, pouted, grumbled and accused and demanded, but he was never physical. He's a powder keg, Noah said. He's so close.
How does he manage to keep from hitting us with his car? She asked. Pray. Noah, really. Noah laughed softly and thought, 2 boats and a helicopter, and made yet another right turn, that big SUV inches from his bumper. There were only a few stop signs in town, and he slowed down as he approached the only light while it was green. He purposely caught the end of the yellow and forced Arnie to run a red light. "Where's a cop when you need one?" he muttered. "What are you doing? Giving me a tour?" "Giving Joe, Nick, and the kids a good head start," he said. He glanced at the console clock. "You know what? This is a good little car, Ellie. She's got some zip." "She doesn't have the zip of 8 cylinders and all that weight. And she's got a lot of miles on her." "Yeah, but she's maneuverable. I like that in a car." He turned a couple more times, drove through an alley and a parking lot, then pulled right into the parking lot of the sheriff's substation again, right up to the front door in a no-parking zone. "You go in and ask for advice. I'll ask Arnie what we can do to help him." "Oh, Noah, quick now," he said, putting the PT Cruiser in park and getting out. But of course, the second he approached the driver's door, Arnie put his SUV in reverse and left the parking lot. He left nice and easy. 20 minutes later, Noah and Ellie had a highway patrol escort up Highway 36 into the mountains and hadn't gone far when they passed a black SUV parked by the side of the road, waiting. The SUV was facing the direction of Virgin River. When they passed en route to Virgin River, the SUV made a U-turn in the middle of the road and headed out. Ellie laughed and clapped her hands. "Ha! That worked!" Noah was quiet for a long moment. "Ellie, that guy is scaring me," Noah finally said. "And I'm fearless." By the time Ellie and Noah got to the Fitch household, the kids were sitting at the kitchen table with Nick, having ice cream. They both jumped up and ran to Ellie, hugging her so hard she had to peel them off. "Hey now," she said, laughing nervously. "Looks like you have an ice cream party going on here." "They had a sandwich first," Joe said. "I thought some ice cream, bath, and bed, in that order. I think these 2 have had a little too much excitement for one night." "I agree," Ellie said. "How about it, you 2? Finish up here." "Would you like me to take care of baths?" she asked Joe. "Mama, I have my own bath," Danielle said. "Of course you do," Joe agreed. "And guess what? There are 2 tubs in this house, one in the hall and one off my bedroom. While your mom makes sure Trevor gets clean behind the ears, you'll have your own bath. We'll put Bubbles in the tub." "I want Bubbles," Trevor said to Ellie. "Bubbles for you too," Joe said. "Then bed. You don't have to go right to sleep, but you have to get comfortable, quiet, and slow down a little. All right?" While both kids agreed, Ellie mouthed, "Thank you," to Joe. And Joe just smiled. "Nick, do you have a phone in your den that I could use for a private call?" Noah asked. "Sure, Pastor. You know the way?" "I do, thanks. I won't be a minute." 20 minutes later, while Ellie was settling her kids in their beds, Noah was having coffee in the kitchen with Joe and Nick. "Okay, here's our situation. Arnie followed Ellie and I for a while after we left the station. He was dangerously close to her car, until I circled back to the station and they helped me out with a CHP escort up the hill. I made a call to the California Highway Patrol and the Sheriff's Department from your den, Nick. Arnie's a loose cannon, and I can't guess what he's thinking. Be sure the doors are locked here tonight. You probably haven't bothered to do that in years." "Never had to worry about that before," Nick said. "But we have precious cargo in the house. We'll make sure they're safe. I'll even check the windows." "Joe, no way they go to Arnie's private school in the morning. I don't know how the CWS system works, but if you have to take Danielle to some school,
It can't be that one. I'm going to talk to Ellie about having Brie Valenzuela get a temporary restraining order. Check with whoever supervises you about how to handle school. And keep sharp. I'm worried about Arnie's behavior.
You should mention this to Mike V., Joe said. Do you think Ellie should spend the night here tonight?
You can run that by her. Nick, is the phone line to that apartment accessible? Should someone have a desire to cut it and leave Ellie without a phone? Is it possible?
Nick shook his head.
It runs underground and through the inside of the garage walls. It's safe, unless someone broke into the garage, and I'll be sure those doors are locked also. If she wants to stay in her room, I'll make sure she gets in safely. She'll have the phone if she has a problem. I'm not letting anything happen to her. She's the best assistant I've ever had.
He smiled.
And I'll take your advice and mention this situation to Mike Valenzuela. You're right. He should be in the loop.
We're going to be all right, Joe said. We'll stick together and keep them all safe. That girl, she means a lot to me. So do the kids.
I know,
Noah said.
Listen, do you have a can of soup?
Sure. Why?
Ellie hasn't eaten anything. She should keep her strength up. I think she has a battle ahead.
I can sure do that, Joe said, going to the pantry. It was 10 in the evening before Ellie had finally eaten something, knowing her kids were safe and sound asleep. Noah walked her to her apartment, and when he followed her up the stairs, she didn't protest. Instead, she unlocked the door and left it open for him to enter behind her.
Are you sure you feel all right here tonight?
Noah asked her.
If you'd like me to, I can stay.
She shook her head and smiled. Didn't you say George is leaving in the morning? You should be home tonight, Noah. I'll be fine. He pulled her gently forward and held her against him.
You've had a grueling day. You must be exhausted.
The most important things are taken care of, she said, leaning her head against his shoulder. Noah, this could have been so much worse. At his worst, Arnie wasn't that scary. She took a breath. You just have no idea how relieved I am that they're right next door to me, safe and asleep.
Did you know Joe was a licensed foster parent?
I did, she answered. But it never occurred to me it could benefit us in any way.
You need to lock your door tonight. Ellie,
oh, believe me.
Maybe pull the trunk in front of it or something.
Noah, she laughed. Try not to wig out on me now. The lock is good, and if I hear a sound, I'll call you. I'll call Nick and Joe, too. Do you think after Arnie struck out with the sheriff and highway patrol tonight, he'd come around here and try something?
I don't know,
he admitted.
I think he's crazy.
No thinking about it, Noah. Arnie's nuts. I'll lock the door.
Good.
He ran a hand up and down her back.
I'm impressed, Ellie. It was an emotional, scary day, but you kept your head.
She laughed softly. I came real close to losing it a couple of times. If you hadn't been there, who knows...
Anything you need to talk about before I go?
You mean like the fact that Arnie told everyone at the bar that I was a stripper? That I was a hooker and drug addict? Ellie pulled back and looked up into his eyes. Noah, sometimes people are just waiting to believe the worst. I can't do anything about that. But the people who know me, the people who I consider my new friends, they know I'm not like that. All I've really cared about since the second I got here was getting my kids back. Arnie's just full of jealous shit, that's all. He smiled at her.
Shit's not even on the cusp. It's full-out swearing.
But I'm not in front of your church people or the kids, and you're all grown up. Let's not worry about things we can't... She stopped suddenly, and her eyes grew round. Oh, Noah, I'm sorry. You must be worried about how this will look for you, starting a new church. It could be bad for you because you hired me and helped me so much." He shook his head.
People have found plenty of reasons to judge me. I've made a lot of waves in the church. I've got a rebellious nature. I can't worry about things like gossip. It would take precious time away from important work. No, I was only worried about how you were holding up under that slander."
"What in the world could anyone say about you? You're the most goody-two-shoes guy I've ever been around. And for sure the most straight-laced guy I've ever been involved with." Then she grinned. "Except for sex, but I won't tell." What could anyone be judgmental about?
Oh, you'd be surprised. I hate my very well-known saintly father. I was wild in my youth and wasn't even married in the church. There are about 100 things I did before hiring a stripper as my assistant. And that turned out to be the smartest thing I ever did. Now, would you do something for me before I kiss you goodnight?
What do you need, Noah?
I need you to look behind the shower curtain and under the bed. Then lock me out and put the trunk against the door.
Noah, did you have monsters under the bed when you were little?
He touched her nose. No, because I checked. It was the smell of coffee and the sound of shuffling coming from the RV's bedroom that first woke Noah early the next morning. Then it was a cold, wet nose right on his temple. Whoever made up that old wives' tale that if a dog's nose was wet and cold, it was healthy, would be pleased to know Lucy was fine. He sat up on the couch and threw the blanket back. Then he watched the coffee pot perk. He glanced at his watch. 5:30 a.m. "Want a trip out back?" he asked Lucy. She went straight for the door. Noah stood outside his RV in his boxers while Lucy had her morning constitutional. When the coffee was done, he grabbed himself a cup and sat back down on the sofa, trying to get his morning bearings. George appeared in the bedroom doorway, dressed, perky, and grinning. "Well, good morning," George said cheerfully. Noah made a face. "If we had married, it wouldn't have worked," Noah grumbled. "What in God's name gets you up so damn early?" George laughed. "I don't know what it is. When I was younger, I liked sleeping through the sunrise, liked staying up late. Somewhere along the line, that changed. I might be a lot happier in the morning if someone didn't take up most of the bed," he said, peering at Lucy. "Why does she have to sleep across the bed?" He shook his head. "So tell me, is everyone safe and sound?" "Perfectly," Noah said. Since George had been asleep when Noah got back from Ellie's the night before, he explained all about Joe showing up at the sheriff's department, Arnie following them, and all the rest of the drama from the night before. So, the best of a bad situation. The kids are in Joe's house, and Ellie is able to see them all the time. And, better still, the child welfare worker isn't likely to let them go back to Arnie's house. The judge shouldn't have any excuse to undo this small victory, but I'll go ahead and cross my fingers on that. This is all good for Ellie, as long as Arnie doesn't try anything bizarre or scary. She's going to lock her door and be careful. "But she's all right?" George asked, while he poured himself a cup of coffee. "George, it's a miracle that nutcase didn't hurt her or the kids. He's off balance. I don't know what's wrong with him exactly, but he's one mixed-up dude." "As long as Ellie and the kids are all right now," George said. "She seems to be okay. Maybe more worried about the effect all those lies Arnie was spreading at Jack's will have on my reputation. And I could care less about that, as long as I can take care of her and the kids." He smiled to himself. Hercules Baldwin. "Huh?" George asked. "Never mind. So, you're up at the crack of dawn. Ready to head out?" "For now," George said. "When's the church going to be ready?" Noah shrugged. "Soon. It had better be. We have a wedding coming up. Probably my debut and inauguration of the church. I'm sure I could wrangle you an invitation. That would be great, Noah. Now, how about breakfast at Jack's? I don't feel like cooking for you today. You're on. I'll buy.
Ellie was up early, dressed and at Joe's back kitchen door before the kids were even awake. Ellie tapped very softly on the door, not wishing to disturb the house. Joe was up, however, having coffee in the kitchen while reading the newspaper. "I thought I'd see you bright and early," Joe said. "How'd you sleep?" "A little too lightly," Ellie said. "But there were no suspicious noises, and I just couldn't wait to see the kids this morning. Is it okay that I'm here?" "It's more than okay. Get yourself coffee and I'll go jostle them. They should get up for breakfast. I'm going to drive Danielle over to Valley Elementary School and enroll her. I'll take Trevor along. I'm going to make sure they know never to release her to her stepfather. There's a school bus, but until things are all calmed down, I'll drive her and pick her up. I'll give you money for gas," Ellie said. Joe put a hand on Ellie's arm and looked into her eyes. "That's the least of our worries right now. Emergency foster care usually lasts 48 hours or less, but I suggest we leave things as they are until your hearing. With your consent, and if your lawyer doesn't protest, I think your caseworker would go along with that. For right now, let's just make sure they feel comfortable here, and that they can make this adjustment. I think the last couple of months have been real hard on them. I'm going to see if I can line up some counseling for them through CWS. And how about you? Is there anything you need to help you cope?" Ellie actually got tears in her eyes. Since her grandmother, no one had ever worried about whether she was handling things all right. And she couldn't remember anyone ever asking whether she could use some professional help. There hadn't been any available, for that matter. Her load, always heavy, belonged to her alone. She hadn't thought there was another option. Ellie put her hand against Joe's soft cheek and smiled, just as a big fat tear rolled down her cheek. "I'm so sorry I lied to you. About the club, about—" "Shh," Joe said. "First of all, you had to protect yourself and your kids. Second, you didn't do anything wrong working at that club. Let it go. Immediately." "I'm so sorry, Ellie. That doesn't matter at all in how I feel about you. I care about you and the kids, and it has nothing to do with your previous job. It has only to do with the kind of human being you are. Now, should I line up some counseling for you?" Ellie sniffed back a tear. "I have everything I need, Joe." "Ellie, this isn't a sacrifice for me," Joe said softly, pressing her own hand against Ellie's. "This makes me happy. I feel good with you and the kids around. I feel useful, connected. Let's lean on each other. I don't want to take advantage—" "We've been over that," Joe said. "It's not like that. Now, do you want to wake your kids, or shall I?" Ellie pulled her hand back. "No, you do it. It's your house, you're their foster mother. I'm right here if they ever need me, but I'd like them to understand that you're calling the shots here. I want them to trust you, like I do." "You're such a good girl," Joe whispered. "If I'd actually had a daughter of my own, I doubt I could have brought one up so fine." Ellie helped Joe with the breakfast, talked with Danielle about another new school, and washed up the dishes while Joe helped them dress. All the kids had to wear were the clothes in their backpacks, so Joe decided that she would arrange to go to Arnie's house with an escort to pack up their belongings. "Is there anything I can do about that?" Ellie asked. "Yes, you can give me his work phone number, and then stay out of it. You really can't be involved with him at all, not in the least way. I'll make sure Nick comes home from work early to supervise the kids while I go over there. I'll take Nick's SUV. He doesn't have to come home early, Ellie said. I could... Ellie, you can be here with them whenever you want to be, as far as I'm concerned, but you have to let me act as guardian for the moment. I can't rely on you to parent right now. Let's do this by the book. Yes, right, she relented. Get a very big escort. I've done this before, sweetheart. It's been a while, but my foster kids tended to come from some very scary places, usually with only the clothes on their backs. That was a thought that stayed with Ellie as she went off to work at the church. She thought about her own kids, sure, but it weighed even more heavily on her mind that too many kids grew up hard. She'd lived from hand to mouth with her grandmother, but they'd always managed. She'd had friends who hadn't managed as well, some of whom were in the system. But they hadn't had a Joe or a Nick. The ones she knew were placed in crowded homes where living was tough. It wasn't unusual for them to be tossed in with a group of kids with an established pecking order and have to defend themselves or suffer abuse from either other foster kids or even the parents. Foster care was a big, scary monster among her crowd while she was growing up. It wasn't a pretty, clean house like the Fitches, with an experienced, kind couple prepared to give their hearts as well as their space. By the time she got to the church, Noah was waiting in his office, and the construction crew was already starting to work. Noah stood and went to her immediately, giving her a brief embrace and kiss on the cheek. Good. You're all right. You must not have had any problems last night. She laughed at him. I bet you're glad you didn't hire Mrs. Nagel. Wouldn't she be a sourpuss to kiss? Everything is fine, or I would have called you. What's on your schedule? I have calls to make. You? He asked. You're the boss. But if it's no big deal, I'd like to stay in town, in case Joe needs something to do with the kids. I think Vanny's doing fine with her babies, but I'll call her, explain what's going on, and be sure she can do without me for a couple of days. I'll start painting your office if you like. The noise is going to make you crazy. Nah, I'm about as crazy as I'm going to get. Is George gone? Noah nodded. But he'll be back when the church is open. Go on then. Go do your pastor thing. I'll paint and answer the phone and be close by in case Joe needs me for the kids. She's not going to need me, though. She's got this situation wired. She knows exactly what to do. You okay with that, kiddo? He asked. Yeah, she said in a breath. I can't believe what a break it is, having someone like her fill the bill. I don't think all the court motions in the world could have worked out better. Sometimes I end up being so goddamn lucky. His lips quirked up and he shook his head. I guess you wouldn't have exactly put it like that, huh? She asked. He leaned forward and gave her cheek a kiss. No, I might not have. But I know you didn't mean any disrespect. Remember, I'm the guy who saw you on your knees. Who'd have believed it would finally pay off, huh? She grinned widely. I'm gonna get out of here before I do something crazy and get caught by a construction worker or something. I'll call to check in from time to time. Make sure you're doing okay and there aren't any new developments. Call Bree first thing and ask for a restraining order. Arnie isn't worth trusting. Ellie was back at the Fitch house before Joe had returned from fetching clothes for the kids from Arnie's. Nick was in charge. The kids were watching a little afternoon TV, and he was in the kitchen. Joe told me to get started on dinner. I'm not trusted with anything more complicated than peeling potatoes and carrots, he said. Would you like me to take over? She asked. I'm almost done here. I expect her any minute. And she said no more than an hour on the TV, so I have my eye on the clock. Nick, this is wonderful of you, watching out for my kids like this. I owe you an apology. That first day I met you, when I wanted to rent that room, I made some assumptions about you that were wrong. You haven't been anything but respectful to me. I'm sorry I was so rude." He stood at the sink, peeling carrots. He glanced over his shoulder.
"No apology necessary, Ellie. Your assumption wasn't far off base. I've done some real dumbass things in this little town. I should be the one to go around apologizing, not you. But you and your kids are completely safe here. I'd never let anything happen to them. And my God, it is good to see Joe so happy."
She took a step toward him and spoke to his back. "Then why?" she asked. "Why did you get yourself that terrible reputation? I can tell you're crazy about Joe. You'd be lost without her. I know you would."
"You're right. And I don't know why. Lonely, maybe. Cross because I wasn't getting my way. A couple of times I thought maybe Joe would be jealous, and..."
He shrugged.
"It really doesn't matter. It's been a long time since I did anything as stupid as make a pass, and that's when I almost came up against Jack Sheridan."
"Whew," he said, shaking his head.
"That was years ago, and if Mel hadn't put me straight right quick, Jack would have killed me. That was before they were together, you know. But Mel was already his woman in his eyes."
He glanced over his shoulder again and smiled sheepishly at Ellie.
"You're old enough to know this, Ellie. Men can be very stupid."
She took another step toward him. She put a hand on his shoulder. "Nick, listen to me. Don't waste another minute. This thing with Joe has gone on too long. Fix it." He looked down.
"I wish I knew how."
"Beg," she said. "Ask her forgiveness. Say you were stupid and wrong and that you need her. And for gosh sakes, tell her how much you love her. It shows all over you when you're within 10 feet of her. The two of you have already wasted so much time."
"It might not make any difference, you know. Joe might not want things back the way they were."
"You have two choices, Nick. You can find out, or you can go on like this and never know." She grinned at him. "By the way, I didn't have a boyfriend, 6'5" or otherwise. And the only judge I know is my worst nightmare." He grinned back.
"I know."
Chapter 15. Vanny was doing much better at keeping up with two little ones and a house, thanks to Ellie's help. She'd even gotten pretty adept at putting two toddlers in car seats and carting them off for shopping errands. Her days were a bit more tiring, of course. There was no way to minimize the work involved, nor the amount of cleaning and laundry. And diapers? She was up to her eyeballs in diapers without the energy to begin potty training Matt. But Ellie promised to be back. She just needed 2 or 3 days in town so she could be available to her own kids. Just one day of help from Ellie would probably put Vanny right again. Much of the time lately, when Vanny was in the same room, the kids were set free. If Vanny wasn't exactly doting on Hannah, little Matt certainly was. Hannah followed him around. He, toddling. She, crawling at top speed and pulling herself up to a standing position on any piece of furniture that she could reach. Matt would bring her toys. She would offer hers to him. It was when Vanny noticed Hannah taking a couple of tentative steps from her spot leaning against the coffee table that Vanny realized she would be a year old in a month. Her first birthday. When Matt was taking first steps, Vanny and Paul and anyone else within shouting distance would be coaching him, reaching out hands for him, praising him, taking movies. But Hannah was doing it on her own. Was this because she was the second child, or because she was Terry's child? Vanny asked herself. When Matt was about to have his first birthday, Vanny and Paul and Walt were planning a wonderful big birthday celebration to include all their friends. But, with some shame, Vanny realized she was going to have to look at the documents that came along with Hannah to find out her exact date of birth.
"Mama,"
Hannah said triumphantly. Then she went splat on her diaper-cushioned butt and laughed. "Yes," Vanny said, smiling at her. "You're walking! Big girl!" Thankfully, the doorbell interrupted her thoughts, and she went to answer it. It was a UPS delivery. A very large box addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Haggerty. She signed for it and brought it into the great room where the children played. She put the box on the floor in front of the couch and sat down. "What do you think we have?" she said to the kids, who migrated nearer, curious. She opened the box and found a letter on the top of the bubble wrap. A surprise, I think," she said. She opened the letter and read, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Haggerty, Mr. Hanson told me you hadn't made a decision about Hannah yet, but I thought maybe you could take care of these things. I have nowhere to store them, and I don't want to lose track of them. They belong to Hannah. If you decide she's going to be adopted by someone else, please be sure her new family gets them. I'm in a nursing home now. My MS is pretty serious, so the nurse is writing this for me. I know it's a lot to ask, since I haven't done anything to help out, but if you or her new family can ever work it out, I would sure love a chance to see Hannah. Thank you for taking care of her. Roberta Bradford." "Wow," Vanny whispered. She put the letter down and pulled aside the bubble wrap to reveal a box full of pictures. The one on top was an 8x10 framed picture of a baby that looked exactly like Hannah. She removed it, and beneath it were a couple of shoe boxes full of snapshots. She fanned through a few and caught shots of Terry at a birthday party. Terry as a pudgy 2-year-old in a bikini, grinning that big, huge-eyed grin, all dark curls. Terry with people Vanny would never know, and Terry sitting on the same woman's lap a lot. That must be her mother in younger, healthier times. Beneath the shoeboxes, a treasure trove. While Hannah hung on her knees and Matt tried to grab at the things Vanny removed from the box, Vanny pulled out picture after picture. School pictures. Those cute, toothless pigtail pictures. Pubescent shots of what Vanny had always referred to as the big teeth age. Terry embraces, Terry in dance class, Terry helping someone wash a car. And then there were prom pictures and winter dance formals and the homecoming game with Terry right out in front, a trim and beautiful high school cheerleader who couldn't have imagined her life would be cut short at the age of 30, leaving a baby behind. Vanny tried looking through the pictures, though her eyes clouded with tears. She simultaneously kept rescuing photos from Matt's eager little hands. Finally, frustrated, she leaned Hannah against the couch and picked Matt up. She found his favorite blanket with the satin binding and snuggled it to him, putting him down in the playpen. It wasn't exactly nap time, but when the blanket came out, it meant quiet time. He did a little insulted fussing before his thumb found his mouth and he nestled down. She went back to the sofa and lifted Hannah onto her lap. She continued to sift through the pictures, showing them to Hannah, saying, "Hannah's mama, see?" Hannah didn't grab or fuss, but leaned against Vanny and just looked as each picture was pulled out. And then there was a framed wedding picture. Terry had been married? Vanny didn't know that. Obviously, she hadn't been married while Paul dated her, and if she'd been married afterward, Hannah would have had a stepfather. She looked very young in the picture. She must have been divorced before Paul met her. There were several albums that Vanny pulled out and stacked on the couch, one of them a wedding album. Beneath the albums was a smaller box. Inside, carefully preserved, were several items. A white, lacy christening gown wrapped in tissue paper. A silver cup and spoon, badly tarnished. A couple of rattles. A pink knitted baby sweater with a hood and matching mittens. And inside more tissue paper, a floppy, sorely used, stuffed puppy with one eye. "Oh, Hannah," Vanny said. "Oh, Hannah. Mama's puppy." "Baba," Hannah said, hitting the stuffed toy. "Sweet puppy," Vanny choked out, pressing the toy to Hannah and holding her tight. Vanny rocked Hannah back and forth, tears running down her cheeks. Hannah settled back against Vanny and looked up at her face. She put a pudgy little hand against Vanny's cheek and said, "Mama." "Yes, my little angel," Vanny said with a sniff. "I'm gonna be your mama. Yes, Mama loves you." By the time Vanny had given the kids lunch and settled them in their cribs for afternoon naps, she had everything from that box spread across the dining room table. Then she called Jack. "Can you give me Rick Sutter's phone number?" "Sure," Jack said in some confusion. "You all right, Vanny?" "I'll be okay. It's just real important that I talk to him right away, and I don't know when he works or goes to school or anything." "Well, he and Liz just moved into their own place in Eureka near the college. It's a little dump, but they think it's the frickin' Taj Mahal. He has classes 3 days a week, works for Paul on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and some Saturdays. So he'd be in Eureka today. I have no idea of his class schedule, and I don't know if they have an answering machine. Here's the apartment number," he said, reeling it off. "But hey, he's got that cell phone I gave him when he was in the hospital. He gets no reception in Virgin River, but it works fine in Eureka, whether he carries it or stuffed it in the back of some drawer." "Jack!" "Yeah, okay, here's the number," he said, reciting it. "You sure you're okay, Vanny?" "I'll be fine, thanks." Vanny immediately dialed the apartment number, and, of course, there was no answer and no machine. Then she tried the cell phone, and it went directly to voicemail. "Rick, it's Vanny Haggerty. God, I hope you actually carry that cell phone so you get this message. I really need to talk to you the second you get this. Nothing's wrong, Rick, but it's real important. Please call." While Vanny waited, she continued looking through the dozens of snapshots and pictures. She had put Hannah to bed with the stuffed puppy. If she didn't hear from Rick by early evening, she would call his grandmother, Liddy Sutter. But really, she'd rather... The phone rang and she grabbed for it. "Hi, Vanny, it's Rick. Is everything okay? You sounded a little..." "Freaked out?" she asked with a nervous laugh. "Rick, you know we have Hannah with us now, right?" "I heard that, yeah. Paul said he was living in some kind of daycare center." She laughed, but there were tears in her throat. "Yeah, that's a true statement. Listen, Rick, I hope this doesn't make you uncomfortable, but there aren't too many people I can ask. I know your parents were killed when you were really young." "Car accident," he said. "I was 2. "Like Hannah's mother, but she's not even a year yet. What I want to know, did you cry for your parents? Did you grieve? Did you miss them? Want them? Feel like something was missing out of your life?" Silence answered her while he thought. "I don't know if I cried for them when my grandma first brought me home to Virgin River. You'd have to ask her. But growing up? Vanny, I don't remember them at all. Sometimes when I look at the old pictures, I think I remember them a little bit, but really, I don't have a single true memory of them. I hate that." She sighed. "But how could you help it?
If you can't remember, you can't remember. I had a lot of questions growing up. And I had some pictures. Not a lot of pictures. First of all, my gram didn't take a lot of pictures of my dad when he was growing up. They were kind of poor. Picture taking wasn't a big thing. My mom had hardly any family. Her folks died when she was real young, and no one knows what happened to pictures of her, if there were any. But there were pictures of them with me when I was a baby. And I had my gram to answer questions about my dad's growing up years. And she said they were real in love and happy to be having a baby. Terry wanted her baby, Vanny remembered. I'm trying to understand what Hannah will need, she said, almost to herself than to Rick. Is she doing okay? Rick asked. She's doing great. She has no idea all she lost, Vanny said. Well, there's one thing I remember from growing up. My gram was so great to me. I couldn't ask for more. I never knew my grandpa, but my gram took good care of me. And I had Jack, then Preacher. But there was one thing. I always wished I could have a mom and dad like other kids. You know, a regular family. But hey, accidents happen to families. I had the next best thing. I have to say, there wasn't anything about my growing up I'd call bad. But a regular family, that would have been good. What if Paul and I were killed in an accident like Rick's parents, like Terry Bradford had been? Who would take care of little Matt? Matt was luckier than Hannah. His paternal grandparents were alive and well. Vanny's father, a young 62, and her brother Tom, 12 years younger and devoted to Maddie. Paul's parents and brothers considered Maddie their own. There were many people to keep Maddie's parents alive for him, to assure him he was loved and wanted, to be sure he knew the details of his ancestry. Vanny was quiet for a minute. Then she said, she's going to have a regular family. A ton of pictures of her mom and details about her life. Her family, so she knows what she needs to know about herself. And she will never doubt, Vanny vowed, that she has a loving home. Paul should have shot straight home after he was finished supervising work on the church. But, gee, Jack's bar was right there. He knew that Ellie had family stuff going on and hadn't been to his house to help Vanny, and frankly, his house with a tired wife and 2 wild little kids wasn't exactly a relaxing place most days. So he clapped Noah on the back and said, "Let me buy you a beer, pal. I need one, and it probably wouldn't kill you." "Wouldn't kill me, that's for sure," Noah said. They walked out of the church and across the street, and Paul said, "So, there was a big deal going on at Jack's last night, and I missed the whole thing. Ellie's ex showed up and spewed a whole lot of bad trash about her being a stripper and stuff, and the whole thing ended with her kids living with Joe and Nick Fitch." "How do you know all that already?" Noah asked. "Well, I could have found out from Jack, but I was still home this morning when Ellie called Vanny." "That true?" "What part?" Noah asked. "The kids are with Joe and Nick now?" Paul asked. "That's a fact," Noah said. "Turns out, Joe and Nick are certified foster parents, though they haven't had any kids in a few years. And the social worker from Child Welfare was up a creek, had a court order saying the kids were to be with the stepfather, and that turned out to be a bad choice. So, it was a solution, and a good one for Ellie." "Wow. And it's true? She's a stripper?" Noah stopped walking and looked at Paul. "No, she's a pastor's assistant." "Right," Paul said, losing that boyish grin the second he saw the angry tick in Noah's jaw. "Okay, my bad. That wouldn't do so much for you. Sorry." Noah started walking again. "Sure makes life interesting, though," he said. "And all this has made Ellie's life a challenge, to say the least. And all that other stuff? Vanny says that other things he said, like about drugs and stuff. Not a kernel of truth to it, Noah said. Both men walked up to the bar, and Jack was right there. "Paul," Jack said, "what's going on out at your place?" Paul shrugged and shook his head. "Same old stuff, far as I know. Vanny called here earlier. She was looking for Rick's phone number, and she sounded a little, frazzled or something." "Rick's number? Why?" Paul asked. "She didn't say. Just that it was important and she was in a big hurry. I asked her if she was all right, and she said she'd be fine." Paul turned questioning eyes to Noah. "Hey, I don't have the first idea," Noah said. Paul didn't think about it long. He turned on his heel, and without saying goodbye, he darted out of the bar, jumped in his truck, and drove home. All the way there, he was saying to himself, "Please let it not be any more nuts than usual." When he walked into the house, he could hear Vanny talking to the kids in the kitchen and the sound of little fists and little spoons banging on high chair trays. There was a huge mess scattered around the dining room. A box sat beside the table, and there were smaller boxes and pictures and stuff everywhere. And, of course, the great room was strewn with baby gear and toys. On some bizarre instinct, he peeked into the master bedroom. He saw a couple of suitcases on the bed. And he thought, "This isn't happening to me." He went to the kitchen. "Hi, honey," he said tentatively. "Oh, Paul, you're home," she said. She didn't look as though she was leaving him. "Have you been cleaning out closets or something?" "No. Will you turn on the oven, please? 350. I've got a frozen lasagna to put in there. I hope you're not starving because I've been really busy." He turned on the oven. "Vanny, are you leaving me?" She laughed at him. "For a few days, I'm taking the kids to Grant's Pass. I've already talked to your mom, and she's going to help me with them and watch Matt for me." "I could have called the Rutledges," she said, speaking of little Matt's biological grandparents. "But frankly, I'm not up to explaining Hannah to Carol just now. What I have to do is take Hannah to see her grandmother. I don't know how sick she is. What if she doesn't have long to live? What if I miss a chance to ask her questions about Hannah's mother? There are things Hannah is going to need to know." Vanny was rambling, talking more to herself than to Paul, it seemed. "There doesn't appear to be family Terry was close to while growing up. I don't dare waste a second. I'm afraid to even wait till the weekend. I'm going to pack tonight after the kids are in bed and leave right after breakfast." Paul was really sorry he hadn't had that beer. It felt as if the ground was moving under his feet. Things were shifting so quickly. He reached into the refrigerator and pulled out a bottled beer, popped the top, and sat down at the kitchen table. Vanny was trying to referee dinner, 2 kids in 2 high chairs, with Matt pretty adept at getting the food from his bowl to his mouth, while Hannah was just barely getting the occasional spoonful there. Her hands sure worked good, though. "Hannah took steps today, Paul. All by herself. Didn't you, sweetheart?" she said to the baby. "Such a big girl." Then to Paul, "Her first birthday is coming up in just a month, and we haven't even talked about it. I got the digital camera out and took a few shots of her standing, but I want a movie camera, right away. The digital will do a 2-minute movie, and that's not good enough. I don't care what usually happens. The second child in this house isn't going to have an invisible childhood just because I'm really busy. Maybe I'll pick one up on my way into Grant's Pass so I can get some movies of Hannah with her grandma." Paul took a big slug of beer. Then he said, Vanny, I'm a little behind here, sweetheart." She turned and looked at him. "I'm sorry, darling. My head is spinning. I've been thinking so hard today, about everything." Hannah's grandma, Terry's mom, sent a big box full of memorabilia. Pictures of Terry, her cup and spoon, her stuffed puppy. Terry's whole life fit in a box, and her mother's very sick with MS. I need to bring Hannah to see her right away. Jack said you were trying to find Rick today? Oh, that. Uh-huh. I had to find out from Rick how he felt growing up, with his parents gone since he was a baby. He said he had his grandma to answer his questions about his mom and dad. If I don't find out as much as I can about Terry while her mother is able to tell me, I won't be able to answer Hannah's questions when she's older. Oh, Paul said dumbly, thunderstruck and afraid to ask anything more. I asked Rick if he felt he missed out on anything, and he said not really. His grandma was great. But there was one thing he said. It would have been nice to have had a regular family, a mom and a dad. Paul, I want Hannah to have a mom and a dad who love her. I have to get to work on that. Paul felt his eyes sting. We're keeping her? He asked softly. As my friend Ellie would say, you're damn skippy. Paul swallowed hard, afraid he might burst into tears. He took a drink of his beer and set it down. He cleared his throat. I'll take a couple of days off. Take you to Grant's Pass. She focused on Paul. Are you sure? I know you need to work. You have so many projects, and if we're going to have a house full of kids, you're going to have to make a decent living. I'll call Dan Brady, Paul said. He loves it when I leave him in charge. I don't want you to have to do this alone. Fanny got a little teary. I looked through those pictures, Paul, and I realized that if I didn't act soon, a real important part of Hannah's babyhood could be lost. I don't want her to have 1 month of her life without a mom and dad who adore her. While we're in Grant's Pass, we should give Mr. Hanson a call and tell him to get our paperwork going. Unless you have reservations. He shook his head. No, I'm good with the idea. It's all up to you. Well, I had a lot of things to consider, but I thought about it just a little too long. Hannah calls me Mama, and she is not going to lose another Mama. Not this precious girl. We need to get on the road first thing in the morning. He swallowed down his emotion. Sure, of course. Filled with relief, his heart bursting with pride in his wife, with respect for her generosity and compassion, all he could do was get up from his chair and put a soft kiss on her brow. Want me to do baths while you cook lasagna? That would be good, she said. And please don't forget the hard-to-get places. Neck wrinkles, backs of ears, between toes. Your mother checks those things. He laughed a little emotionally. She does, huh? And he thought how lucky he was to have a mom like that. And now, both Hannah and Matt would have one like that, too. Fussy, committed. Noah was researching Arnold Gunterson again. Besides his age and current address, the only thing Ellie could tell him was that Arnie said he grew up in Southern California. Noah found nothing to match. Nothing anywhere. In fact, his house was owned by a woman. He must be renting it. Noah even bit the bullet and plunked down a credit card number to a couple of online search companies, and there was still nothing. Funny enough, he could look himself and George up on Google and get way too much information on a couple of relatively dull Presbyterian ministers. Yet the only thing he could find on Arnold Gunterson was his marriage to and divorce from Ellie Baldwin, which was less than 2 years old. He wasn't even pulling up Arnie's current address or place of employment. And the Brightway Private Elementary School gave the bios for the board of directors, but only the names of the teaching staff and director. There was something so eerie and sinister about those locks on the outside of the door, about the way he'd followed them, about his threats. Noah had a gut feeling there was a lot more to Arnie than met the eye. Upon researching, there was in fact
less information than he expected. But, as the principal of a private elementary school, there would have to be information available to the parents of prospective students, not to mention fingerprinting, which was required in almost all states. He would have a resume. He would list his credentials and the universities from which he received them. There would probably be framed degrees on the walls and a packet of information for prospective students and their parents that outlined policies. Clearly, Arnold would not happily give any information to someone like Noah or Bree. Nor could Mel or Jack, Joe or Nick, or anyone who Arnold might have seen before, visit the school and inquire. Noah knew he needed more information. He decided to get a few chores done to keep his hands busy while he was thinking. That old, faded blue pickup he drove had been misfiring and sputtering a bit lately. So he went outside and got under the hood. Before long, he found himself changing the points and plugs, cleaning off the battery, adding water to the radiator. Jack wandered out of the bar and, as men will do, got his head under the hood, as well, lending a hand. While this was going on, Noah was thinking out loud, complaining about the lack of information he had on Arnold Gunterson and his inability to think of a way to get more. "Wait a minute," Jack finally said. "I know someone Arnold hasn't seen before, and they happen to have an elementary school-aged son." Before the afternoon was over, Jack and Noah were talking to John and Paige Middleton about visiting a private school in Redway to discuss enrolling their son, Christopher, and to see what they could learn about the school and its director. Chapter 16. It seemed to Ellie that people were just a bit uncomfortable around her, as if they'd love to ask for the details about all that trash Arnie had spewed. Of course, she'd explain to Vanessa and Joe Ellen immediately what parts were true and what were just malicious attempts to make her look horrible. It was the vast number of people she didn't know well that she imagined were looking at her strangely. Perhaps judgmentally. Perhaps thinking less of Noah because of her. There wasn't much she could do about it, but it bothered her. If it weren't for that nagging worry, Ellie wouldn't have a care in the world. She went home from her work at the church, showered off the paint and grime, and went to Joe's to be with her kids. They were sitting at the kitchen table while Joe prepared dinner. Joe was asking Danielle spelling words for her upcoming test, and Trevor was coloring. "Can I help, Joe?" Ellie asked. "After we finish our spelling, you can set the table. Danielle will help. Danielle, tell Mommy about your school."
"It's nice, Mama," she said. "And I wish I could ride the bus, but Joe said not till we get more comfortable."
"I would have to agree with that," Ellie said. "Did you like the teacher?"
"Her name's Mrs. Spencer, and she's not even as old as you, Mama. And guess what? She says I'm a little bit ahead in the class. I took a couple of tests for her, and she was very happy with me."
"Wonderful! Did you make any friends?"
"Just the hello-goodbye friends. You know, the kind who are nice to you, but they have other better friends. I kind of had to eat my lunch alone."
Ellie's heart ached. "Kind of?" she asked. She noticed that Joe smiled over her shoulder at Ellie.
"I went to a table by myself, and then some other kids sat there too. Except they were already together. So I was with them, but by myself."
"Tomorrow, Danielle is going to take some extra cookies in her lunch," Joe said. "Sometimes if you have something to share, it gets conversation going."
"There's one boy in my class who's in trouble all the time. I think he's one of them hyperactive boys. He sits in the hall a lot when he makes Mrs. Spencer's head hurt."
"Why do you think that? That he's hyperactive?"
"Mrs. Spencer said, 'Joshua, did your mother remember your medicine this morning?' And he said he wasn't sure, And, Mama, he's a wiggle worm and he makes a mess and picks his boogers.
Ew, Ellie said. Goodness. She saw Joe's shoulders shake with laughter.
I don't sit by him,
Danielle said.
but I like Mrs. Spencer. Mama, do you think I'll be in that class very long?
Oh, God, Ellie thought. She's already worrying about moving again. I don't know, honey. We're going to have to take it one day at a time. Danielle, help your mother set the table and we'll run through the spelling words one more time before bed, Joe said. How does that sound?
Good,
she said, putting her notebook aside. Set the table for 5, Joe said. We'll just eat in the kitchen tonight. And remember placemats. When dinner was done, Ellie got her kids ready for bed. They went back to the kitchen to help clean up dishes. Then back to the bathrooms to make sure they were cleaned up, tubs scoured, sinks wiped out, towels hung. And before long, the house had quieted down, with only the sound of the TV in Nick's den. Joe came back to the kitchen after Kiss's goodnight and got down a couple of mugs. Will a cup of coffee keep you up? She asked Ellie. Not if I just stick to one, she said. Good. Let's talk. I can feel the rough edges, Ellie. You're worried about taking advantage of me, about eating my food and straining the space in my house. I want you to let that go. I asked for this arrangement because, selfishly, all my life I have wanted to have family around. And even though we're not related by blood, we've become good friends. Please, don't be in a hurry to leave as some favor to me. This will be resolved soon, Joe. The judge isn't going to have any excuse to keep me from having custody. I know, Joe said. But nothing has to change, Ellie. Even Nick is happy with our situation. Can't you tell? I'm certainly not going to pressure you to stay. It's your life and your family. But if you're okay with this, Joe, I can't let you feed us, shelter us, drive my kids around forever. It would be irresponsible of me. Fine, Joe said. Pay your rent on time. Go to the grocery store sometimes. Help with chores, just like you've been doing. Earn your keep. But what we have here is a safe environment for you and the kids. Comfortable living conditions. And you even have a little privacy with that room over the garage. A single woman your age should have a little privacy now and then. Ellie, you're not a burden. You fill a place in my life that's been empty for a long time. You know we can't live like this forever. If things work out for you, even if you don't live in my house, we might be in the same town for a long time. I might be able to meet the school bus while you're working. We might shop together, have tea on the porch, and I'd love to teach you to quilt, if you're interested. My mother was a master quilter. And have you ever canned? Because the fruits and vegetables from the farmers' markets and roadside stands in this part of the country are just incredible. I'll show you how. Oh, Joe said, noticing a tear on Ellie's cheek. I'm being too pushy, aren't I? Ellie shook her head. I don't deserve you, she said in a whisper. I think you're the best friend I've ever had. At least since my grandma. Joe shrugged. Honey, you're my only shot at something that resembles a daughter and grandchildren, and I intend to nurture the opportunity. I'm just saying, this is your home for as long as you want it. Ellie hugged Joe goodnight at the front door and went to her room, the room she loved. She took a book with her, a romance novel that Joe thought she might enjoy. She put on her comfy boxers and t-shirt, propped herself up in her double bed with the firm mattress, and read for a couple of hours, feeling completely decadent and self-indulgent. And relaxed. There was a soft knock at the door, and she glanced at the time on the bedside clock radio.
It was after 10. She opened the door and smiled at Noah. "Never do that again," he said sternly. "We don't really know how far we can trust Arnold." And then he brushed past her to enter. "I knew it was you, Noah," she said, closing the door. "I could hear Lucy panting." "You thought you knew it was me. It could have been Arnold panting." "I don't think it would take much to say, 'Who's there?' before you open the door." "I can do that," she said, smiling. Lucy made herself comfortable at the foot of the bed on the corner of the area rug. "What are you doing here, Noah?" she whispered. "You going to make me say it?" he asked, and couldn't suppress a smile against her lips. "I'm here to make that kind of love you like. When it's a little wild and out of control, which is just how I feel when I'm close to you. Out of control. Desperate. Famished. Starving for you." "Okay," she said in a breath, her eyelids dropping closed. She leaned into him. "Only if you have protection." "Of course, sweetheart. I wouldn't put you at risk." He kissed her deeply, licking her lips apart to let him inside. "Why aren't you on the pill?" Because I gave up men." He chuckled low in his throat.
"How's that working out for you?"
"I was fine until you. You've messed up a lot of my plans."
"You played hell on mine, too."
He groaned, lifting her t-shirt over her head, tossing it and steering her toward the bed. He eased her back and kneeled over her, kicking off his shoes and tugging at her boxers. She didn't even think about resisting him, but rather lifted her hips so he could slide them down.
"I guess we both have to be flexible."
She laughed at him, reaching for him. "Flexible? Come here. I just can't resist you." She pulled him down and tugged his shirt out of his trousers, and he finished the job, tossing it aside. Her hands were on his belt buckle, then the button, then the zipper. Then inside, causing him to draw in his breath sharply. As her hands ran down his hips, pushing his pants down so he could kick them free, he fell on her, taking her mouth almost savagely.
"You taste wonderful," he said. "The best thing about going crazy wanting you is the way you want me right back. This feels so right."
He scrambled through his pants pocket for a condom.
"I crave you, and I love the feeling."
And that fast, he was inside her, buried deep in her, moaning with the pleasure it gave him. "And I love you," she said softly. He was utterly still. Even his breathing stopped for a moment. He knew he was unresponsive for too long. Then he gently lowered his lips to hers, and in a solemn whisper, he said,
"I love you too, with my whole heart." I wondered if you were ever going to say it.
"I don't know if loving me is one of your smarter moves," she whispered. "It's like trouble follows me wherever I go."
"Not anymore, Ellie. From now on, it'll only be the good stuff. For the rest of our lives together. Only the good stuff."
"Right now, I'll try to concentrate on good stuff for one more day, maybe one more week. I'm afraid to think any further ahead than that."
"I understand. But I want you to know that I'm thinking lots further. And honey, I don't see any dark clouds. Maybe pretty soon you'll forget to be afraid."
She smiled and pulled his lips back down to hers, wrapped her legs around his waist, and moved against him in a powerful way that had him gasping for breath and groaning with desire. Her eyes were opened enough to watch the clenching of his jaw as he held himself back, waiting for her. And the wait wasn't long. She exploded into pleasure so blinding, her back arched beneath him, and she threw her head back, baring her throat. He put soft kisses on her neck and shoulder while she shuddered. And then, his movements slow and luxurious, he joined her. And then he stayed with her until the wee hours of the morning. Once Vanessa and Paul got to Grant's Pass and could leave little Matt with Paul's mom, they were off to the nursing home. Vanessa put Hannah's cutest outfit on her, along with her new high-top sneakers. Good ballast for those early steps. When they got to the nursing home, they left the box of pictures in the car. Vanny carried Hannah on her hip. Hannah clutched the stuffed puppy that had been Terry's. Vanny, a woman on a mission, went directly to the receptionist and asked if someone could direct her to Roberta Bradford. A nurse's aide was called to the front, and when she arrived, she reached a hand out to shake Vanny's.
"This is a good thing you're doing, Mr. and Mrs. Haggerty," she said.
"Hannah and her grandmother need this time," Vanny said.
"You have no idea," the aide replied. "We've all been so concerned about her since the loss of her daughter.
Come with me. She's been waiting in the lunchroom." Vanny followed along. There were a few elderly people playing cards, some watching soap operas on TV. Over by the window, in a wheelchair, was an attractive woman in her mid-60s. She looked across the room at them. Vanny walked toward Roberta, Paul following closely. When she was right in front of her, Vanny said, "Mrs. Bradford?" A couple of large tears ran under her thick glasses and down her cheeks. She reached trembling hands toward them and said in a soft voice, "My God, thank you for bringing her. It's like a trip into the past. Hannah looks just like her. My sweet little Terry." And Vanny was reminded, not for the first time, that the loss of a child is probably the most brutal loss of all, no matter that child's age. A couple of days later, when Noah went to the bar for breakfast, Paige came out from the kitchen with a file folder containing some papers. It contained information from her visit with Arnold Gunterson at the private elementary school. "I found him likable," she said. "This is a guy who padlocked his unsupervised children into a house, and I found him likable? What's going on with him?"
"That's what I'd like to know," Noah said. "Not only the padlock deal, but he followed Ellie and I at a deadly pace. We were in her little PT Cruiser, and he was in a huge black SUV with darkened windows. There were only inches between us. No telling what he's capable of."
"The scariest thing is, I'd put my son in his school in a second. The only good news is, John didn't like him, almost on sight."
"But why?" Noah asked.
"The handshake," he said. "First of all, it was too firm, and second, it was a politician's shake. Gunterson used two hands and squeezed John's hand real hard. Who would dare do that to John? What if he squeezed back? And John said that while Gunterson smiled, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. So look through the stuff. It's all yours. I hope it tells you something."
"I can't thank you enough, Paige. We have to figure this out. Get ahead of him. For Ellie's sake."
"Didn't you tell me Ellie said he came from Southern California?" Paige asked.
"That's what she said, yeah."
"Well, not this Arnold Gunterson. He came from Maine."
"Maine?"
Noah repeated.
"Maine?"
"Yeah," Paige said. "Think he could have gotten any farther from home? You know, every time I hear some news story about a creep who's hurt or molested a kid, he or she's in a position to work with kids, and they were supposed to be fingerprinted, but they weren't. Do you think maybe it's possible that this guy should have been checked out and wasn't? Because he can be convincing?"
"I'll look into that," Noah said.
"Well, go get him, Noah."
Noah looked at his watch. It was only noon, which meant 3 p.m. on the East Coast.
He looked through Paige's collected papers and notes. Then he called the private university in Maine where Arnold Gunterson had obtained his degree in early childhood education. He was directed to the office of the dean. "Hi, my name is Reverend Noah Kincaid of the Virgin River Presbyterian Church in California. I'm looking at a private elementary school in Redway, California, for some children in our church, and the director and principal is a graduate of your college. I just want to verify that, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all, Reverend," the woman on the line said. "We're a small school. The name?" "Man by the name of Arnold Gunterson," Noah said. "Yes. He's a graduate with an advanced degree in clinical psychology. He specializes in children's art psychology." "Wow," Noah said. "You looked that up fast." She laughed. "I'm afraid you must have the wrong Arnold Gunterson. Dr. Gunterson is still here, teaching." Noah felt ice dash through his veins. "Will you check and see if there was, by chance, another Arnold Gunterson who graduated with a degree in early childhood education? Dr. Gunterson is an old friend, Reverend. I'd know if there had been another student in his field with his name. Did the man you're researching graduate more than 30 years ago? Because that's how long I've been here, as well as Dr. Gunterson. We're both 62, and I'm thinking of retirement, but he'll never stop. Now, who is this man?" Noah sighed. "Obviously, not who I think he is. You might want to give my number to Dr. Gunterson and have him call me. He might be the victim of identity theft." While he waited for a callback, Noah did an internet search of a couple of the private schools Arnie had listed on his resume and found that they'd closed. One of them was an Arizona school, and there was an article in an Arizona newspaper archives online. Small private schools are very hard to keep going. A regular infusion of money was required. High tuition, lots of fundraising, and often corporate sponsors. There was no shame in having worked for an accredited private school that couldn't keep the doors open. And this particular Arizona school had a successful 15-year history. And no one around to answer questions about teachers who had worked there years ago. Could Arnie have convinced the current board of this new school of his positive role at the old school and his grief over its closure? Noah immediately told Ellie what he'd learned, or not learned, about Arnold Gunterson. That night, after her kids were tucked in at Joe's, he showed up at her apartment with Lucy in tow, as usual. She was confused by his information, but not surprised. Of course, after the things Arnie had done, it hadn't come as a shock that he was a liar. But why? She asked Noah. What does he hope to get by doing that? There's no innocence in this, Ellie. There's no reason to take on a false identity without a motive. We'll take this information to Bree at once. You have to tell Joe and Nick to be extra careful until the facts are in, okay? Of course, she said. If he calls you or comes around here, get away from him fast and don't tell him what you found out, Noah said. Promise? You can bet on it. The shitbag, she said. Oh, there was another swear word, not even on the cusp, even though he is definitely a shitbag. She smiled at him. I bet you've just about had it with me, huh? He pulled her close. I've had it with you, all right. And not enough of it either. Oh, Noah, she whispered. I think you're insatiable. I want to spend the night with you, but I don't have to. If you'd rather be alone. She smiled at him and snuggled into his embrace. I love it when you stay, but I think you'd better go. I feel like I'm playing with fire every time I let you talk me into bed. I don't want to become too dependent on you. And I don't want the whole town to know we're sleeping together. I have children to think about. Are you cutting me off? He asked nervously. She smiled at him. Did you just whine? She chuckled at him. Noah, much as I love cuddling up to you, I don't want your new town, your future congregation, to think the worst of you. I'm not worried about that. I think I'd get a standing ovation for finding you. But, to ease your mind and your reputation, I'll be very discreet, he said. That's about half the problem. There are also children to think about. We'll be very cautious there, sweetheart. They're your top priority, which makes them mine also. Then he pulled out his secret weapon. He kissed her. Hard and deep. He pulled her against him, and it took her less than 15 seconds to melt into him and fully enjoy his arousal. When he released her lips, she said, You are a very bad boy, and no one with an ounce of sanity would take you for a minister. Could I be taken for a man who wants the woman he loves? Yeah, you qualify, she said. She melted to him again. And he stayed. Again. Bree Valenzuela listened very patiently while Noah laid out what he'd learned about Arnold Gunterson, Ellie with him while he did so. Bree asked for the pages he held. When he was finished, she asked, Have you heard from Dr. Gunterson in Maine? I talked to him early this morning. He took a year's sabbatical to research and finish his dissertation right about the time Arnie was settling into his new school. So if anyone from the school board tried to check his credentials, they would only learn that he was a graduate working on his PhD. Dr. Gunterson can't imagine who would do something like this to him. I'll call Dr. Gunterson, Bree said. Now listen, no more amateur sleuthing. Stay away from Arnie and his school. Keep the kids away from him. If you see him around here, call me at once. I'll take it from here. I've already filed a motion for a temporary restraining order. I'm going to talk to the district attorney about this. But more importantly, I'm going to ask Mike to speak to the sheriff about a possible fraud and identity theft. Here's what I want from you, Ellie. Vanessa is out of town with the little ones right now, but she'll be back next week. I want you to pay a call on her and ask her a favor. Ask her to dress you for court. Borrow something from her, something conservative and appealing, and be ready. Vanny will know exactly what to do. She's the best. And you two are almost the same size. Beyond that, stay alert and cautious. And hear me when I say this. No more investigating. If you make one little slip, he might find out what you're doing and it could spoil everything. Spoil what? Ellie asked. There are very few reasons for identity theft, Ellie. One is to profit from the victim's bank accounts. The other is to hide who you really are because who you really are is not lawful. Since Dr. Gunterson never suspected his identity was borrowed, I assume there was no theft. I bet our Arnie has priors. He's done something wrong somewhere and needs to be someone else. And if he's hiding, he's probably hiding from the police. And if he's hiding from the police, there are probably warrants. And if there are warrants, I believe it would serve our purpose to let him be arrested. Bree lifted an eyebrow. Wow, Ellie said. I should have known. If he's nothing but a criminal, shouldn't I have known? Bree shook her head. I can't answer that one for you, Ellie. I spent years in the district attorney's office in Sacramento prosecuting crimes like this. I met a lot of very intelligent women who were victimized by manipulative men, as well as perfectly sharp men taken for a wild ride by clever, dishonest women. It's a con, and you were at a vulnerable time in your life. Cons can smell that a mile away. Sadly, it's common in the world of criminal law. Can we get beyond this? Ellie asked. I can't even think about my kids dealing with this in the years to come. I think if we get law enforcement help in handling this, we have a good shot at resolving the situation. If you see him or hear from him, call me at once. I'll give you the house number. She leaned over her desk and scribbled on the back of a business card. I wrote down Mike's pager number as well. Your next call is 911. Got that? Got it. Ellie took the card. Now, Bree said, relaxing visibly. Don't you have a church to finish and a wedding to organize for Shelby and Luke? All sorts of really important things to get done? We do, Ellie said with a smile. Then do them. If I learn anything at all about your ex-husband, I'll let you know. She smiled. You just have to hunker down for a little while longer. I'll do everything I can think of to get this business behind you. By the time the weekend arrived, Vanessa, Paul, and the kids had been in Grants Pass for 3 days. While Vanny had daily visits with Roberta Bradford at the nursing home, Paul spent a lot of time with his father and brothers at the corporate headquarters of Haggerty Construction. Additionally, they had a couple of meetings with Scott Hansen about adoption. That legal transaction was typically an expensive affair, but because Terry Bradford had worked for Scott, and because the Hansen family happened to be quite fond of little Hannah, they were getting a good deal. The Haggertys would be charged just the filing costs, and the Hansens asked to see Hannah whenever it was convenient. The good news was that Roberta Bradford was not lingering at death's door. She was disabled and her condition would not improve, but if she could avoid illness and infections, she'd be around a while. Long enough to have many visits with her granddaughter and supply information about their family. Paul had spent most of the day out with his brothers, looking over some of their building projects. And when he went back to his mother's house, he found her in the kitchen, kneading dough. Hi, Mom. Sweetheart, she said, lifting her flour-covered hands. Be very quiet. Vanessa and the babies are exhausted. All this running around, visiting, working things out, they're shot. They're napping. And you're baking? I bake off stress, she said. And the weather turned cool at last. I love it when the leaves have turned and I can use the oven and fireplace again. It's been just beautiful here. What stress are you baking off? He asked. Have we been too much for you this visit? 2 little kids? Don't be silly. I love having the babies, she said, kneading. I just want everything to go smoothly for you and Vanny, and for the children. I want Hannah to be content, and... She paused for a moment. And I want you to get one of your own, like you and Vanny were planning. And yet I don't want Vanny to be overwhelmed. This thing you've taken on, it's a huge undertaking. And I'm so proud of you both. He grinned at his mother. It's gonna be a house full. And me and Vanny? We're not that young. Not as young as you and Dad were. Yes, but we were young and dumb and poor. At least you're not poor. You should have seen how we lived in the beginning. And every time your father walked by the bedroom door, I was pregnant again. He chuckled and went to his mother, putting his arms around her despite the fact that her hands were messy with flour. Thank you for helping, Mom. This was so sudden, Vanny's need to make this trip. I could see her warming up to Hannah, but it was overnight that she made her decision. Marianne smiled at him. She must have wanted to kill you for bringing an old girlfriend's baby home. Pretty much, Paul said. Mom, I like Terry, but it wasn't out of affection for her that I took Hannah home. Have you held that little girl? Let her put her arms around your neck? Who in their right mind could have left her behind? Marianne put her hand against Paul's cheek, leaving a trail of flour there. You're a good boy, Paul. I don't know where you got it, but you're a good boy. He laughed at her. I know where I got it. I'm going to look in on my family, if that's okay. They're napping together in your room. The kids were a little overtired and fussy, and Vanny wanted them close. I'll be right back. He went up the stairs to the largest guest room, the one he shared with his wife. There was a smaller room right next to it for the kids, and there were 2 cribs there. The door to the bedroom was ajar an inch or so, and Paul pushed it open. Vanny had the kids on the bed with her. She was lying on her back with Matt curled up against her on one side and Hannah on the other, both of them sleeping with their mouths open. Vanny was sound asleep, but there was the smallest smile on her lips. She had her arms around them, holding them close. One of Marianne's Afghans pulled over them. And Paul fell in love all over again. Chapter 17. The 1st of October brought a very hectic schedule of events for the Virgin River Presbyterian Church, beginning with the delivery of the kitchen appliances. Next came Noah's personal shipment, which was stored in the newly finished basement. In that shipment, the piano arrived, and as soon as it was tuned, Ellie couldn't wait to try it out. Her out-of-practice attempts, accompanied by the occasional muffled curse, could be heard all over the church, causing Noah to laugh to himself. Timing was on their side. Paul was finishing up in the sanctuary just as the pews were delivered for installation. New desks, a conference table and chairs, bookcases and filing cabinets for the upstairs offices were delivered, which meant a lot of sorting, organizing, and file building. Ellie loved organizing. This work would barely be finished in time for the McIntyre-Reardon wedding less than a week later. Needless to say, both Noah and Ellie were extremely busy, and in the midst of this, Bree reported that the end of that first week of October, after almost exactly 90 days since her children were removed from her care, Ellie would finally get her court date. "I need a brief meeting with you, Ellie," Bree said. "My office tomorrow sometime. Call when you're on your way." "Sure. Everything okay?" "I'm going to brief you on the hearing and some other details." When Ellie told Noah, he said, "It's almost over, Ellie. This can only go one way for you." Ellie had quite a few questions for the man who was creeping into her bed night after night. Questions she was not planning to ask. "What should we do about us?" was first on her list. When he said he loved her forever, that he loved her with his whole heart, that her children were his priority too, was that a suggestion that they marry? There was no way she'd ask him. And waiting to see what Noah would do next was almost as hard as waiting for her children to be legally returned to her. Noah was managing to keep up with everything despite the increased activity in the church. He had a couple of counseling sessions with Vanny and Paul while they waited for their adoption paperwork to be filed, and found them to be coping better all the time. Ellie was still giving Vanny a hand a couple of mornings a week, for which Vanny was enormously grateful. He'd meet with Shelby and Luke and Father Demetrius from Arcata to discuss the particulars of their wedding service. Noah managed to get over to visit his friends in the woods. As well, he was kept busy with a couple of elderly women in town who appreciated being looked in on now and then. Ellie sat in a chair facing Bree's desk, listening to her lawyer's briefing on the hearing that would take place. "All set with a conservative outfit to wear to court?" Bree asked. "Uh-huh. Vanny hooked me up. I believe the judge will decide to make this whole thing go away before he comes under public criticism for the corners he cut with his last decision. An attorney ad litem has been assigned to the children, protecting their interests, and I don't expect your ex-husband to make an appearance. Based on his incident with locking the children in the house, I suspect he's done with this particular mischief." "Really? You think?" Ellie asked hopefully. "There have been a few developments, Ellie. I phoned Dr. Arnold Gunterson of the University of Maine. The poor man was understandably upset and confused by anyone's desire to use his name and credentials, but when I explained the circumstances of the custody situation, the locking of the children in the house, it jogged his memory. It seems a former student from almost 20 years back had some real issues in that same area. He was a very troubled young man. As he was growing up, His parents disciplined him by locking him in the cellar or the closet. A cellar during a Maine winter, Dr. Gunderson explained, can be brutal. "Oh, God," Ellie said. She scooted forward in her chair. "The basement," she said, remembering. "Once, only a few days into our marriage, Arnie said something at dinner time. He said that bad children were locked in the basement. I really freaked out at that comment. I pitched a fit. I unloaded on him, told him that if he ever tried anything like that on my children, I'd have him behind bars. And if he ever said anything like that again, we'd be gone. It was one of the only times he ever backed down without a fight. He said it was just talk. He'd never do anything like that. I'd almost forgotten." "The student Dr. Gunderson remembers is named Robert Beck," Bree said. "Dr. Gunderson imagines he was studying psychology to see if he could get a handle on what damage had been done to him growing up. He was obsessed with Dr. Gunderson, a kind of hero worship that ended just shy of stalking. Beck taught young children for a short time in Maine, but was terminated for treating the kids too harshly. He got in trouble for locking one child in the closet in his classroom. He spent some time in a psychiatric hospital, and that was the last Dr. Gunderson heard about him. A little further checking turned up some minor scrapes with the law. Our sheriff's department will arrest him for fraud and identity theft, but whether there's any extradition remains to be seen. I have no idea how long he's been using a second identity as Arnold Gunderson," Bree went on. "I don't know if it's been months or years. He was hard to trace because he got his driver's license and vehicle registration in his legal name, rented his house, and took his job using his false identity. Frankly, Dr. Gunderson would like to have sole use of his identity, but he's not anxious to see Beck again. After we got married, I realized he was weird," Ellie said. She swallowed. "Turns out he was once a frightened child. An abused, frightened child." She shook her head sadly. "Treating people the way he'd been treated. I can't tell you how often that's the case," Bree said. "Yes. Noah said as much. He said that mistreating my kids wouldn't bring Arnie relief. It would make his life more miserable. But that probably wouldn't matter. Oh, Bree. Thank God my kids weren't hurt any worse than they were." Bree was writing something down on a piece of paper. "I'm sure they're getting along fine, now that they're assured you're near and they're safe. Just the same, make an appointment with this counselor. Get them evaluated. No point in borrowing trouble. And I'll see you in court at 9 o'clock Friday morning." Ellie stood. "Are you sure he won't give me any more trouble about custody? Because no matter what a judge says, I can't let my kids be alone with him. Not ever." "He's going to be arrested before court on Friday, Ellie. He might make bail, but he's not taking on custodianship of any minor children. I can almost guarantee that." "Thank you," Ellie said softly. "Really, thank you isn't enough, but it may take me a while, but I'll make sure you're paid for your work." "Sure, whenever," Bree said. "Thing is, I have a daughter. Before long, I'm going to be looking for a good school. Right after this custody case is finished, I'm going hunting. I want to know why none of the teachers or directors at that private school were fingerprinted. Then I'm going to find out if all the employees of the rest of our county schools have had the required background checks. For that, Ellie, we owe you. And the price you could have paid is way too high." When she got back to town, Ellie checked at the Fitch house, but no one was home. It wasn't quite time for Nick to be home after work, and Joe often ran errands after collecting Danielle from school. She walked down the street and saw the carpenters who'd been tasked with installing pews loading up their trucks, finished for the day, and Noah's old truck was gone. But unless Noah said otherwise, he would be home in time to be sure Lucy had her dinner. Ellie went in the side door and up the stairs to the sanctuary. It was looking good. Just a little spit and polish, the accoutrements like kneeler, pulpit, and baptistry in place, and it would be absolutely beautiful for Saturday's wedding. Ellie had offered to join Vanny, Shelby, and some other women in decorating the pews with flowers. A florist from Grace Valley would bring a truck full, and while the women concentrated on the pews, she would adorn the front of the church. The church would be barely done, and Noah would have his debut. Ellie sat in the front pew and imagined it. Her eyes were drawn to the stained glass window. The peace in his eyes comforted her, calmed her. There was a voice from the back of the church, a deep, familiar voice. "You have to give me a chance." A man she'd known only as Arnie spoke. She stood and turned toward him. He was standing at the back of the church, a big, homely, unhappy man. "Robert? Or is it Bob?" she asked. "I never hurt them," he said. "I took good care of them, Ellie," he said. "You locked them in your house, and you scared me that night you followed me in your big SUV. She wrinkled her brow. "Where'd you park that big thing? I didn't see it outside." "Ellie, if you'll just cooperate for once, I can make this right. All I ever wanted my whole life was to do a good job with a family. Do it right. Be respected. Maybe I shouldn't have followed you, but maybe you were with him. You weren't supposed to be with him. You're mine. We're divorced. We've been divorced over a year." "I never accepted that. Marriage is forever," he said with a shrug. "That wasn't part of the plan. Wasn't what we agreed. I let myself get mad about the way things went. You know me. I don't often get mad." "You get mad all the time," she said hotly. "You get mad, you threaten, you harass and badger, you punish." No, he said. "I just try to keep things on track, that's all. You know." He took a step toward her and she said loudly, "What's your name? Is it Robert? Is it Bob? What?" He stopped in the aisle. "No," he said, shaking his head. "I haven't been Robert in a long time, and I've been better off for it. Listen, just listen to me for once. If I apologize to the professor, all this will be over. We can pick up where we— Pick up what? We were never even really married. Why in the world do you want me at all? We never even— You know what we never did. And you know you can't be around children. You hate children." "I don't," he said, shaking his head, taking another step. "I wasn't mean to them, Ellie," he said, taking another step toward her. "I was strict, and I didn't mollycoddle them, but I didn't mistreat them. I mean, that business with the house locks, really. I did that so no one could get in and hurt them. They cried every night. You wouldn't let them talk to me on the phone. They were scared and lonely." She backed away a step. "Arnie, you need to see someone. You need help, and I can't give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't take the job." "You don't understand about the help," he said, appearing frustrated. "The help doesn't work. I take medicine for depression. It's not good. As long as things are calm, I'm just fine. I've got news for you, Arnie. Things can't always be calm." "They can," he insisted. "Look, you're just upset, that's all. Mad about what I said in that bar. That won't matter, Ellie.
We'll just start over. You'll see. We'll apologize to everyone. You'll just say it was a misunderstanding, and we'll just... No, she said calmly and firmly. You're on your own, Arnie, or Robert, or whoever you are. If you're smart, you'll get a lawyer, tell him you have problems and need some help. You probably won't go to jail that way. And for sure, you should talk to someone about, the stuff you went through. What do you mean? He asked, stepping toward her, scowling down at her. Whatever happened to you that makes you want to control people, that makes you depressed, makes you want to lock up little children, she said, backing away. You don't know what you're saying. All I want to do is make it up to you, he said. You know I liked you. I really did. I could take care of you. And them. It was really easy to see you needed someone like me. Someone who could take charge and take care of you. You admitted it yourself. You just couldn't do it. Certainly, you no longer have any kind of job, she said to him. What am I saying? I don't care if you're president of General Motors. No, Arnie. Never. No way. Be smart. Get a lawyer. Get some help. It has nothing to do with me. He made a growling sound and moved toward her, taking 3 quick steps. Stop, Noah shouted from the side doorway into the sanctuary. Don't take another step. Back away from her. I mean it. Arnie stopped. He grinned at Noah. You again. Ellie skittered to stand beside Noah and Lucy. Noah slipped his arm around her waist, pulled her against him, and said, Ellie gave you excellent advice. Find a lawyer to help you. Get some help for yourself. You're done here. This is about me and Ellie, he said. It has nothing to do with you. Nothing there anymore, Arnie, Noah said. Move on, before this gets any more complicated for you. The man gave a short laugh and moved quickly toward them. He reached out to grab Ellie by the wrist. Noah's hand gripped Arnie's forearm instantly, so the 3 of them were locked together. And Lucy lost it. Without warning, she snarled and lunged, sinking her teeth right into Arnie's leg. With a howl of pain, Arnie kicked the dog off his leg and sent her skidding and yelping into a nearby pew. In the melee, Noah lost his hold on Arnie, but Arnie continued to grip Ellie's wrist. Ellie twisted her wrist sharply toward his thumb rather than fingers, breaking the hold. And then she kneed him hard in the groin. With a grunt, he doubled over for just a moment. Noah stepped between Arnie and Ellie, grabbed Arnie's arm and twisted it behind his back. Ellie, get out of here, he growled. Then, with Arnie's arm as leverage, he marched him back down the church aisle toward the front entrance. As Noah pushed him toward the exit, he informed him. You ever go near her again, and I can't be responsible for my own actions. You have no claim on Ellie, as if you ever did, and I intend to keep her safe from the likes of you. The sheriff has been called, and until he gets here... The front entrance to the sanctuary opened, and Jack and Preacher stood there. Right here, Noah. We got him, Preacher said, as they stepped forward, taking 1 arm each, dragging him toward the door. Noah was Arnie's equal in height, though trimmer, but these 2 at 6'2" and 6'4", with shoulders like door frames, dwarfed him. Arnie moaned with each step, no doubt still hurting from that shot to the testicles. Sheriff's Deputy Henry Depardieu should be here in 10 minutes, Jack said. Noah turned back into the church and saw Ellie on her knees in front of Lucy. Lucy was alert, but down on her belly. When Noah came toward her, she looked up at him and gave a wag of her tail, but she didn't get up. I think she's just stunned, Noah, Ellie said. After her accident, maybe you shouldn't chance it. Maybe you should take her to the vet, just to be sure.
Noah knelt in front of Lucy, gently petting her head. "Remind me never to get into a fight with either of you girls," he said. "Want to come with me?" he asked Ellie. "I have to see my kids," she said, shaking her head. "I stopped by Joe's and they weren't there. I came here looking for you to tell you all about Arnie. Bree has a ton of information on him. He must have seen me come in here." "Noah, did you hear the way he was talking? He just wanted to do it all over again. He said we could start over and this would all go away. He said I was his."
"Yeah, well, he's delusional," Noah said. He stood up and pulled gently on Lucy's collar. "You gonna stand, girl?" Slowly, Lucy got up, then started wagging and panting. "I think she's all right, but I'll take her over to Nathaniel anyway." He looked at Ellie, who seemed to be staring at Lucy, but not seeing her. "Ellie? Forget him. He's crazy." She didn't respond. "Are you in shock?" Noah asked her. She lifted her gaze to his face.
No, just thinking. Take Lucy, Noah. I'm gonna check on my kids. I have to tell Joe about court."
"Sure," he said. He leaned toward her and gave her a peck on the cheek. "I'll see you later, then."
He looked at her closely, frowning. She was completely pensive, which was unlike Ellie.
"Ellie, what is it?"
Sorry, thinking." So Ellie went to the Fitch house and found everyone there. Nick was in his den reading the newspaper, while the kids had their 1 hour of after-school TV in the same room. Joe was in the kitchen, working on dinner. Ellie stepped right in without needing to be asked, getting out the salad makings and going to work on it. While Joe seared meat and cleaned and cut vegetables, Ellie worked on their salad and told Joe all the news of the day. At the end of a softly old tale, she said, "I don't think the kids need to know about court on Friday morning. It'll just stress them out. They've already had a short meeting with their attorney, which didn't seem to upset them, and they don't have to be in court. Better to tell them when it's over, I think. I mean, if I thought there was some reason to prepare them for the worst, I'd do that," Ellie said. "It'll be so nice to tell them when it's over, that we're a family again. I'll come to court right after I drop Danielle at school. Nick is going to take the morning off to keep an eye on Trevor. I haven't exactly taken a poll, but I understand a number of friends will be there. Jack and Mel, Preacher and Paige, Vanny, her father, the general, maybe Shelby and Luke." "Oh, get out," Ellie said. "They don't have time for that. There's a wedding happening on Saturday. They have family from out of town coming and lots to do. And don't they have Friday night rehearsal and a dinner? And I'm helping to decorate Saturday morning." Joe covered Ellie's hand and smiled. "Sweetheart, getting your custody resolved is just as important. And your friends are committed to that. We'll get everything done." "I can't believe it. I was afraid people around here would think the worst of me after what Arnie said." "I don't think so," Joe said, shaking her head. "They really plan to go to Eureka for this?" "Don't argue," Joe said. "It's not a good idea to take chances at this point." "I guess you're right," Ellie said. Ellie took a deep breath and smiled. "There's a lot to do between now and Saturday night. This is the opening of the church, a wedding the whole town has been looking forward to. And before we can see that all done, I have to go to court. I might be a little tense." "Well, take it easy, honey. We're going to be fine. I'm sure of it." By the time Noah got out to Nate Jensen's stable and veterinary office, the sun was lowering in the sky, and Lucy seemed to be moving around just fine. But since he'd come this far, Noah decided to proceed with the visit. The vet office attached to the stable was locked, so he went to the house and knocked on the back door. He saw Nate and a woman in the kitchen, apparently having a drink and snack at the breakfast bar. Nate answered the door. "Hey, Noah," he said, popping the last bit of a cracker into his mouth. "I'm sorry to bother you, Nate. Something came up with Lucy, and I thought I'd better have you check her out." Suddenly, a chorus of barking came from inside the house, and 3 fluffy black and white dogs with pointy ears came racing into the kitchen. "Whoa," Noah said. "Winkin', blinkin', and nod," Nate said with a laugh. "Mostly border collie, we think." "Donner, Dasher, and Blitzen," the woman said, joining them at the back door. "We call them Don, Dash, and Blitz. Hi, I'm Annie, Nate's fiancée." She put out her hand. "I've heard about you. Nice to finally meet you." "The feeling's mutual," Noah said. "We had an incident. I got into a little altercation in the church. It wasn't serious, but a man and I locked horns, grabbed each other, and Lucy bit him." "Lucy?" Nate said, looking down at the dog. "Even-tempered Lucy?" The 3 almost full-grown pups were busy sniffing her, and she was standing stock still, letting them. The pups were dancing around a bit, whining, stumbling over each other, crowding Lucy. "The situation must have made her nervous," Noah said. "Anyway, she latched onto the guy's leg, and the guy kicked her off, throwing her into a pew. She couldn't get right up, and—" But Nate wasn't really listening. He crouched near Lucy, in the midst of a throng of prancing pups. And then Lucy got down on her belly, and the pups laid down as well. They continued to sniff while Lucy started to smell and lick them. One of the pups rolled over on his back, and Lucy went to work on his closed eyes. "Isn't that something, the way she does that?" Noah asked. "Do all female dogs just take over the cleanup on instinct? I thought only cats did that. I've seen her do that to another dog in town." Nate looked up from his crouched position. "Comet? Christopher's pup?" "Yeah. How'd you know?" Nate stood up and grabbed Annie's hand. "Silas was training Lucy, and she was coming along just great. But Silas also had ranch dogs that roamed pretty free. He kept cows and other livestock. A couple of them were border collies. I think if Lucy got friendly with another border collie, these might be her pups." "You're kidding, right?" Noah said. "But she was in an accident. When would she have had pups?" Nate was shaking his head. "Jack Sheridan found a box of abandoned puppies under the Christmas tree last December. They were too little to be weaned. It was a surprise they survived the cold. I put them at about 3 weeks old. They had to be eyedropper fed and kept warm." He chuckled unhappily. "I wouldn't put it past old Silas. He wasn't the type to have a litter of 8 in his house or likely to go to any trouble to place them. I'm kind of surprised he didn't drown them." "Come on," Noah said. "You think it's possible?" The 3 adults stood around, looking down at Lucy and a big pile of playful pups. Even though they were almost as big as she was, they certainly acted like puppies. Lucy seemed to be on the bottom of the pile, and very content, snarling an occasional warning, nudging them, licking them, pushing them around with her snout. The town named them after the reindeer. There were 4 females in the litter: Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, and Cupid. I got these guys because they were left over. Nate connected with Noah's eyes. "Lucy wasn't trying to find her way home," he said. "She was trying to get back to her kids." Chapter 18. At the Fitch house, after the children had been settled in bed and Ellie had gone to her apartment, Nick wandered into the kitchen where Joe was brewing a cup of tea.
"Think I could have one of those?" he asked.
"You hate tea," she said.
"Just the same. Could I? And sit with you a minute?"
"Sure," she said, totally confused. "But
tea?
Want me to get it myself? He asked. I'd be glad to. You wait on me too much anyway. She went for a cup and saucer, put a tea bag in it, and poured boiling water from the kettle. I just do what I'm expected to do. He let that go a beat until he was busily dunking the tea bag. You do way more than what's expected. What you're doing for Danielle and Trevor, for example. If those kids didn't have you, life just wouldn't be fun for them right now. For that matter, if Ellie didn't have you in her corner, I hate to think... You should give yourself a lot of credit too, Nick, Joe said. He took a courage-building breath. We're not a bad team, despite all. Joellen, I'd like to say I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize to you for my mistakes, but as it turns out, there are too many to count. I could start right now and still not be done by next Tuesday. But in my gut, I'm aware of every mistake I ever made. And I'm sorry. I love you, and I'm sorry.
Nick? She questioned, dumbfounded.
Seems like the turning point for us had to do with the adoption issue. But I don't kid myself that was all that was wrong between us. I bungled a lot of things, and somewhere along the line, I lost you.
He reached across the table to take her hand. At first, she jumped, almost pulling her hand away. But then she thought better of it and let him hold it.
Can you ever accept my apology? I'm just not a very smart guy. I knew I was making mistake after mistake, but it was like I was helpless. Once you went to your own room, I wanted to pull you back to me. But instead, out of hurt pride, I pushed you further away. God, what I'd give to undo that. To be able to change course.
I know why you didn't want to adopt children, Joe said. I never could accept it, but at least I knew your reasons. But what possible reason could you have for making passes at women? For making me a laughingstock? He shrugged and looked down.
Lord, I don't have a reason. I was always looking for attention, I guess. Wanted you to think you had some competition, maybe. But you weren't a laughingstock. It was you the town respected. I heard them say it. What is she doing with that idiot? Why does she stay with him? They knew why I stayed, even though it looked like I wasn't satisfied in marriage. Because, Joe Ellen, there's not a better wife in this town than you. You take better care of me and our home than any woman ever could. But even though you made sure I was never without a good meal or a sewed-on button or a perfect house, our days of hugs and kisses have been over for decades. You know everything I like and don't like. Know everything about me, even though we hardly ever have a real conversation. I miss you, Joe Ellen.
Joe felt the moisture rise in her eyes.
This is so sudden. It probably seems like it. If you only knew how many times I wanted to bring it up and didn't know where to start.
And why now, Nick?
Because, Joe Ellen, seeing you with Ellie and the kids, I realize it's not too late for us. It might be too late to adopt children, but I'd like it if we get to keep Ellie and the kids as part of our family from now on. But even if that's not possible for some reason, it's pretty obvious we can make it our mission to have family. We can get involved in community stuff to do with children. They're always begging for volunteers for everything. Make-A-Wish, Special Olympics, Parks and Rec, Little League, everything. We got us a new church in town. We can help out there. I bet there are single parents everywhere in this county that could use a hand.
Joe started to laugh and squeezed his hand.
Don't you dare volunteer us for anything without talking to me first. I promise, he said. Joellen, honey, can we start over? We used to have something pretty special, you and me. I don't think it's too late for that. I think I know what you want. Pretty sneaky. Huh? What? He asked. Bedroom stuff, she said. That's what this is all about. Oh, phooey, he scoffed. That's not what I'm after. I just want some good feelings to go with the great way we manage this marriage. Know what I mean? He leaned toward her. I want a hug. I want a kiss on the cheek sometimes. I want to help with the dishes and talk about our days. Then he got a twinkle in his eye. But, if I remember, we did have that bedroom stuff pretty well figured out. Nick, she said with a laugh. We did, he said, grinning. I'm going to have to think about this a little bit. He took me by surprise. Think about this, Joellen, he said, taking both her hands across the table. An unaccustomed dark stain rose up on his cheeks, like a youth looking for romantic courage. We're going to a fancy wedding on Saturday, in our brand new church. We could hold hands while they say their vows, and we could silently say ours to each other. Nothing official, no big announcement, but a private renewal for you and me. A new start. If you can forgive me for everything I did to screw us up, that is. She was quiet a minute. I'm sorry, too, she said. And my list is long, too. You have nothing to be sorry for, sweetheart, Nick said softly. I just want a chance to live the rest of our marriage in love again, like we used to be. Like I've been all this time. Do you really mean that? Really. Will you think about it? I will, she said. And by the way she said that, he knew she wasn't going to say no. He could see relief in her eyes that matched the relief he was feeling in his heart. Whew, he said. Think I'll have a brandy. Want one? What about your tea? I hate tea, he said. Then he smiled at her. Noah couldn't wait to tell Ellie about what Nate Jensen suspected. That Lucy was the mother of 8 pups left under the Virgin River Christmas tree 8 months ago. He had to be patient, however. It wouldn't do to go bursting in on the Fitch household, and he'd be sure to run it by Ellie before sharing the story with the kids. It made him grin, though, knowing how the kids would enjoy it. But he didn't have to wait to tell Jack and Preacher. He leashed Lucy to the porch rail for her dinner, went inside for his own, and said, Wait till you hear this. When Noah repeated the story, Jack said, No way! I never even knew Lucy before you brought her back to life. Of course, I never knew Silas either. His ranch was on the other side of the valley. Heard about the wreck, but... Jack turned and banged on the wall, bringing Preacher out from the kitchen. And when Preacher heard the story, he said, No way! Lucy? 2 of them didn't get the border collie markings, just the long hair and pointy ears. But those pups could definitely belong to Lucy. Well, Noah, isn't that just unbelievable? I'm gonna have to look that up on the computer, see what I can find out about breeding, about mother dogs being reunited with their pups after a long separation. And with that, he turned and went back to the kitchen. Jack grinned. That's gonna keep him busy for days. He won't stop till he knows everything. Jack leaned close. Noah, Henry Depardieu took your man Arnie away. Said he'd broken some laws in another state and that he's not going to make quick bail. Good, Noah said, because Ellie has her custody hearing on Friday morning. I know, Jack said. It got leaked. Me and Preach, we're closing up shop and heading for Eureka with our wives. I think we'll have a good showing for her. I know it doesn't really count for the judge's decision, but it'll make Ellie feel good. Noah was touched. That's nice, Jack. She'll appreciate that.
When the light tapping came at her door, Ellie didn't have to ask who was there. Arnie was tucked away in jail, and it was Noah's usual visiting hour, which he liked to stretch out till dawn. When he walked in, Lucy by his side, Ellie said, "Oh, thank God she's all right."
Better than all right,
Noah said, taking off his jacket and tossing it in her chair.
Wait till you hear this. It turns out that little Christopher Middleton's dog, Comet, and 7 other pups that were abandoned in the cold of last Christmas, left to freeze, rescued by the town, are probably Lucy's pups, taken from her too early. She might have been trying to find her way back to them. That's what Nate Jensen thinks could have happened.
Ellie knelt in front of the dog and began to massage her neck and jowls with loving hands. "Is that a fact, my dear girl? Good for you."
"Isn't that remarkable?"
Noah said. Ellie shrugged. "It is if you don't know much about women and mothers," Ellie said.
"Are you doing all right?" Noah asked. "When I left you earlier, you were kind of strange, preoccupied." She stood up.
"I'm real edgy. Facing that custody hearing, even though Bree said it can only go one way, is bigger than I am. I thought it could only go one way the last time, and look what happened. It's going to be a long night, getting ready for court."
"I'll help you pass the time,"
Noah said, reaching for her. He pulled her against him and sighed.
"The church will be done. The Booth and Reardon families have all arrived for the wedding. George is coming tomorrow."
"Everything right on schedule," Ellie said. "Just like we planned." She pulled back and looked into his eyes. "When I tricked you into giving me this job, I said I'd get out of your hair the minute I had custody again. It would free you up to get a real pastor's assistant." He chuckled.
"The joke was on me. I couldn't have found a better pastor's assistant if I tried."
"Or at least a more accommodating one," she teased. "I doubt you'd have snuggled up to Mrs. Nagel this well." "Noah, I can stick to the deal. If I do get through this hearing and get my kids, I won't owe anybody as much as I owe you. If you hadn't given me a chance, it wouldn't have worked at all."
"I told you," he said. "I gave you my word, my commitment, that I'd stand by you, wouldn't let you down. I'll love you forever, never let you down, stay with you from now on. I couldn't have made love to you under any other terms. It's not just some notion of mine, Ellie, but part of who I am. When I make promises like that, I don't back out, no matter."
You've made it this far, nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
"What?"
She tilted her head, peering at him. "That's really something, Noah. You must have great willpower. God must be so proud of you."
"I'm pretty sure I fall short more often than make him proud."
He gave her a little kiss.
"I'm sure you made similar promises."
She shook her head. "I'm sorry to say, I'm not as devout as you. I wasn't thinking of promises or commitments at all.
just that I loved you. Really, I tried not to. I thought it might complicate both our lives, but I hadn't felt anything like that in such a long time. I just gave in.
I'm not sorry you did,
he said, smiling.
You'll see, Ellie. It's going to work out for us. And you can have the pastor's assistant's job for as long as you want.
She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Why, Noah, you might be the most generous man I know. Early on Friday morning, Ellie, dressed very carefully in the nice pantsuit and conservative pumps Vanessa had loaned her. She straightened her hair so it wouldn't be wild and wore light makeup. Her nails were shortened and done in a clear polish, and her stomach was upside down. She walked down to the church and used her key to go in the front entrance rather than the side door she usually used. She walked up the steps to the wide foyer and pushed open the double doors to the sanctuary. Then she walked slowly down the aisle. The October sun was barely rising above the tall trees at 7 a.m., but the inside of the sanctuary was resplendent in shining hardwood, glittering altar accoutrements, including the gold candelabra and cross she had polished herself. She and Noah had worked until past 11 a couple of nights, making sure all was ready for the wedding rehearsal that would take place late Friday afternoon. She had spent hours the day before making sure every last speck of workman's dust was wiped from the floor and pews. Tomorrow morning, Shelby and her family would attach floral arrangements to the end of each pew for the afternoon ceremony. Ellie had promised to help. Shelby and Luke had decided on 5 p.m. to exchange their vows. Ellie was so proud she could burst. She'd helped make all this happen. She'd worked hard. She gave thanks every morning that she'd had the chance. Little melodramatic of you, messing with my motherhood to force me into the position, she said to the holy stained glass image before her. I know, I can't be sure that was your idea, but I can let that go if you just settle down on the big life lessons. Really, I'm so damn tired. Give me a break, could ya?
Ready?
A voice said. Noah stood in the hall door that led to his office. He was wearing a very sharp dark suit, blinding white shirt, and royal blue tie. It brought out the sheen in his black hair, which had finally been trimmed, and his magnificent blue eyes glittered. Whoa, she said, stunned. I didn't even know you had good clothes. That's amazing. You look so handsome, she said. If this minister business doesn't work out for you, you could be a model.
You worried I'm going to fall on my face?
He asked.
I've actually done this before, you know. I know how to get people married. Only once, but I've even been complimented on my performance. And you look pretty...
The sound of a door opening and feet on the stairs cut him off, quieted them. Then Bree was standing beside Noah. Morning, she said. Everyone ready? Ellie's stomach took another flip. Ready, she said. It was a long ride to the Eureka courthouse. Noah made small talk while he drove Ellie's car. He told the story of Lucy and the pups yet again. He explained to Bree who George was and that he'd be in town by early afternoon. George wasn't about to miss the very first service Noah performed in the new church. Noah wouldn't leak the secret vows Shelby and Luke had agreed on, but said, from what he'd heard, the rehearsal dinner party that would take place at Walt Booth's house would be one gala night. And the wedding reception would take place in Walt's pasture under tenting and complete with linen, crystal, space heaters, and a dance floor. It would put the Taj Mahal to shame.
I doubt any president has done it better,
Noah said cheerfully. Ellie wished he'd just shut up. She was a wreck, a sick, worried wreck. When they pulled into Eureka, Bree said, Ellie, we've already talked about this, but one more time.
The judge has had all the paperwork pertaining to your case for over a week. The motion, the temporary restraining order, arrest report, paperwork from Child Welfare Services, the letter from Reverend Kincaid verifying your employment. Everything. He may have all he needs for a decision. Or he might have a few questions for you. Answer honestly and politely. And, Ellie, no matter what happens, hold your emotions in check. By all means, your temper. If we hit a bad patch and things don't go well, a very, very remote possibility, please let me handle it. For your own good. I will, she said quietly. Bree repeated all this several times in very soft tones while they waited right outside the courtroom doors until the bailiff called Ellie's name. And while they waited, familiar faces began to appear. Her friends and neighbors. Jack and Mel, Preacher and Paige, Vanny and Paul, Walt and Muriel. Even Hope McCrae. Of course, Joe Fitch arrived before they were called. All Ellie could do was smile tremulously and nod. Yes, she told someone in a uniform, they were all approved to be present in her closed hearing. Closed because it involved juveniles. When the double doors opened to admit them to the courtroom, her eyes focused on the dais where the blasted judge would sit. She was so oblivious to her surroundings, she didn't even hear all her friends behind her. She followed Bree to the front, Noah walking behind them. The judge came in, and the bailiff ordered them to all rise. The case was announced. The judge said good morning. Ellie shook inside.
Miss Baldwin, what kind of arrangements have you made for housing for yourself and the children?
She cleared her throat. I'm not making any immediate changes, Your Honor. Mr. and Mrs. Fitch have invited us to stay on their property until I can save a little money and look for something. The kids are very happy there, and we each have our own bedroom. I have breakfast and dinner with them every day. I put them to bed at night.
He said, flipping through the documents. Very generous. Are Mr. and Mrs. Fitch here?
I'm here, Your Honor, Joellen said from behind Ellie.
Mr. Fitch is with Miss Baldwin's 4-year-old, Trevor. Trevor doesn't attend school yet.
That's when Ellie turned and really took notice of the encouraging faces in the courtroom. Shelby and Luke were there, even though Luke's entire family was in town for the wedding. Mike Valenzuela had arrived.
This works for you, Mrs. Fitch? Because part of the recommendation of the court is adequate housing.
Ellie is like a daughter to me, her children like grandchildren. Nothing could make me happier.
Once the order of custody is changed, the minor children won't be in foster care, he pointed out. There will be no stipend for...
I'll be paying additional rent, Your Honor, Ellie said. I wouldn't take advantage. Joe's been Mrs. Fitch has been so wonderful to us.
Well then, I'd say we're done here. Do a good job with these children, Miss Baldwin. I don't want to see you again.
It burned on her tongue to say she probably wouldn't see him again as long as she was working in a church. But thankfully, he banged his gavel, closing the case. And rather than words coming to her tongue, tears came to her eyes, and she lost it. She put her face in her hands and just cried. She felt arms around her, Bree hugging her. She heard a loud murmur go up from behind her, subdued cheers from her new friends. She felt strong arms grab her by the shoulders, turn her, embrace her. You did it, honey, Noah whispered. You did it. It's over. And she put her face against that beautiful dark suit and wept. Ellie knew she'd been wound too tight for the hearing, but she had no idea how much energy had bled out of her with the decision. She was weak as a kitten as she accepted congratulatory embraces from her friends. Out on the courthouse steps, there was a mood of victory, which she tearfully and meekly accepted. "Come out to the house, meet the Reardon clan and my little brother," Vanny invited, "before all the wedding stuff officially starts." "First, we're gonna go pick up Danielle from school," Joe said, pulling Ellie against her. "We'll meet Nick and Trevor for lunch and tell the kids that the whole thing is fixed. They have their mother back." "Noah, will you join us?" "Of course," he said. "Then I'm back to town to meet George." Ellie just nodded numbly. But she snagged Bree's sleeve and asked, "He can't change his mind, can he?" Bree smiled. "We're done with this, Ellie. And I'll watch the proceedings involving Arnie to make sure he's out of your hair. I'll let you know how that goes when something happens there. But don't even worry about it. I'd say that's over as well." As Ellie walked with Noah to her car, he took her hand in his. "I'm so proud of you, Ellie. You never gave up. Meet Hercules Baldwin." Then he grinned. Because Danielle and Trevor were so comfortably ensconced in Joe and Nick's house, Ellie was pretty sure the impact of the ruling was lost on them. They had already moved on, emotionally. Once children feel safe, they can relax. All they wanted to be sure about was that they didn't have to pack a bag and that they didn't have to live with Arnie again. Beyond that, Danielle wanted to get back to school in time for her spelling contest. She was sure she was ahead of the class. And she wondered how soon she could start riding the bus to school. Nick had promised Trevor a PlayStation tournament if he ate his vegetables and had a little afternoon nap. With things so settled, Joe urged Ellie to go on to Vanessa's house. It was that visit that gave Ellie her second wind. She'd been to Vanny's so many times to help out, finding her friend collapsing under the weight of 2 babies and a lot of emotional baggage, but all that had changed. Her house was full of people, staying clear of the general's house while caterers set up for tonight's party. Vanny grabbed her by the hand, led her around, introducing her to people, including Luke's visiting family. She was embraced by Maureen Reardon, Luke's red-haired, green-eyed mother who held a contented Hannah on her hip. The general almost broke Ellie in half with his bear hug, then introduced her to his son Tom, home from West Point for the wedding. Muriel kissed her cheek and pressed a glass of wine in her hand. Then there were the Reardon men, of whom Luke was the eldest. Next in line, Colin, just back from an assignment in Iraq in the Black Hawk. Then came Aiden, a very handsome Navy doctor who bent elegantly over her hand. Before that introduction could even be complete, she was embraced by good-looking, playful Sean, who said, "Thank God above! I was afraid there'd be no beautiful women to dance with at the wedding." And finally, the baby of the family, Patrick, on leave from a naval aircraft carrier stationed in the Gulf where he flew fighters. She learned they ranged in age from 31 to 39, all single. Luke, soon to be off the market. When she could catch her breath, she whispered to Vanny, "Oh my God, would you look at these men? You should have warned me." Vanny laughed. "Nice eye candy for the unattached female," she said. "Know any?" Ellie just smiled. But she had a fantastic time, honored to be a part of the wedding party and their afternoon of reunion and celebration. Those present were all included in the party following the rehearsal. But Shelby and Luke had decided on only one attendant each. Shelby's matron of honor would be Vanessa, and Sean would stand up with Luke. Shelby's Uncle Walt would give her away, and from what Ellie heard around the house that afternoon, the rest of the Reardon boys planned to drink just enough to keep from getting some famous ear twist from their feisty, red-haired mother. Late in the afternoon, Vanessa snagged her arm and said, "Come with me for just 1 second." She pulled Ellie to her bedroom and closed the door. My timing might not be the best, but before this crowd descended on us, I had to do some cleaning and clearing. I went through the clothes that aren't horribly out of date and put some aside for you. Keep what you want and give the overflow to Goodwill. There could be a pair of jeans or sweater in there you can use. Oh, Vanny, you shouldn't have, really, Ellie said. I should be sending your firstborn to college for all the help you gave me. But keep this in perspective here. We're talking hand-me-downs. I just hope I'm not insulting you. These things may not be what you like. By the way, you look gorgeous today. She grinned. Did I mention I can't fit into that suit anymore? It's yours. Ellie plucked at her borrowed slacks. But you will again. No, I won't. I'm planning to get pregnant. Just give me a chance to potty train little Matt, the most obstinate of male children. I swear he likes sitting in poop. But I have to get down to 1 in diapers before I take another plunge. She smiled. She beamed. You have no idea how happy it makes Paul to think about actually fathering one of his own. Men, huh? How predictable are their egos? If they had to push him out, it would be a whole different... Hannah looks so happy, Ellie said. Vanny's voice softened and she smiled sweetly. We're doing fine, Ellie. Thank you. We should have our adoption final in a few months, but she's already ours. We're moving ahead. Then she opened the door to her walk-in closet, and there stood some packed suitcases. The luggage is old and is going the way of Goodwill also, so I just put the clothes in them. Really, my feelings won't be affected if you reject them all. I'm going to have a couple of the boys load the stuff in the back of your car for you. George had a hard time believing how beautiful the church had turned out. From the perfect white paint on the outside to the rich, shiny hardwood finish on the inside. Noah and George stood at the sanctuary entrance to take in the full view. Lucy sat patiently between them. Have any of the town people seen the finished product, or are you making them all wait for the official unveiling? He asked. Just about everyone in Virgin River has tromped through here at one time or another, Noah said. I learned it's a favorite pastime around here. When Paul's building a house, especially for someone local, whole families get in their cars, drive to the building site, and do regular walkthroughs, commenting on the structure, choice of stone or wood, paint color. Mel Sheridan says it's all part of being in each other's affairs at all times. But Ellie and I barely finished the final cleanup, so you're among the first to see it like this. Noah looked at his watch. Where is she? I thought she'd be down here to say hello by now. And she's helping with the music for the rehearsal. How much help? George asked dubiously. Noah laughed. Poor girl. She really wanted to play for them. Once the piano arrived and was tuned, she got right on it. But I guess Ellie's been away from the piano a little longer than she thought. It was pretty rough. Not to mention the language this old church had to endure. We decided together that it wasn't right that Shelby would have to stop walking down the aisle suddenly when the pianist hit a bad note and muttered, "Shit," loud enough for an entire congregation to hear. George laughed loudly at that. His laughter echoed in the empty church. We're going with some wedding CDs. Preacher loaned us a real nice stereo setup so the music is piped in. It's fantastic. Once things slow down a little, I'll get a unit up and running and find some speakers for the high corners in here, he said, pointing around the sanctuary ceiling. It must feel good, Noah. You've worked hard. Did a fine job. Ellie worked hard too, he said proudly. She must be so relieved, George said. Church is finished, kids safely back with her, crazy ex-husband gone. Noah looked at his watch again. I haven't even had time to talk to her since we got back from Eureka. She spent the afternoon out at Vanessa's, being introduced to the bride and groom's visiting families. They're all so grateful to her for her help, not just with the wedding stuff, but to Vanny while she was overwhelmed with the little ones. Ellie, he chuckled, shaking his head. She can be so in your face one second, and the next, utterly oblivious. She doesn't even realize what a good neighbor she's been to these people.
George grinned. I take it you have that relationship ironed out now? Noah laughed again. God had to send me 4 boats, 2 helicopters, and several flotation devices. But I don't feel so bad. Ellie hasn't found it much easier. I hope you proposed. At least told her you'd be a worthless failure without her. I told her... Noah stopped. He looked at George in silence for a moment. I told her I'd made a commitment to love her forever and would never let her down. She said she thought I was real ethical. George smirked and shook his head. Why, Noah, I bet that just swept her off her feet. She must be out shopping for a trousseau as we speak. Crap, Noah muttered. I'll get that straightened out tonight. I'll steal her away from the rehearsal party and make sure... He was cut off at the sound of people entering the church, laughter accompanying them. The Booth and Reardon parties entered from the front of the church, just those partaking in the ceremony, to keep things simple. The group included Walt, Vanny, and Shelby, Luke, Sean, Maureen, and 2 ushers, Tom Booth and Aidan Reardon. Noah shook hands, bussed the ladies' cheeks, and made introductions. The bride and groom and their attendants wandered to the front of the church, murmuring in awe at how beautiful it finished up. Shelby pointing out where the flowers would go. Let's get this over with, Walt blustered to Noah. They're setting up some mighty fine-looking food back at the house, and those Reardons are circling like starving dogs. I'd like to get back there while they're still sober enough to make the toasts. Noah looked at his watch yet again. Let's give Ellie another minute. She's helping with the music tonight. Tomorrow is a no-brainer. She can just start the CD and... You sure she's coming, Noah? Walt asked. I saw her wrangling a couple of big suitcases down the stairs. You saw her what? When we were driving into town, past the Fitch house. She was on the stairs with a big suitcase, one still on top, one already sitting behind her car. I thought maybe she was... Oh, God, no, Noah said. George, handle this for a few minutes. Lucy, stay. And then he bolted out the side door and ran down the street like the seat of his pants was on fire. Or like he might be losing the love of his life. When he got to the Fitch house, he saw exactly what Walt had described. A big suitcase sitting beside the open hatch of her PT Cruiser and the door to her apartment standing open. He took the steps 2 at a time. When he got to the top of the stairs and looked inside, his heart stopped. There she stood, beside her bed, an open suitcase sitting amidst several neatly folded piles of clothing ready to be packed. Ellie, no! He rushed to her. God, no! You can't be leaving me. Don't! He grabbed her face and covered her mouth in a hard, desperate kiss. Her eyes flew open in stunned disbelief. She stopped breathing. He released her mouth but not her face, which he held in his hands, his fingers threaded into her hair. You can't go, Ellie. You can't. Don't you know how much I love you? God, I'd be nothing without you. I never thought I'd get to feel like this again, but you brought me back to life. You took the loneliness away and brought laughter back into my life. Ellie, you're everything to me. I can't make it without you. If you leave, I don't know what I'll... She just stared at him, a slight smile on her face. Really? You don't say. Listen, I know I'm not a good romantic. I know that. I realized just a little while ago that Oh, hell. I told you how responsible I was, not how much you light up my life. I told you about my vow and how I could stick to it, not how life without you would be all gray and sad and awful. I didn't tell you everything you mean to me. I promised myself I'd take care of that tonight, for sure. I was almost too late. Tell me now, she said. Now? He asked,
dropping his hands from her face. "Right now," she insisted. "But I haven't prepared." "I know. That's the whole idea," she said. "I'm listening." He cleared his throat. "Ellie, damn it. You saved my life. I was a wallowing, pathetic, self-pitying—" He stopped talking at the sound of her soft laughter. "You're not supposed to laugh at my attempts to be romantic." "Noah, that wasn't romantic. That made me wonder what I ever saw in you. Start over." He grabbed her face in his hands again. "I want to be with you forever. I want to lie beside you every night, holding you close, whispering to you that I love you more than anything in the world, that you turned my whole world upside down just when it needed to be turned upside down. I want to make forever promises to you out loud in front of God, and I want you to promise to be my woman, my wife, my one and only love, my best friend, and my conscience. You're never easy, Ellie, but you're sure never boring." "I don't know about that last part," she commented. "God, I love you so much. If I lost you, I don't know what I'd do. I'd go after you, that's what I'd do. I'd find a way to get you back. You know we're perfect together. I know you feel it because I can feel you feel it." He grinned roguishly. "We sure fit together perfect, don't you think? You told me you loved me. Tell me again." "I love you, Noah. I tried not to. I usually screw up love situations. But apparently we have that in common," she grinned. "A good start." "You won't leave me?" "Why would I leave you? I adore you. And unless I'm completely stupid, you just asked me to marry you." "I did. We should give the kids some time to get used to the idea. And we should find a house that can hold us, but as soon as we can work out the details, we should get married." "Okay," she said. "Am I late for rehearsal?"
"We were waiting for you," he explained. "Then Walt said he saw you struggling with luggage and thought maybe you weren't coming, that you were leaving." She laughed a bit.
"Noah, these are Vanny's hand-me-downs. I thought I had time to unpack them before the rehearsal." He was shocked silent for a moment, absorbing this. Then he grabbed her and kissed her hard. And he said, "I have a feeling I bit off more than I can chew with you." "No question about that, Your Holiness." The church was decorated in fall floral arrangements. The ribbons that held turning leaves, dark yellow roses, coral tulips, and red calla lilies together were brown, orange, yellow, and red. 2 big sprays at the front of the church tied the whole look together. The decorations were an amazing complement to the shining dark wood of the pews. Ellie's role in the ceremony was small but important. When everyone was ready, she pressed play on the stereo, then went back to sit beside Paul Haggerty so she could hang on to Hannah. The priest and Noah entered from the right, standing together at the front of the church. Luke and Sean Reardon entered from the left. Vanessa came down the aisle, and Hannah, standing in Ellie's lap, raised a fat little hand and yelled, "Mama!" Vanny beamed at her and blew her a kiss as she passed. Ellie glanced over her shoulder to smile at her children, seated with Joe and Nick. As she did so, she noticed that Joe and Nick were holding hands, and it gave her a lift in her heart. Right behind Vanny was Shelby, her glorious long hair pulled back and held away from her face with a few small flowers and flowing down her back to her waist. She looked so petite next to her towering Uncle Walt, so radiant as he passed her hand into Luke's. Noah began the ceremony. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God.
and in the face of this company, to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is commended to be honorable among all men, and therefore is not by any to be entered into unadvisedly or lightly, but reverently, discreetly, advisedly, and solemnly. Into this holy estate these two persons present now come to be joined. The priest was next with his part. Marriage is the union of husband and wife in heart, body, and mind. It is intended for their mutual joy and for the help and comfort given one another in prosperity and adversity. But more importantly, it is a means through which a stable and loving environment may be attained.
Next, the reading of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, which they also shared, reading every other verse, beginning with Noah.
If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am only a resounding gong or clanging cymbal. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, said the priest. Love never fails,
said Noah, nearly completing the verse. And then the priest finished with,
and now these three remain: faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love.
Ellie watched Noah with admiration in her eyes. But Noah didn't watch Ellie. He was busy. He focused on the couple before him, on the priest beside him. They presented the bride and groom their candles, and they lit a unity candle together. He was so at ease, at peace before his own congregation. He was so beautiful. His smile was filled with joy and love. His eyes glowed. He spoke to the bride and groom softly, so softly no one but the couple could hear. He chuckled at something Luke said.
There is no wedding sermon today, Noah said. The bride and groom have decided that the exchange of their vows will provide their message, after which Father Demetrius and I will have the honor of pronouncing them husband and wife. Shelby? Luke.
Shelby handed off her bouquet and faced Luke, taking both his hands in hers. And she began. Luke, I love you. I promise that each day I have you in my life, I will show you my love. Noah's eyes drifted to Ellie's, and a smile played about his lips as the bride and groom spoke.
Shelby, I love you. In each day of our lives together, I will show my love. And where there is injury, I will pardon without hesitation.
Where there is doubt, Luke, I will have faith in you.
In times of despair, you will be my hope.
In times of darkness, I will find my light in you.
When there is sadness, let me bring you joy.
Luke, I will not so much seek to be consoled as to console.
I will seek to understand, not just be understood.
I will love, not just crave love.
I pledge you my heart, my life.
And I pledge mine to you.
I, Luke Reardon, take you, Shelby McIntyre, to be my wife, my best friend, my lover, my partner, the head of my family, and other half of my heart. Forever.
He slid a ring on her finger. Shelby slid a ring onto his finger. I, Shelby McIntyre, take you, Luke Reardon, to be my husband, best friend, lover, partner, head of my family, and other half of my heart. Forever.
With God's blessing, Noah said, Father Demetrius and I pronounce you husband and wife.
The priest made the sign of the cross over them and invited them to seal their vows with a kiss. As their lips met, The setting sun shone through the stained glass window behind them, casting a glow over them. Ellie looked over their heads to Noah's eyes and smiled. The shine in his eyes lit her to the marrow in her bones. He was home, and she was home with him, forever.
We're pleased to offer you exclusive information and insight into the Virgin River series from none other than the narrator of the audiobooks, but also a co-star on Season 1 of the Netflix series, Therese Plummer. Welcome, Therese. How did it feel to see the books you've narrated come to life in the Netflix series?
Seeing the books that I've narrated come to life in the Netflix series was surreal. It was unbelievable. When you narrate a book, I have all of my characters and the story kind of playing as a movie in my head as I'm recording it. And so to see who they chose for Mel and for Jack and for Preacher and for Paige, it was definitely not what I saw in my head, and it fit perfectly. It was amazing. I loved it. It took me a minute because when you're so used to one genre of, just doing books and reading them and performing them, and then all of a sudden you're seeing it visually on a screen, it's totally different. And I had to leave all of my experiences with Virgin River on the back burner and just go in with like a blank slate and see what was coming to life on the screen. And as you've seen, it's a total hit. It's absolutely addictive. Everybody is loving it. And I think especially now with everything going on, it is just exactly what the world needs right now.
Tell us about having a role in the show. Was it surreal to find yourself as a citizen of Virgin River?
Well, getting to play a role on Virgin River Season 1, I'm in Episode 4. I played Caroline, and I come into Jack's bar, and Paige and I bump into each other, and I recognize her. And as you know from the books or, from the show, Paige is hiding out. She's got a lot going on with her ex-husband. And I dropped the ball, and I'm like, hey, oh my God, I haven't seen you in so long. And she's got covered tracks, and Preacher's behind her watching, like, what's going on? And it's a super quick scene, but it was so much fun. So much fun. It whet my appetite, and I just was ready for more. And the actors that played Preacher and Paige and everybody else could not have been sweeter. Just the entire set and cast and crew, it was all based in Vancouver, Canada, and it was unbelievable. I will be honest with you, when I walked into Jack's bar and I saw that they had created this, after recording it for so many years and again, seeing it in my head, and I went into this actual Jack's bar where there's booths and you can sit and there's a pool table and there's a bar with Jack behind it. I got verklempt. I got emotional because it was just so amazing to live in this world, which mostly was between my ears. I mean, I know I performed it and so many people, but it lives between your ears too as listeners. And then to actually be on the set and be sitting in a booth in Jack's bar and just, it all comes to life. It's magical. I felt like a little kid. I felt like all those books that you read when you're a little kid and you imagine, like, what if it was real? Well, it became real, and I was a part of it, and it was, I'm so grateful. I'm so unbelievably grateful that I was able to have a small part in it. And the other funny thing is I was telling Colin Lawrence and I were talking, that's the actor who plays
preacher, and I was explaining to him how I record all the audiobooks and I bring all the voices to life. And I said, I'm laughing so hard because I know I'm playing Caroline, but I can do all of your voices. And we were dying. We were just laughing backstage, offset. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Did the set of the series match what you'd pictured when narrating the books? What impressed you most about being on the set?
No, this is such a great question. And the set and Jack's bar had a more modern feel than what I saw in my head as I was telling these stories, a more present day feel. And I know that the books Robyn wrote weren't, in the old days, but it definitely, I think Jack's bar in my head was a little bit more dilapidated, maybe not as modern and with all the amenities and stuff like that. I think in my head it was just a little humbler bar, and Doc's, house, and just different things that the show has been able to bring into current day. When I was telling the stories, I think it was just a little bit more in my head, mind you. This is just in my head and what came off the page with what Robyn wrote. A little bit more, like a poorer town in Northern California that was able to build itself up and build each other up in the process. I think it's that humility and that kind of hard-working ethic that really came across in the books. We kind of just land where everything's already established with the TV show, which is awesome because then you can just get into the action scenes and all that kind of stuff. But I think what was so special about the books is, for me at least, we built the town. New characters came in with each book, and old characters continued to evolve, and buildings were, constructed, and, the little cabins by the lake, started to get rented out, and there were stories there. And it was just like the town evolved with each book over the years, and it felt very close to home. So, but trust me, the set designers and whoever created Jack's bar and Hope and Doc's house and all the set are brilliant because it's beautiful. The set is absolutely beautiful. And the land in Vancouver where it's filmed, oh my God, just breathtaking, unbelievable. And I got to be there because the second scene I was in the Airstream, and we were on location near the river, and I think I cried. I was like, oh my God. And there were the director's chairs, with Virgin River on the back. And I was like, how does this happen? I feel like I'm living in a little magic bubble. It was really cool.
Why do you think the books and the Netflix series are so popular?
I think, for TV value, they've got to amp it up a little bit, and they're able to. I thought the part that was so cool were the marijuana farmers and the camps in Northern California, because again, as I record it, I see it in my head, but when they displayed it in the show, especially in season 2, the drama value just skyrocketed. I was like, wow, this is intense. Like the stakes got really high. And I think that's the difference of what needs to happen visually. You need to really, make it exciting and bring the drama value. And I do that the best that I can with the books and with performing it. But again, I have to respect that you're listening to this in your earbuds, and I'm telling you a story. And so there's an intimacy level that, you get to kind of break that barrier with TV, and you get to kind of, do all the bells and whistles and the flashiness and the sex scenes and the fight scenes and all of this craziness. You get to see it, you get to act it out, and it's amazing. But when I'm bringing that same scene to you with just my voice and being all the people, it's a little different experience, and I don't think you'd appreciate if I was like blowing things up in my studio for you. But that is the bonus of the TV show. Like, that's why it's so cool. It's absolutely so cool and so addictive. They just got signed for season 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes for a while.
Do you have a favorite character or book in the series?
Yeah, I do have a favorite. My favorite is Virgin River, where it all starts. That was my favorite. I loved learning about Mel. I loved learning about, just this city girl coming into the mountains to be like a country doctor and everything she comes up against and meeting all the characters for the first time. My favorite character to play was Ricky. And I said this before in an interview, but I loved his journey. And I loved just, what Robyn gave me as a performer and an actor, the opportunity to do vocally with Ricky's emotional journey and what he went through going away and fighting in the war and then coming back and dealing with his PTSD and his injuries and his anger and his frustration. That's an actor's dream. I mean, those are flavors and emotions and colors that we dream of. I mean, that's just a complex character that I love to play. I love to play. And so to this day, I mean, I love Mel. I love Mel. But she's my staple. She's she's the grounding post in every book. But when these new characters came in, especially Ricky, I had a real soft spot in my heart for him.
What do you enjoy most about narrating the series?
I think the thing I enjoyed most about narrating the series is that it was completely unexpected. It was when I first came into recording audiobooks, and Claudia Howard at Recorded Books gave me a chance to audition for this, and it happened. And if I could have told you all that was to come, especially the relationship with Robyn Carr, there's no way I would have been able to do that because it has been such an incredible journey. Robyn and I have been able to do events together, book signings together. We talk to each other on the phone. She is the funniest woman I've ever met. Most of our conversations is just me crying, laughing on the phone because she's so funny. And just the kindest, most grounded. And she's so you know what she told me? She's like, I'm so grateful when her show got bought by Netflix and was going to be going. She said, I'm so grateful that this is going to employ so many people. That just makes me feel so grateful. And I had this moment where I was like, that's who this woman is. And that's who I want to be when I grow up. I want to, no matter how successful and amazing and New York Times bestselling these books have become and will continue to become, she's just a grounded, humble, beautiful, talented, funny, graceful woman. And what she was more excited about was that because she chose to sit down and write these books, a lot of people were able to work. And I just think that's everything. So I am incredibly grateful. I hope you guys enjoyed these answers. If you ever need anything, please reach out at www.tereseplummer.com. I get emails all the time. I respond. I love talking to you guys. You are what has made Virgin River possible. The listeners, the fans, you guys are the best. So keep enjoying. I can't wait for season 3. I will be right there with you.
Thank you, Therese. Be sure to check out all the titles in the Virgin River series and lose yourself in the most heartwarming romances and friendships of this small California mountain town.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Forbidden Falls, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer, presented by Mira and Harper Audio, executive producer Jennifer Lopes, text copyright 2010 by Robyn Carr, production copyright 2021 by Recorded Books, all rights reserved. Thank you for listening.